Monsters are invading. Demons are running rampant. It is time for humanity to awaken their survival instincts. But who is awakening? Certainly not this main character, Ju Hyun. He spends every day dreaming of rescuing the world himself. Speaking of Ju Hyun, he is a guy with a head full of ambition, wanting to retire at 25, even though he gets yelled at by his store manager like a dog every day. Stuck in his cramped room, working part-time day in and day out, leaves him utterly exhausted. He often works while blaming himself for being so useless, but there is nothing he can do but endure it. One fateful day, Ju Hyun inadvertently awakens a masterclass skill, the ability to copy other people's abilities. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he quickly learns the healing skills of some random guy and starts freelancing. But it is precisely because of this action that he meets Hyeji, and Ju Hyun's life changes completely. If you want to know about Ju Hyun's journey to becoming rich and spending money like water, let us follow this story with Academy Manhwa. The story is told with the main character being an incredibly powerful warrior after he defeated the Demon King in another world. The demons were ultimately just losers who suffered a miserable defeat. A scene straight out of a movie unfolded, and he became the hero who brought peace to the continent. A very slight smile spread across Ju Hyun's lips. Finally, he could return to his original world. That is when the god spoke to him. The deity smiled gently and began to speak. Well done. Once again, you chose to save the world. Ju Hyun calmly responded to the god's words. I always see you presenting choices, and I just dive into everything. It is because of these restarts. What else can I do? Anyway, this time you will really send me back to my world, right? The god smiled gently and nodded in confirmation. Yes, I will send you back. After a moment of silence, Ju Hyun finally spoke up. You took me from another dimension and made me work for 20 years. Aren't I compensated for that? Like, can I keep my memories? Or at least a magic spell or something? The god gently replied. While you were here, time in your world was completely frozen. Your own time, too. So, in reality, you have not lost anything. These words made Ju Hyun angrily clench his teeth in frustration. After thinking for a while, he sighed with a bit of helplessness. Whatever, just send me back right now. The god, as if reading his thoughts, gently comforted him. Don't worry, you will be compensated for all the time and effort you spent here. Definitely. The god's voice continued to resonate. Of course, you won't remember it on your own. A portion of divine power. Here, I will give you a portion of my power. As a gift, your choices will change the flow of dimensions, and your will can reshape the world. Ju Hyun silently pondered. Finally, he slowly began to speak. Then, in his eyes, there was a hint of anticipation. At least, could you give me a hint? The god's next answer was like a splash of cold water to him. No. Seeing the god being so cold, he loudly protested. Seriously, why are there so many things you won't let me do? At least let me keep my memories of this continent. Realizing that too much time had been spent on this, the colossal god pushed Ju Hyun backward. Now, go. He was still about to say something. Wait. His voice was somewhat desperate. I have not finished speaking. The god completely made Ju Hyun disappear. A faint smile appeared on the god's lips. I will continue to follow your journey, to the world where everything began, and where your fate will be decided. On this side, Ju Hyun was still falling straight down into the magical space. Everything flashed with light, and Ju Hyun could not recognize anything anymore. After some time, Ju Hyun finally opened his eyes and woke up. The light shone directly into his face, making him uncomfortably close his eyes. As always, he wearily looked at his small room. It is so bright. Beginning a new day, Ju Hyun sat up and yawned. Sensing that something was wrong, he quickly pulled out his phone to check the situation. Why do I feel so strangely comfortable? The smile on Ju Hyun's face suddenly vanished. His phone was constantly showing messages from his manager sent 2 hours ago. Ju Hyun, are you on your way, Ju Hyun? Are you asleep? You know, your morning shift starts at 7, right? Text me when you see this. Realizing the situation was bad, he rushed as fast as he could towards his workplace. Damn it, I am late. The manager, after seeing him, yelled incessantly. Ju Hyun, if you keep being late like this, I really can't keep working with you. He only knew how to bow his head full of guilt. I am sorry. I am really sorry. His face became incredibly ugly as he secretly thought, just once, I wish I could be rich for just one day. Why does my life always have to be so difficult? The time had advanced to noon. Ju Hyun's lunchbox was carefully placed on the table. Life must continue, making him sigh with helplessness. There is no way I can pay the overdue rent with just 1 or 2 part-time jobs. He sighed. I can't keep doing this job forever either. After a long period of contemplation, Ju Hyun sat there, motionless. If only I had awakened. Realizing that something was wrong, his eyes blankly looked up ahead. In front of Ju Hyun at this moment was a system notification. Unique trait, Skill Master EX, is being activated. Looking at his blank face, it is clear that he still does not understand what the heck is going on. He knew a little bit of information about this definition. Awakening, these people are often called users. Let us explain it in more detail. It has been 5 years since augmented reality covered the world, like something out of a fantasy novel. With the appearance of battlefields across the earth, the world began to revolve around the new resources found there. Users are empowered to conquer and control these monster-filled battlefields. Even small jobs on the battlefield are paid highly. That is why everyone wants to become a user. Even knowing that they will face the unknown, because the rewards are sweeter than the risks. Of course, things are still not so simple. Naturally, not every user earns money, with some awakened individuals having high-level unique traits from the beginning, but others are not so lucky. And at the very peak is the user ranked #1 in the world, the first to reach level 70, and the only one to possess the SS grade unique trait, Dragon Tongue, Muhammad Al. The story continues. One day, Muhammad Al uploaded a video to his personal channel. People clicked on it out of curiosity. This caused a social media frenzy, and countless viewers watched the video. Even high school students watched that video. They could not look away for even a second. In that video was a scene of Muhammad wielding a weapon and fighting monsters. The staff in his hand suddenly emitted a very strange light. A magical scene appeared right before everyone's eyes. It was the dream of every mage, the type of magic that anyone who reads fantasy novels desires. It seemed that Muhammad was an incredibly powerful person who could easily attack the monsters. Even the students who watched this video were gaping in awe. Meteor shower. Looking at the fierce explosion on the phone screen, they exclaimed in surprise together, "No way, I never thought I would see this with my own eyes." Even the students did not pay attention to their studies and kept discussing, "This is unbelievable. Is this a ranked battlefield? Even at level 70, could this be possible?" And he did it alone. In the midst of the fierce battle, huge explosions continued to occur. Giant meteors obliterated everything in their path. Muhammad looked at the monsters he had personally defeated. He can easily knock out even a monster that could level a city. You can't resist it. How can monsters resist the wrath of nature? A strange smile appeared on his lips, and at the end of the video, he said, "The skill you just saw is SS rank Meteor Shower." Since this video was uploaded, within a week, Muhammad held out a ring to all the viewers. "If anyone can show me a more powerful and magical spell than this, I will give that person this item as a reward." Juhyun also had some knowledge about the thing in his hand. The elemental ring, the first and only SS grade artifact ever revealed. Every user with a unique trait of the magic type dreams of touching this beautiful accessory, even just once. Juhyun looked in surprise at the comments exploding on the video posted by Muhammad. Wait, is not that the only one Muhammad Al has? The elemental ring? This made the woman frustrated and put down her phone in disgust. What a show-off. The man on the opposite side quickly added, "I mean, just offering that as a prize is a big deal." The woman's attitude was extremely annoyed as she said, "But it feels like he really does not want to give it away." The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and picked up her phone to check. Where in the world is there anything better than an SS rank skill? And look, he even said, only magic, so he does not have to give it up. In the video, Muhammad said a sentence, "I will consider it and decide." The more the woman thought about it, the more angry she became and kept complaining. On top of that, the evaluation is completely subjective. He has no intention of giving away that elemental ring. This made her so angry that she slammed the table and cursed. "That lucky bastard, I am so jealous. It is so unfair." The story was also gradually being told. Those who accidentally saw it could only watch with envy, and a series of videos of Muhammad being uploaded were hot topics recently. Detailed analysis of the world's #1 SS rank meteor shower skill, focusing on the issue of betting an SS rank ring. Muhammad Al's surprise announcement. The video became a hot topic for a while. Even many videos were uploaded with clickbait titles. "Will kill Korea's top monsters, Choi Young's 30 most epic monster battles." The elemental ring scam. Is it really not SS rank? In the end, no one can possess it. Like another story from another world. Back to reality. Juhyun wearily walked forward step by step. The small animals saw him and were afraid, quickly turning around and running away. He stood still there, contemplating for a moment. To them, the small creatures had become extremely afraid and only knew to run away when they saw him. In order to test his ability, Juhyun constantly raised and lowered his hand. Less than a minute later, thousands of meteors fell heavily from the sky to the ground. The scene gradually became chaotic as fireballs continued to appear in this place. Juhyun looked back at where he was standing. The surroundings had become extremely catastrophic. At this time, he slowly realized what he had done. Meteor shower. At this time, he slowly regained the smile on his face. "Muhammad Al, your skill is terrifying." And so, the video was finally posted on YouTube, with 7 views. The reporters who saw this news were so shocked that their mouths dropped open. Even the viewers on the street were startled, and could not believe the truth. People who watched this video continuously sent different comments. This video seemed to have completely exploded. "Check this out, is this that?" Regarding the impact, this video has a bit too much. "What is this? What? Meteor shower? Isn't this the original skill? This is even stronger. Normally it is not torn apart like this, right? Looking at the monsters, this seems like an F-rank battlefield. Even if the battlefields are of different levels, it is still the same. Did he use this skill correctly? It looks even flashier." And so, news spread everywhere. Muhammad lost. A comment appeared before everyone's eyes. But who is he? The story continued to be told. When a person awakens, they will be granted a special ability. This type of ability will draw on and increase the effectiveness of certain skills. In layman's terms, it is like a class in a game. Some of the most famous special abilities in the world today are Dragon Tongue, Miracles, Regeneration, Annihilation. The one who possesses dragon tongue can become a mage, even stronger than a dragon. The one with miracles is a healer who can save the dead. The one with regeneration is a tanker who can regrow limbs and continue fighting non-stop. The one who possesses annihilation can take down any enemy. This made Ju-hyun blankly ask himself, that is why, so what about master skills? Sitting in front of the computer screen, he continuously used his phone to search for information. His face became extremely serious as he secretly calculated. The first thing people consider when evaluating a special ability is its rank. The higher the rank, the stronger the effect, and it usually comes with more sub-abilities. He carefully watched the videos posted on YouTube. Currently, the known ability ranks range from F to SS. Right at this moment, a system notification appeared, startling him. Status window. When he looked closer, his information was clearly displayed there. An unprecedented special ability, EX rank. Unbelievable, this ability is a hack. He wearily collapsed on the table and said in frustration, wait, high-level abilities are supposed to increase base stats, right? Even normal people do not have all stats at 1 like this. What is going on? Never mind, I still have not seen the main ability yet. The system continued to issue notifications. Skill Master EX can use all skills. Passive income, level 1. Every 24 hours, receive 10 SP at 000. 100 SP. After reading this information, Ju-hyun pondered. That is it. And why are there only 2 sub-skills? Besides, what user can't learn skills from skill books? What is SP? The more he thought about these things, the more his head hurt. In the end, is this ability strong or weak? While Ju-hyun was still wondering, notifications kept popping up. Guidance quest, try to copy a skill. Skill copy skill EX has been activated. Reward, 20 SP. Open event video. Copy skill EX, copy a skill. The copy skill will disappear at 000 every day. Template level 1. Restore a copy once. Costs 500 SP. Ju-hyun was speechless after reading this information. I have never heard of anyone receiving quests right after awakening, but it seems like he did not even bother paying attention to the quest notification. To copy other people's skills, I have to go into actual combat, with all stats at 1. Going out there is suicide. Even so, he still had another thought in his head. But I should still check out a few skills, just in case there is something good. Suddenly, the video in front of him caught Ju-hyun's attention. It turned out to be the video of Muhammad using Meteor Shower. This time, notifications kept appearing in front of him. Meteor Shower SS. Summons 20 meteors. 1 meteor over 10 magic points. Wide range. Costs 1500 mana. Power increased by 50% if the user has an S rank or higher ability. Special ability. Magic system. Guidance event. Link to guidance quest. Guidance map will open only once. Can only use copied skills in this map. All stats increased by 999 points in the guidance map. Finally, the system concluded with a question. Do you want to copy the SS rank skill, Meteor Shower? Ju-hyun's eyes widened with anticipation. Success. Copying from videos also works. Without hesitation, Ju-hyun used the Meteor Shower skill and uploaded it to YouTube. All of this was being observed by Muhammad. At this moment, a woman quickly stepped forward and grabbed the remote control. Then this person automatically turned off the TV screen. Ju-hyun's face became extremely annoyed as she asked, is that elemental ring really that important? Muhammad laughed upon hearing this and looked at the glass of red wine in his hand. That skill has only appeared for less than a week and has already been discovered. What are the chances that people will get it? Hearing this, Su-hyun reminded him unhappily. There may be others who also possess similar skills. She stood right there, with her arms crossed, constantly criticizing Muhammad. But what if it really is SS rank, with the exact same name and the same effects? Even without evidence, it is highly likely that it is SS rank. Maybe it just looks similar, and no battlefield has been found with such consequences. Right at this moment, he suddenly spoke. At the very least, the ability must be at least SS rank. A smile of excitement spread across his lips, as if he had been calculating this all along. At the very least, it is also a subtrait of SS rank. Saying that, Muhammad excitedly looked at the ring on the table. Give him a business card, along with the ring. But for now we should keep our distance, he might be wary. Looking at his beloved ring made him laugh with joy. Say that this is a gift for someone I want to be friends with. On this side, Ju-hyun was still focused on working at the convenience store. The views were increasing rapidly. He remembered the like notification that appeared before his eyes at that time. Video recording completed. This startled him a bit. He even recorded a video. At this moment, a little girl quickly entered the store and asked, Uncle, do you sell fried mochi? Ju-hyun did not pay attention to the little girl who was buying things. You can't even see his face. He is really a master of hiding his identity. A wicked smile spread across his lips. Why would not I post a video, Uncle? The little girl kept calling out. Dumbass Ju-hyun was still standing there laughing like a maniac. If I were stronger, there would be no more OP ability than this. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Hey! The man became extremely annoyed and called out, Hey! It seemed that Ju-hyun had ignored the previous request, making him extremely annoyed. My daughter asked if you sell fried mochi. He quickly turned his head and nodded. Of course we do, coming right up. After some time, Ju-hyun was once again focused on working at the convenience store. Almost a day had passed, making him extremely tired and sigh. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was too absurd. There is no way someone would give away an SS-grade item for free. Even so, Ju-hyun's eyes still held some hope. But if it is really true, before he knew it, he was already thinking about the scenario of himself being a powerful person. Then I can earn enough money to retire for life. I can even be as strong as Muhammad Ali. With the whole world watching, a very strange smile appeared on Ju-hyun's lips. Before, this was impossible. Perhaps because he had been standing for too long, he wearily stood up and stretched. But now, I feel like I can do something. At this moment, a message was sent, with the profile picture being Muhammad. In it, there were clear messages being sent. I agree. I will give the elemental ring without asking for any conditions. This made the comments in this place immediately explode. Al just appeared a few seconds ago. Is he really giving it away? Do you think Muhammad is crazy enough to give that away to a stranger? You do not understand Muhammad. He always keeps his promises. These things made Ju-hyun blankly for a moment. Last time, he publicly stated that he would pay any price for an S-grade staff. When someone actually brought it to him, he paid $2 billion in cash without hesitation. Oh my god, that is a different level. Ju-hyun still could not believe what was happening. Wait, what is this? The scene switched to a coffee shop. Su-hyun introduced herself. This is Lee Su-yen, Muhammad Al's assistant, contacting you about receiving the elemental ring. And so, Ju-hyun got into the luxurious supercar. Su-hyun did not forget to add, my master wants to meet you in person. As time passed, Ju-hyun looked at the glowing ring right on his hand. His eyes widened as if he could not believe it. No way, fake. At this moment, a new system notification appeared. Elemental Ring SS. Ring accessory, 30 magic, plus 500 mana, plus 10% mana recovery, 20% skill power, 10% skill mana cost. Plus, suddenly, he remembered something was wrong. Ju-hyun quickly sat up and looked at the ring on his hand. I can't just lie here forever. My magic just increased by 40 points. I have to go out and fight monsters right away. But reality poured a bucket of cold water on him. Stats, Strength 1, Agility 1, Stamina 1, Magic 1. Ju-hyun sighed thoughtfully. With stats like this, going into battle will still be a disaster. He sat there looking at the system screen and said to himself, I need armor, but to buy armor I need money. Unable to stay still any longer, Ju-hyun stood up and quickly pulled out his chair. He hurriedly opened the comments to check the video he had uploaded, hoping his previous video had enough views to earn money. Even so, his face became utterly disappointed, as he added, I am not ready to reveal my identity through channel verification. Seeing himself penniless and unable to show his face, Ju-hyun was very troubled. Isn't there a better way? His eyes widened, as if he had realized something. An article slammed into his view, with the title Free Sharing, Why Are Healers with Recovery Skills Like Nobles? I Am Fat Cat, the poster suggested 3 days ago. I think everyone has to admit that healers often abuse their power. They always complain about being overworked, but in reality, recovery skills are a goldmine. Just stand at the battlefield gate and do first aid, and you can earn hundreds of thousands of won every day. Many people look down on healers, but without them, who would dare to hunt? Thanks for reading this far. Ju-hyun was delighted and thought, that is right. Emergency recovery is the real gold mine. Just stand at the battlefield gate and do a few first aid cases, and you can earn hundreds of thousands every day. Realizing something, Ju-hyun's face became blank. This is... Before his eyes was a price list for emergency treatment. Reattaching severed limbs, 500,000. Fixing broken bones, 200,000. Removing adverse status effects, E rank and below, 700,000. A smug smile spread across his lips as he said to himself, just one client a day is enough to live on. Without thinking much, Ju-hyun went to the D-rank swamp area in Seoul Grand Park. He was eagerly anticipating his next wealthy life. The good spots are all taken. This is the best spot I could find. His face became full of anticipation as he took out his phone. Next time I should bring something to kill time. While Ju-hyun was still playing, drops of blood quickly fell to the ground. The warrior man quickly led his teammates and ran out of the area as fast as he could. Seeing that he was about to have a customer, his face became very pleased. Good. Looking at it positively, it is at least not dangerous if you do not go into the battlefield. After seeing the man standing in front of him, Ju-hyun, still happy, said, there is no way anything could happen outside the battlefield. The man's blood-covered face became extremely frightened. Just looking at this scene made Ju-hyun's heart seem to stop beating. Wait, what? He kept staring at him, with a strange gaze, as if wanting to say something. Perhaps because it was his first day on the job, Ju-hyun's brain was still loading a bit slowly. Seeing that he was still standing there blankly, the man unhappily reminded him, prepare your skills. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and thought, look at him, I know he is in a hurry, but it is a bit too much. Who talks down to someone they just met? In his head, he imagined his transaction with a normal customer. Give me that red pack of cigarettes. What is that? Perhaps that is why Ju-hyun was so dissatisfied. Does he think I am just a convenience store clerk? His attitude became extremely unpleasant. It is true that my skill is just a copy, but it is a C-rank healing skill, with premium options. Okay, I really should say something. Unable to endure it anymore, Ju-hyun suddenly spoke. Hey, listen here. The man interrupted. 20 million up front. This number made him freeze in place for a moment. 20 million won. His attitude completely changed. He hurriedly became humble to the two people. This way, please. While Ju-hyun was preparing to heal, the smell of blood suddenly rushed up. The fresh, bloody smell made him scared and cover his nose. The woman's arm was completely severed. The man carefully held the arm and approached her body. After seizing the opportunity, he quickly placed the arm on the ground. Seeing that Ju-hyun was still standing there without moving, the man unhappily reminded him. Hurry up! Seeing the urgent situation, he did not know what to do next. I have only seen this in movies, I have never done it in real life. His hands became strangely shaky. Will my skills really work? Ju-hyun slowly reached forward with determination. I have to do it. Finally, he used the C-rank light restoration skill. White light appeared in this place. He was trying his best to heal the strange woman. Time passed, and Ju-hyun wearily lay down on his bed. He remembered everything that happened earlier. I did not expect him to ask for treatment 3 times. If I did not have the elemental ring, I would be done for. Earlier, he used the total energy recovery skill plus 20% when equipping the ring. Looking at the ring that fell from the sky, he even asked himself, the wound was so serious. What really happened inside the battlefield? Unconsciously, Ju-hyun had clenched his fist at some point. Anyway, one thing's for sure. A smug smile spread across his face like a rich man. Finally, I can quit my job at the convenience store. After only working for 1 day, Ju-hyun thought he would live a rich life in the future. He quickly stood up and opened the last yogurt in his house and asked, now that I have money, what should I do? In his head, there were countless ways to make money. Invest. He could even pour money into different things. Stocks. Of course, he could not miss the cryptocurrency category. Looking at the delicious yogurt in front of him, he reminded himself, no, it is not time yet. Because he had money, he did not even bother licking the yogurt lid. This time, he changed to a much more luxurious room for himself. Ju-hyun reminded himself, I need to earn SP to develop. Is this the feeling of luxury? System notifications kept appearing. Guidance quest, level up subtrait, passive income. Passive income is one of the main ways for a skill master to earn SP. Remember, the top priority is to upgrade passive income to develop. Reward, 100 SP, subtrait 2 unlocked. Just reading the system notifications, Ju-hyun said in surprise, so abilities also have levels, and you can use SP to upgrade them. He secretly calculated more carefully. Leveling up passive income costs 100 SP. System notifications kept appearing. Passive income level, every 24 hours. Receive 10 SP at 0, 0, 0. Total 100 SP. Guidance quest, level up subtrait, passive income. Reward, 100 SP. Unlocked subtrait level 2. His face immediately became strangely serious as he said to himself, the quest rewards 100 SP, so it is like a free upgrade, and it unlocks a new subtrait. I definitely have to complete this quest. Thinking of this, Ju-hyun turned his head and ordered the system. How much SP do I have now? SP window. After carefully observing the system, he immediately put his hand out and calculated more carefully. If I receive 10 SP from passive income every day, then I only need to wait 3 days to complete the quest. This made his eyes become full of anticipation. So what should I focus on in the meantime? Suddenly, a knock on the door caught his attention. Perhaps a room service attendant appeared outside. The room service you ordered is here. Just hearing this made Ju-hyun's face become excited. Yes, I am coming right now. Now he finally understood the feeling of being rich. I am in a hotel. No, I have to take advantage of this time to research new skill combinations to copy. And so, he could see the waitresses show off their skills. Delicious dishes such as lobsters and emperor prawns were placed before his eyes. Unable to wait any longer, Ju-hyun immediately enjoyed this dish. Now, S-rank and above skills that have been filmed are almost extinct. This made him feel that the path he was taking was becoming more difficult. And even if I can copy them, they disappear after midnight, so I need videos to access them again at any time. He unconsciously remembered Muhammad, a charitable angel to him. Muhammad Al is unusual for publicly showing off SS rank skills like that. Thank you, Saint Muhammad. Because he was too bored, Ju-hyun continued to pull out his phone to check the latest updates. Who knows, when I level up, maybe I can keep the copied skills permanently. He reminded himself, I should divide the skills into playlists, some to use immediately, some to save. At the same time, he saved the muscle strengthening skill, strengthening the body, just save it in case I need it. As time passed, Ju-hyun continued to watch videos such as Magicians, Liquid Instant Teleport. Teleport, cool, I will save this too, and that one too. Buying skills online is the best. After some time, the delicious meals on the table were cleaned up cleanly by Ju-hyun. His stomach was now as big as a drum. He sighed and complained, I can't eat anymore. But his face became extremely happy as he enjoyed his rich days. I have even finished registering as a healer with the user association. He felt that things were gradually getting better. Healing, buffs, magic. If I can use all these skills, how much will my value increase? The more Ju-hyun thought about it, the more anticipated he became. What if a beautiful girl confessed to me? She is blushing. The time had advanced to the next morning. Hyeji suddenly appeared before his eyes. I was very grateful at that time. Looking at the woman in front of him made Ju-hyeon silent for a moment. Her face gradually became embarrassed and confused as she said, "Don't you remember me?" At this time, Ju-hyeon suddenly remembered. Looking carefully at her face made him marvel in surprise. "You are more beautiful than someone like me can know." Hyeji awkwardly pointed at the swordsman behind her. "A few days ago, my brother came to you for treatment." Hearing this, Ju-hyeon's memories came back. Is she the one who lost her arm? Although he secretly thought, I thought she was his girlfriend, because he spent a lot of money. So she is his younger sister. Speaking of this, Hyeji became very embarrassed and scratched her head, saying, "I am glad I had the opportunity to thank you. If it were not for you that day, I would have really died." Her eyes became full of anticipation. "Are you in any party?" Ju-hyeon shook his head and explained. "Number." This made Hyeji even more delighted. "Then, are you in any guild?" This time, he continued to shake his head in denial. "No, either." Her voice became very happy. "Great. Our party needs a temporary healer." Ju-hyeon was confused and thought, "Actually, I am not ready to go to the battlefield yet. I should refuse." Right at this moment, Hyeji suddenly smiled very sweetly. "If you have time, can we have a cup of tea and chat a little? Give me your number. I will contact you later." Hearing this, Ju-hyeon's eyes lit up. He happily agreed. "Okay, if I can help." While the two were still talking, a shout echoed, catching their attention. A crowd of people hurriedly came out of the dungeon while screaming and begging, "She has been hit in the battlefield, healer. We need healing skills that can remove adverse effects." Ju-hyeon immediately turned around and calculated the amount of money he would receive. Without hesitation, he hurriedly ran towards the wounded people and immediately removed the effects. A few minutes later, a pile of money was placed in front of Ju-hyeon. Of course, he took the pile of money and then slowly turned his head to look at Hyeji. A forced smile appeared on his face, and he hurriedly said as if wanting to cry, "Sorry, my level is not high enough to play in a party." Hyeji smiled upon hearing this and explained, "We have both an S-rank tank and an S-rank mage. They can carry you." Ju-hyeon calmly picked up the money he had earned. He hurriedly cleaned up his tools. Although he did not want to, he could only leave this place. "Sorry." Hyeji was still about to say something. "Wait, slowly?" He thought resentfully. Even she, who was called an S-rank, almost died when entering the D-rank battlefield not long ago. The more Ju-hyeon thought about it, the more helpless he felt. This is so embarrassing. When will I be able to party with a beauty like that? He ran without noticing that the money had been constantly falling on the ground. Just wait, I will earn a lot of money and SP and become a wealthy mage. The time had advanced to late night in the big city. Ju-hyeon comfortably lay on the luxurious chair, enjoying himself. Finally, the big day has come. His phone was still lying silently on the table. After a period of waiting, the phone finally displayed 000. The system screen immediately displayed a notification. Received 10 SP from passive income level 1. This time, Ju-hyeon reached for the upgrade category and increased passive income from level 1 to level 2. His face became full of determination. "Let us do it right away." System notifications kept ringing out. Spent 100 SP. Unique subtrait has leveled up. Passive income level 1 increased to 2. Every 24 hours at 000. Receive 50 SP. Ju-hyeon's face became extremely excited, and he laughed loudly. The number of SP received has increased 5-fold. Remembering something, he hurriedly turned his head and looked at the other categories. "Now, let us check the quest rewards." Different quest notifications were issued. Completed guidance quest. Received 100 SP. Unique subtrait 2 has unlocked. Strengthen unique trait level 1. Each copied skill will be randomly attached. With a unique trait F, Ju-hyeon sipped the Coca-Cola in his hand while thinking aloud. Unique trait, that is what shapes a user's style. He knew a little bit of information about this. Any user can use the same skills when reading skill books, but the power of those skills is very different between users. The main reason is that the unique traits of each user are different. There is no related trait. Another skill is Fire Lord. Of course, that is the biggest weakness of a skill master. Ju-hyeon thoughtfully placed the Coca-Cola on the table. Without a unique trait, copied skills will be weaker than the original user's skills. He remembered the event when he used the Meteor Shower skill, of course, excluding Meteor Shower in the guidance map. The more Ju-hyeon thought about it, the more his head hurt. But now, copied skills also have unique traits, so that is too OP. In his head, he secretly thought, however, the random part makes me a little worried. System notifications kept ringing out. Light restoration, severed limb, and broken bone restoration, 15%. HP, treats E rank or lower status effects, requires 25 magic, consumes 350 mana, unique trait, magic attack power, plus 10%. Ju-hyeon thoughtfully looked at the information on his phone screen. I have to try it myself to see how it works. What should I try now? His eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that he had a new idea. Maybe it is time to give up selling healing spells. While he was still admiring the city, a system notification was issued. Guidance quest. Hunt monsters with copied skills. Level up to copy more skills and unlock more skill master content. Monsters killed not over 20. Reward 200 SP. Copy skill EX. Subtrait 2 has unlocked. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt and looked at the system. It feels like someone is watching me and issuing quests in real time. But Juhyun did not pay much attention and directly looked at the phone screen. To hunt monsters, then, what caught his eye was the video "I can use it but you can't" fireball tutorial. Why is it so OP? He quickly decided, maybe I will copy this skill to practice. But it seemed that his face showed not much expectation. It is random anyway. I do not expect much. I am just trying it out. Juhyun quickly said, copy skill. The system displayed a notification. Fireball E. Summons a fireball. Can be thrown within a 20-meter radius. Requires 10 magic. Consumes 70 mana. A dazzling light immediately appeared. The system displayed a notification. Unique trait? Fire starter F. Fire type skills. Inflict fire debuff F for 60 seconds if hit. A series of these information made Juhyun stunned with some surprise. There really is someone behind the quest screen. In the blink of an eye, the scene switched to the entrance of the Dagwayong sheep farm. Many people had gathered there. Juhyun appeared at this place and wondered in surprise. This is the boundary between the hunting area and the real world. Feeling a little tired, he sighed with regret. I used all the little money I had to buy equipment. Hopefully it will be okay. This time, Juhyun could not stand running away and decided to take revenge on the monsters. Okay, goodbye to selling healing spells. Welcome to monster hunting. Comments kept appearing. Have you guys heard about Psychopaths? You mean the crazy guy who uses red fireballs to kill monsters at the sheep farm? He is really crazy. He even grins when he kills monsters. I saw it too. For the first time, I felt sorry for a four-horned rhino. Some guild wants to recruit him, but I heard he does not like being called a crazy guy, so he refused. Juhyun remembered the people who had been constantly inviting him to join a guild. If you join our guild, we will treat you like a VIP. Although he had never heard of them once. He sighed and glanced in another direction. But that is not the reason I refused. His face became extremely smug, assuming that she was crying because she was rejected by him. I even refused to answer the recruitment invitation from a beautiful S-rank. Sometimes Juhyun asked himself, did I really laugh when hunting? Thinking back to the past, he constantly used fireballs to attack the rhinos. Is that wrong? Looking at the rhinos constantly running away from his fireballs, a happy smile appeared on his face. Even this smile was somewhat perverted, making everyone shiver. And so, Juhyun alone had completely swept this monster area. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Juhyun was speechless, listening to his own echoing laughter. Clearly he was so scared that he did not want to listen for another moment. Maybe I am just too happy that monsters are dropping like crazy. System notifications kept appearing before his eyes. Monsters killed 20 of 20. Completed guidance quest. Received 200 SP. Copy skill EX. Subtrait has unlocked. Copy skill EX. Efficiency level 1. Reduces mana consumption of copied skills by 10%. 800 SP. Juhyun thought about it. I thought the quest would reduce mana consumption by 10%, so I kept hunting. There is a post about a raid boss here too. The post clearly stated the information. Raid boss evaluation table. Monster boss. Flying hero. Semester starts. When semester starts. D rank. With the hero, the most important thing is firepower, and there is a mage doing the main quest. Anyone who knows the hero knows to attack when it comes into range. Comments kept appearing on the screen. Psychopaths is playing the hero raid. Isn't it only below level 15 to get the reward? He said it is thanks to good equipment, but he is actually only level 5. Anyway, the amount of damage he does is really crazy. I have seen the hero go wild with my own eyes. Juhyun was surprised and disgusted after reading these comments. Good equipment is really different. Thanks to that, I can spam or fireballs non-stop. Realizing something, his face immediately became strangely serious. Not wasting any more time, Juhyun suddenly stood up. He was so moved that he clasped his hands and constantly prayed. Thinking of the world's #1 player, Saint Muhammad, I should express my respect once more. The video hunting quickly appeared on the computer. Thinking back to a few days ago, the huge monsters were constantly struggling and roaring in anger. The people in the guild combined together to attack the monster. I will keep aggro. Mage, do not leave the back row. Melee DPS, do not steal aggro. A message suddenly appeared on Juhyun's notification screen. Guidance quest. Hunt a wild raid boss. Wild boss killed, not over 1. Reward 500 SP. A happy smile spread across his lips. So I have to defeat a boss. Right at this moment, the ferocious monster rushed forward, making everyone very scared. Careful! At the crucial moment, a fireball suddenly hit towards it. Everything happened in a flash. The monster painfully fell back after being burned by the fireball. This time everyone turned around in surprise and asked, what was that? Juhyun's face was smug as he held 2 fireballs in his hands. He even pointed one fireball down with one hand and announced, fly up. The scene became increasingly chaotic as the bear monster screamed in agony. Even so, Juhyun did not show it any mercy. The flames burned more and more fiercely, completely engulfing the giant bear's body. In just a short period of time, he had completely finished it off. This scene made all the hunters present freeze in place for a moment. Done. It is over. No way. The bear was still lying motionless on the ground. Don't tell me. Thinking that it was over. But no. The bear monster awakened again and roared wildly. New notifications constantly appeared on the screen. You are affected by the hero's roar. All stats reduced by 3. Strength reduced by 2. agility reduced by 2, stamina reduced by 2. The scene became more chaotic, as everyone just fearfully ran back. It has gone wild. This is the special phase. Damn it, how much damage have we dealt? This time they kept blaming each other. My strength is decreasing. I can't hold my sword. Calm down. At the same time, the bear monster lunged to attack. Fortunately, the swordsman quickly stood in front to protect everyone. Amidst the chaotic scene, everyone was still trying to resist, but Ju-hyun was still standing still. His eyes clearly showed astonishment as he stared intently ahead. System notifications constantly appeared before him. Additional guidance quest: try to copy the special skill of the monster boss. 1 free copy provided for the special skill guidance quest. Special skill copied, 0 out of 1. Reward 200 SP. Copy skill EX subtrait 3 has unlocked. Hero's Roar A. If HP drops below 50%, unleash a powerful roar within 60 seconds. But Ju-hyun was only focused on the system notifications. All creatures within a 30-meter radius. All stats -3. If the target's stats are lower than the user's, for every 10 creatures affected, the user's stats +3, mana consumption, none. At this time he came to his senses and realized, copy skill. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of other notifications were displayed continuously. Copying Hero's Roar, A. Oblivion F effect is applied. Unique trait distribution. Unique trait. Oblivion F. Removes 1 random sub-option from the skill. Teddy Bear's Roar. And finally, a notification that he had been waiting for. Teddy Bear's Roar A. All creatures within a 30-meter radius. All stats -3. If the target's stats are lower than the user's, reduce an additional -2. For every 10 creatures affected, the user's stats +3, mana consumption none. Ju-hyun looked at the scene of everyone still fighting. I can use this without being limited. While everyone was still being attacked by the bear, he was still standing there blankly. No mana cost, this is too OP. He decided to be a hero in everyone's eyes. Anyway, it will disappear at midnight, so if I do not use it now, after standing there for a short period of time, he quickly used the Teddy Bear's Roar. Charge. After he used the skill, the system constantly showed notifications. You have been affected by the hero's roar. All stats reduced by 3 points. Everyone still did not understand what the heck was going on. This time, they kept complaining. What is this? It is roaring again. Damn it, my stats are ruined. But on the contrary, Ju-hyun gained a lot. Strength +9, agility +9, stamina +9. Even magic was added by 9. After everyone was subtracted points, they became afraid to face the bear monster. It is time for me to take action. Ju-hyun slowly pointed his hand into the air. He continued to create a familiar fireball. Not wasting any more time, he directly threw the fireball straight towards the giant bear. The scene before them once again made the people there freeze stiff. Now Ju-hyun had truly transformed into a male lead as the notifications kept appearing. Level up, boss defeated 1 out of 1, special skill of the boss defeated 1 out of 1. Then there was a series of reward notifications. Completed guidance quest, received 500 SP, received 200 SP. Activated sub-skill copy skill, level 3. A radiant smile spread across Ju-hyun's face. This feeling, it is real. At the same time, the giant bear monster had fallen to the ground. At this time, the people behind hurriedly reacted and screamed wildly. It is too crazy. His performance just now had made them very admire him. No kidding, this is really the peak. Suddenly, Ju-hyun thought of something. That moment, this scene is so familiar. It is. Suddenly, a system notification cut off his train of thought, absorbed the soul of the hero. Everyone present at the place quickly felt the change. At the same time, Ju-hyun had also gained a power. He seemed to understand something more. So this is the soul of the boss that people talk about. Unconsciously, he remembered the ferocious monster at that time. An outside the field boss, usually higher than the party level by at least 10 levels. If you try to cheat by asking a high-level player to exceed the level limit of the battlefield, of course something bad will happen. All rewards will be invalidated due to the system's very poor distribution. Even so, all the survivors still smiled brightly on their faces. In a dangerous place, having to bet their lives, the only reason people still have to rush into boss hunting is the item it brings. Right at this moment, a man happily announced to everyone, it dropped, it is an item. Ju-hyun looked at the glove that the man was holding. The reward. When this monster died, valuable items also fell on the ground. The reward not only comes from selling the boss corpse at a high price, due to high-level materials, but the boss soul can also permanently increase the stats of the people participating in the boss's death. Just thinking about this made his face very happy. My strength finally went up to 2. Moreover, those who participated in this battle can permanently increase their stats, thanks to the soul of the boss outside the battlefield. Right at this moment, a group of people stepped forward and called out, Mage. They kept praising him. This battle was a great success. Well done. This time, the MVP is the captain and the mage. So awesome. Worthy of Psychopaths. Ju-hyun was confused and thought, what is worthy of Psychopaths? Right at this moment, the captain held a pair of gloves and went in front of Ju-hyun and said, I was prepared in case this boss went crazy, but your damage was too terrible. So now we are safe. Everyone fought their best. He quickly handed the pair of gloves to him. Item information window. It was the F grade, Dark Shadow Dragon Gloves, glove equipment 1 out of 5. Defense E, effect +3, when health is below 30%, activate Frenzy F state. Increase all stats +2, cooldown 24 hours. This made him very hesitant. This is really good, but the activation condition is a bit uncomfortable. Juhyun was speechless upon hearing him say that, but when it is down to below 30% health, it is already good to be able to stand. At this time, the people were still distributing the spoils of war. The items and materials from this boss will be distributed through the Players Association. Does anyone object? Suddenly, the CEO stepped to this place and coldly announced, I will buy that boss. The corner of his mouth became very smug and continued to say, at 90% of the assessed value, pay cash immediately. Looking at the man in front of them made everyone around realize, could that be? Who is it? They kept discussing this man. You know, there are people who are rumored to appear like ghosts, to buy boss items whenever they drop from outside the field bosses. Really, it is rumored that they sweep everything clean, but if they pay cash, it is still good, it benefits us. Hearing these discussions, Juhyun, sitting on the side, also wondered in surprise. There are all kinds of strange people out there. This made him quite curious. What are they planning to do? A suitcase of money immediately appeared in front of everyone. The CEO's bodyguard handed the suitcase of money forward and announced, payment can be made immediately. Looking at the money before him made Juhyun's mouth gape in shock. Free cash payment is too good. Who cares who they are? Now I just need to grind like crazy. After some time, Juhyun continued to return to his healing work. Sitting quietly in this familiar place, his face was somewhat thoughtful, not knowing what to say. He tried to force a smile on his face. What is the point of earning nearly 10 million won? At that time, he entered a store to buy equipment. The salesperson smiled and said, the equipment you are looking for is this way. When Juhyun looked closer, it was the Recta leather armor item. E-equipment set? 63 million won. This number made Juhyun freeze in place for a moment. It seemed that the salesperson still did not notice his expression and happily introduced, currently, there are only 2 sets left in stock. His voice gradually became shaky. He hurriedly turned his head and ran back as fast as he could. Just wait for me a little longer, I will definitely come back. Seeing this, the salesperson happily thought, a customer. Returning to reality, Juhyun's face was very unpleasant when he saw everything was increasing in price. If only I had gotten armor from the hero with the Oblivion effect attached, then I could focus all my energy on hunting bosses. Status window reward from the guidance quest. A notification window was immediately displayed. Copy skill EX, skill sub 3, boss collector, collect special skills from those absorbed soul bosses. Collected skills can be copied at any time. Juhyun sighed with some helplessness. Thanks to the quest reward from the guide, now I can copy the boss's skills at any time, but a system information continued to be issued. Hero's roar emits an extremely strong roar if health drops below half within 60 seconds. This made his very troubled. It only activates if the health drops below 50%. Stressful. He remembered everything. It is a good thing. I managed to try copying that skill in another area before it disappeared. Even Juhyun transformed into a maniac and kept screaming, burn, you idiots! Because he was too tired, he kept sitting there stretching. Okay, since there are not any customers coming, his face became very smug and summoned the system window. Status window open. Now then, let us use up all the stat points and SP that I have accumulated. The system immediately displayed different information. Level 8, Special Ability, Skill Master, Current Stats, Strength 2, Agility 1, Stamina 1, Magic 41, Remaining .7. Juhyun suddenly thought of the scene, if he was a swordsman. To be honest, if you want to follow the standard fantasy style, then being a swordsman is the most suitable. But there was one thing that made him very troubled. But this is not a game with extra lives to revive. After death, I do not have any other choice at this time. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Magic increased from 41 to 48. Hearing this, he thoughtfully pondered. It is good to increase more. What about SP? Juhyun clicked on the SP section to review the remaining points. Use 500 SP, copy skill EX. Skill sub 1 has leveled up. Simplest level 1 to level 2, at 0, 0, 0, every day. Number of copy uses recovered from 1 to 2 times. Note, duplicate copy skills will be overwritten. Reading this information made Juhyun very happy. There are 2 copy slots, amazing. The system window continued to issue new notifications. Guidance quest. Daily quest is one of the ways for a skill master to earn SP. Complete different types of quests to receive rewards. Sub-skill 3 has been activated. Reward 300 SP. Skill Master EX. Skill Sub-Activation, Daily Quest Level 1. Every day at 000, you will receive 1 F grade or higher quest. Hearing this, he was startled and paid attention to it. Daily Quest, that is the Daily Quest F section. Copy the skill twice. Reward 80 SP. Because he was too curious, Juhyun quickly pulled out his phone to check. So if I copy the same skill twice, what will happen? To try it while it was hot, he tapped his finger on the screen and quickly used the copy skill, along with the healing light. In less than a few seconds, the system had displayed a special attribute. energy saving, reduces 5% of mana consumption. This made him somewhat stunned and thoughtful. If I copy it again, will the attribute index change? Or will I have two of the same skills, but with different effects? Without thinking much, he immediately tried the new skill. Let us try it again. Copy skill, Healing Light. Notifications kept appearing. This skill has already been copied. Copy as a new skill. He happily said, do it now. A golden light appeared. Yuyan's face became full of anticipation. Jackpot. And so, he brought out another board. Express buff, plus 5%, effective for 5 hours, only 1 million won. This board made everyone present become stunned. In order to earn a lot of money, Juyeon took a deep breath. He raised the board in front of everyone and loudly announced, selling express buff plus 5%, effective time 5 hours, for only 1 million won. Opportunity does not come every day. Today's buff is only available for a limited time. These words made everyone present stunned for a moment. They looked at Juyeon with very suspicious eyes. Really? Is there really an express buff? Even so, there were still people looking at him with skeptical eyes. It is the first time I have seen that. Maybe he is planning to take the money and run. Juyeon was still holding the board and smiling, welcoming everyone. Don't hesitate, this is the only opportunity. I do not have time. Rush in like hunting dogs. Help me earn 10 million. Right at this moment, a mysterious person slowly stepped to this place. Oh my. Hyeji appeared right in front of Juyeon, catching his attention. At this time, she slowly took off her hat. Long time no see. Hyeji did not even forget to wink and greet him, still not interested in hunting with us. The female lead's aura was released, making Juyeon squint his eyes in shock. Seeing that Hyeji had appeared here, he explained with a forced smile. As everyone can see, I am opening a store. Hearing this, she remained silent for a moment. After a period of thought, she smiled and asked as if nothing had happened. Healer, you still do not have any customers to open your business with, right? She pointed to Sang-wook and announced, he and I will buy this. Juyeon's attitude completely changed. He quickly bowed respectfully. Welcome, this way please. Seeing this scene, Sang-wook was speechless. It feels like this has happened before. Could it be an illusion? Not wasting any more time, he quickly used the light restoration skill. At the same time, both of them had an additional 5% experience in combat, counting backwards from 4 hours 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Remembering something, Hyeji handed her business card to Juyeon, S-rank illusionist, Flame of Revelation, Kim Hyo-born, 0105900. She did not forget to remind, call me later. Her eyes looked at him with great anticipation. We really need a good healer. Saying that, Hero-en and Sang-wook turned around and announced to everyone, hey everyone, this person's buff is the real deal, lasts for 5 hours, increases 5% experience. I guarantee it. These words alone made everyone rush towards Juyeon. Me too, me too. Looking at the money being offered before him, Juyeon's face burst into a bright smile. So kind, thank you so much. Hyeji is the best. He quickly announced to everyone, okay, get in line, I will buff you as soon as my mana recovers. But as soon as he calmed down, he had to say, sorry, I can't. On this side, Hyeji and Sang-wook were still walking slowly forward. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt and asked. Before, you said that I was easily tempted, but now you keep approaching a new player without any equipment. Hearing this, Hyeji sighed and explained. I told you. Her face became very serious. Our team, I take care of the burst damage. Sang-wook was silently listening to her words on the side. You are a good tank, our attacking and defensive capabilities are quite good, but we are only missing one thing. Juyeon's image appeared in their heads. We are missing a healer. While speaking, Hyeji slowly stepped inside the secret realm. Moreover, this person has an unheard of express buff. It is highly likely that he possesses a very useful unique trait. Even so, Hyeji still had some prejudice against Juyeon. But in any case, he is still just a newbie. Both of them also rushed at the monsters in front of them at the same time. That is why it is even more meaningful to discover his potential before others. Not wasting any time, Hyeji slowly brought her staff towards the monsters. Fire explosion. A burning flame erupted from this place, as if wanting to incinerate everything. Hearing her being so stubborn, made Sang-wook sigh helplessly next to her. She gently turned to look at him and winked. Who knows, maybe a player like that can become a super amazing ranker in the future. The scene switched to another place in the store. Juyeon hummed and stepped outside. He had happily bought himself new clothes. This is the reason I work hard to earn money. The system constantly displayed notifications. Activating set effect. Recta, leather armor set. All stats +2. Main armor, +1. Strengthened. A very excited smile spread across his lips with the money he had earned. However, is not passive income better than earned income? Without hesitation, Juyeon quickly tapped his finger on the system screen to level up. Finally, the system had displayed the notification. Passive income level 23. Receive 50 SP, 200 SP, every day, at 000. Hearing this, Juyeon had to jump up in joy. That is it. He happily thought of his good future. Now SP will accumulate automatically, even if I do not do anything. The SP needed to upgrade the trait to level 2 is 2000. Realizing that something was wrong, Juyeon's face immediately froze in an instant. The SP needed to upgrade the daily quest to level 2 is 3000. His face gradually changed to a horrible expression. The SP needed to upgrade the copy skill to level 3 is 4,000. Just like that, he stood still there, constantly calculating. SP can also be received through daily quests, a total of 9,800. So with a speed of 200 per day, I only need to wait 49 days. The people around him, seeing him being so strange, could not help but discuss. I think I have seen this person somewhere before. He mumbles to himself a lot. Of course, he still did not care about them. Okay, do not think too much. Noticing the strange gazes of the crowd, he was a little startled. SP can also be received through daily quests. To progress smoothly, I need to increase the stats first. He quickly decided. It is best to go fight bosses outside the battlefield. A light breeze blew past. Jushin slowly put on the cloak he had just bought. Oh crap, almost forgot about this. A very smug smile spread across his lips and wondered, because my face is also a bit familiar in the role of healer. Should I try playing the anonymous role again? And so, Juhyun's footsteps decisively entered the exploration dungeon. The terrain was very difficult, causing him to encounter many problems. Damn it, why is this battlefield in the middle of a swamp? The scene at this time was F-rank battlefield, Garoram Bay. The scene before him made Juhyun surprised and shocked. With this kind of ground, melee DPS and tanks are considered useless. He became thoughtful and pondered more carefully. The sheep farm last time was so clean and comfortable, it is probably because new awakening players all go there. Thinking of this, he sighed, and looked at the cloak he was wearing. If there was not a battlefield level limit, then I would not need to struggle just to collect boss souls. A quick explanation of the information. The level limit for the F-rank battlefield is level 19, and can only absorb a maximum of 5 boss souls each rank. Even so, there were still many things to remember. The most important thing when raiding a boss on the battlefield, this applies to all raids, but bosses on the battlefield are particularly dangerous. And the death rate is very high, so always remember rule number 1. Never join a recruitment group on the forum, just because you think you will be carried. Absolutely, do not. Don't go with strange groups, I said. Do not is do not. Juhyun remembered the warnings and laughed it off. I said do not join a group on the forum. But, the Black Bear raid was fine. Maybe this time it will be fine too. Just thinking about having to leave the scene of lying quietly at home made him very bored. I want to go home so badly. Everyone around was friendly with each other. Only he was separate. The more Juhyun thought about it, the more resentful he became, and gritted his teeth. Did I come here to play a raid boss, or watch a group date? Right at this moment, a man slowly stepped forward and asked, Juhyun, are you a man? Hearing this question made him speechless, and hold his head in confusion. I just reversed my name for the nickname, so I was misunderstood for that. Realizing that something was wrong, he turned his head and was startled in confusion. Wait, because I took a spot from a girl in the 5-on-5 date, then the other side also... It turned out that the guy from before was also a lonely person. It is that person from before. The more Juhyun thought about it, the more speechless he felt about this group. They should have checked carefully before recruiting people. While everyone was still discussing happily, Yeonju stepped forward and suggested, okay, everyone is here, so let us start discussing the strategy. Juhyun, who was behind, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Looks like it is not just a group date. He smiled and reached forward, announcing to everyone. Some people may have grasped the outline, but I will explain it again for sure. Everyone listened quietly to what he was saying. Garoram Bay boss, the mud crab, it will accelerate each time it gets a debuff, so do not cause debuffs on it. It even reacts to debuffs like bleeding, so we need to eliminate it without leaving too many wounds. This made everyone stunned. Getting a debuff will increase the mud crab's stats, and if enough accumulate, it will release a special skill. Yeonju even laughed triumphantly. I have killed the Mud King in Garoram Bay 8 times, so do not worry. These words made the girl in the team very excited. I believe you, Appa, Juhyun, who was behind, secretly thought, what if the special skill is to receive buffs from debuffs? A very smug smile spread across his lips. With that skill, would not debuffs equal buffs? This seems better than I thought. Yeonju kept saying, Hyoju, I will protect you. She happily said, thank you, Appa. This scene made Juhyun very annoyed. But will those people be able to get anything? For the next period of time, the mud crabs appeared. Yeonju's movements were very agile as he held his sword and darted towards them. But it turned out that these were just small crabs without a bit of damage, only the size of a fingernail. Juhyun's face was really desperate. I do not know what else to say. The people kept using hammers to smash these tiny crabs like nostrils, crush them all. Now Juhyun felt regret for joining this group, pretending to be someone while hunting things that look like ingredients for clam noodles. Yeonju stood up triumphantly and announced, as someone with experience, I will protect everyone, so do not worry. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, huge tentacles, full of sharp thorns appeared. Seeing that the situation was bad, Yeonju immediately used Blink to retreat back, making Juhyun notice. He said he would protect them, but where did he run off to now? Seeing this situation, the remaining people quickly went into a defensive state. Mud crabs only appear after enough monster corpses have accumulated, so remember to eliminate all the trash monsters. Everyone coordinated well with each other as each giant tentacle was easily eliminated. Watching the entire scene from the side made Juhyun take a sigh of relief. They are really jumping around. He secretly looked at the corpse of the monster lying quietly on the ground. I understand why the snobs are in an F-rank battlefield. But when will the main dish appear? As soon as he thought of that, a huge jaw suddenly appeared. This jaw directly ate the corpse of the giant centipede monster just now. The scene before them made everyone on the team startled and quickly react. It is here, start the raid immediately, get into formation. The scene became very chaotic as the giant crab also revealed itself. Mud crabs only move left and right, so always stay in front of the Mud King and move back and forth. Looking at the giant monster blink, Juhyun stood with his mouth open. Information of this giant monster immediately appeared before him. Resistance to changes caused by buffs or debuffs, stat +1 per buff, debuff accumulated when there are 5 buffs, debuffs or more, all stats are +5. A confident smile spread across Juhyun's lips, as if he had grasped the victory. He suddenly spoke and summoned, using his ability, Jackpot. On this side, everyone fearfully kept running away when they saw the mud crab attack. Damn it, it is crawling sideways, retreat quickly. The speed of this mud crab was very nimble as it attacked from one side to the other, making everyone scared. It can even change direction. Juhyun looked at the scene before him and secretly thought, the skill description does not state a condition or duration, meaning this is the only skill that continuously maintains. His eyes shone brightly. Passive stat increases when more buffs or debuffs are applied. While he was still immersed in joy, Yeonju shouted loudly, only use physical attacks, please. Seeing this, he speechlessly turned to look at him. Why is the main tank here? Unconsciously, he remembered the words that he said earlier. Karorum Bay Boss, it will accelerate each time it gets a debuff, so do not cause debuffs on it. It even reacts to debuffs, like bleeding, so we need to eliminate it without leaving too many wounds. Thinking of this, Juhyun speechlessly complained, but hey, if you keep using physical attacks like that, it will make it bleed, and bleeding is also a form of debuff. Even though they were being attacked by these mud crabs, all the archers kept shooting arrows. But it seemed that these arrows were nothing compared to the hard shell of the mud crab. Juhyun witnessed the entire scene from the side. The tank keeps aggro, while the others snipe from afar. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. So that is why the new team is arranged with all ranged attackers, but it is too slow. He secretly glanced at Yeonju. So how do you defeat such a hard-shelled monster without injuring it? He slowly took a step forward and announced, I guess it is. His face had become extremely smug. It is my turn. Witnessing this, Juhyun just wanted to punch him a few times. He should have charged up earlier. After a period of thought, he immediately ordered, Hyoju, give me a buff. Hearing this, she nodded in agreement. A cute smile appeared on her face, along with very strange actions. A buff full of Hyoju's love is coming here. This scene made Juhyun freeze, acting as a goddess. He closed his eyes tightly, trying not to judge them. It is best to let them do their cringy things over there. He secretly closed his eyes tightly, to see what they would do next. That is right, you have to focus the damage, and finish it off, in one go. The magic circle had appeared below Yeonju's feet. He stood there triumphantly. But this scene made Juhyun react very violently. The system constantly showed notifications before his eyes. SS rank Light Majesty. Apply 4 random buffs, +1, each time 50 mana onto the target. Consumes 1000 mana. Duration increased by 100% if the user possesses a unique trait buff. Type. Yeonju's face was pretending to be someone, as he held his sword ready to act. Juhyun's eyes looked at him with a completely different gaze. There is an SS rank buff skill in this place. Unconsciously, he remembered the salesperson's words from before. Sorry, customer. I do not know if you are filming a broadcast or something. Seeing this, he looked around in confusion. They recognized me. He hurriedly shook his head and explained, number. She continued to approach with interest and announced, I heard that recently, there are a lot of people wandering around the battlefield to film videos and upload them to YouTube. While he still did not understand what was going on, the salesperson continued to recount. We have a recommended item for people like you. Juhyun was still about to explain something more. No, I really do not. She still did not care about what he said, and continued to offer an item. With modern OIS anti-shake technology, you can record vivid and realistic battle scenes. If a large-scale battle breaks out in the middle of the battlefield that you can't handle, then you can completely post a satisfying ending scene for your relatives and friends to admire in the future. Juhyun was really frozen by these promotions. What did you just say? Back to reality, Juhyun forced a smile, looking at the situation before him. I can't believe I brought this along, just to film the boss's skills, but now it is useful. He secretly thought of the scenario of himself becoming stronger, using change resistance, stat increasing skills when receiving buffs, combined with light majesty. Buff skill, if used at the same time, that is amazing. He glanced at Hyoju's happy and excited face. How can a buff like that be in a place like this? Yeonju pulled out his sword and looked at the giant crab in front of him. I will attract aggro now. A very smug smile spread across his lips. After a period of thought, he pointed his finger at Yeonju and ordered, Yeonju, unleash the strongest damage. Fireball. The flames covered this place. Everything was within his calculations. Sorry for bothering you while you are posing, but I have to take the main dish. Seeing the mud crab flailing continuously made Juhyun even more satisfied. I brought along the signature skill to use it this time. Suddenly Ju-hyun clenched his fist, as if he had seen the opportunity. He immediately used the burst skill to burn everything. Finally, the system had displayed the notification before his eyes. Burst D. Detonates the remnants of fire within a 20-meter radius. Required mana 25. Consumes mana 250. Unique trait. Chain Burst F. Targets hit by 3 or more explosions will take an additional 10% damage. A scent came out, making everyone present stunned. What is that smell? At this time, the giant mud crab had turned into a super VIP pro emperor crab. The smell makes people want to mix rice in the crab shell, add a little meat, and then take a big bite. The OP scene just now made Yeonju freeze in an instant. Ju-hyun slowly walked to the back. Even so, he still kept doing color and held his sword charging forward. Retreat quickly. It is about to use a desperate move. Saying that, he ignored everyone and rushed straight forward. The mud crab had died a long time ago, but he still kept attacking. After a period of time, finally gold, silver, and treasures had all fallen out before everyone. The system displayed a notification before Ju-hyun, absorbing the soul of the mud crab battlefield boss. Mana +1. Hyoju, seeing Yeonju's smug expression, kept praising. So good. Ju-hyun just felt sorry for these people. How pitiful. Right at this moment, a notification appeared before his eyes, catching his attention. It was the notification about change resistance, which had been recorded in the boss's skill list. He thought smugly, good, I have gotten what I wanted, now I just need to go back and experiment with the combination of light majesty and change resistance. It is perfect. Just thinking about having to leave home made Ju-hyun very homesick. Now then, let us go home. He was about to turn around and leave this place. I want to go home. Everyone had turned their attention to Ju-hyun and kept praising. Your unique trait is at least rank A or S, right? You really carried the team. Thanks. Thanks to you. I easily got the soul. Can I have your number? He was still standing blankly after hearing these words from everyone. If you are not busy after this, we can hang out. Yeonju, who was behind, said unhappily. Everyone, calm down. We need to distribute the items. So let us go back. His face became very moved, and he turned to look at Hyoju. Hyoju, only you are by my side. She smiled and announced with bright eyes to everyone. Ju-hyun is the one who carried the team, so he should get the most. Right? His heart was salted once again. Hyoju, you too. This time, everyone present kept discussing with each other. I do not mind giving everything to Ju-hyun. Me too. Actually, I did not do anything. If Ju-hyun wants it, just take all of my share. Everyone surrounded Ju-hyun, making Yeonju on the side become very desperate. But Ju-hyun would never have guessed that all his actions had been reported back. No boss items fell out in the boss raid in Garoran Bay. Okay, let us switch to the next boss raid point. Immediately afterward, the mysterious man slowly turned around and left this place. Hyoju suddenly stood still, silent to the point of strangeness. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if there had been a change. Time passed. Ju-hyun stood still, looking at the monsters charging at him. It was the giant mutated pigs attacking. After a period of fighting, the daily quest was completed, receiving 300 SP. The period of constant fighting made Ju-hyun very tired and lay down on the ground. He sighed with some boredom and asked himself, I wonder how long it will take to upgrade the prototype to level 3. Returning to the time before, Ju-hyun looked at his body in surprise. Are these stats real? The system constantly displayed notifications. SS Light Majesty effect is applied. Change resistance effect is applied. He wearily lay quietly on the long grass. Combining change resistance and SS Light Majesty brings a very strong buff, but the problem is, he quickly called out, status window. The system displayed a notification before him. Prototype level 2. Restore 2 copy attempts at 0, 0, 0 to 4000 SP. Ju-hyun had a somewhat confused expression as he thought, with the prototype at level 2, I do not have enough copy attempts. The stats increase, but I really do not have any skills to use. Looking at the information on the system, he immediately decided. Then giving the prototype level up to level 3 is the only option. Thinking of the difficult life in the future, Ju-hyun lay on the grass and kept screaming, SP, I need SP. Earning SP from daily quests is too tiring, just getting a little bit at a time. After speaking, he was silent for a moment, as if he had realized something. A smile spread across his lips as if he had accepted everything. Come on, is not there a kind administrator to give me a decent quest? After a period of silence, Ju-hyun sighed and asked, as if that will happen, what the hell am I doing? Notifications kept appearing, making Ju-hyun happily sit up. It is here. The system screen displayed a notification. Guidance Quest 8. A main quest has appeared. Complete the main quest. Reward 4000 SP. Activate unique trait sub 4. Reading this information made Ju-hyun a little confused, and asked, 4000? What main quest? Sensing that something was wrong, he looked up ahead in confusion. Right at this moment, the people in the city also looked up at the sky in shock. Their faces became very blank, as if they had realized something. A very strange phenomenon appeared around this place. Finally, a red announcement appeared before Ju-hyun. Special Battlefield F rank, Canal Sky Island, required level 1 to 39. Ju-hyun sat still there, trying to calmly remember what the heck was going on. While he was still contemplating, the system constantly issued notifications. Main Quest 1. Clear the special battlefield F rank. Special reward F rank. Reward 10,000 SP. 1 unique trait upgrade ticket. 1 random skill reward box. A special battlefield is the exclusive territory of monsters. When the number of special battlefields increases, the speed of terrain transformation on Earth will accelerate. Julian tried to carefully read the system's urgent notifications. Clear the special battlefield for the survival of Earth and humanity. At the same time, the government had also issued an urgent announcement to everyone. Breaking news. A huge F-level special battlefield, Canal Sky Island, has appeared over Seoul and Gyeonggi Province. Beams of light are believed to be transfer gates leading to Canal Sky Island. The user association is currently under emergency control. The reporter constantly reported on this hot news. Due to the appearance of Sky Island, flights at Incheon and Gimpo airports have been suspended indefinitely. Residents living in the area affected by the special battlefield are complaining about the lack of sunlight. The reporter did not forget to interview Kim Y, a sea-level user. He said, the level allowed to enter the battlefield is only level 1 to 39. I think the user association should speed up the permission to enter the transfer gate. At the same time, different channels had also reported on this terrible news. Breaking news. Reports indicate that special battlefields have simultaneously appeared in different locations around the world. International cooperation between countries where the special battlefields are. Breaking news. The third day of the user association's control of the area. Users with low levels expressed dissatisfaction. It seemed that this news was a news that affected the whole world. We will start with news from Japan. Last night, a land with a size equal to half of Korea appeared next to Tokyo. Even these breaking news had also constantly reported. Live. The situation of special battlefields in the world is currently unit deployment order, maximum tension. This made the people walking on the street constantly discuss with each other. Because Japan's special battlefield is not a sky island, it must be great not having to worry about sunlight. Hey, that is not the problem, idiot. Juyeon looked at the phone screen with a very serious expression. It is a B-level special battlefield, and level 70 monsters are overflowing Tokyo. Videos were constantly uploaded on UserTube. The beginning of the end of humanity. An unprecedented evacuation order has been issued for Tokyo. A large-scale evacuation of 2 million people. People on the streets kept discussing this issue lively. Level 70 is almost level S already, right? The level allowed when entering is 41 to 70. Crazy. Right at this moment, the green light quickly signaled. The people passing the road continued to do their jobs. Among them, a man loudly announced, judging from the situation in other countries, special battlefields are completely disadvantageous. He stood there seriously, expressing his thoughts. Our user association is receiving active support from the government, so that we can raid the battlefields as quickly as possible. Seeing that this place was a bit bustling, Juyeon walked while listening quietly. Therefore, after collecting enough information, we plan to come up with a strategy to clear Kaniskai Island, such as putting up a reward. He became very thoughtful and slowly took off his headphones. At this time, he had come to the user shop. Juyeon sighed with some weariness. What a mess. Sitting down on a chair at the store, he thought so much that he said to himself, can't I receive the SP first? System notifications constantly issued. Passive income level 3. Receive 200 SP daily at 0.005000 SP. Subsidized trait level 1. Grants a random unique trait F to a copied skill. 2000 SP. Copy effect level 1. Reduces 10% consumption bana of the copied skill. 800 SP. Copy sample level 2. Accumulates 2 copy attempts. At 0.00 daily 4000 SP. This made Juyeon very troubled and thought. After completing the main quest, add 14,000 to the existing SP. Daily quest level 1 receives 1 daily quest F grade or higher, daily, at 0.003000 SP. A very calculating smile spread across his lips. I will have enough points to increase all the detailed traits by 1 level. I absolutely have to pass this. Right at this moment, the seller quickly held an item and stepped out to greet. Thank you for waiting. Looking at the item before his eyes made Juyeon a little startled. This item is worth 70 million won. On the system information screen, it constantly appeared. Cursed mana ring accessory. Plus 100 strength -1. Cursed mana bracelet accessory. Plus 100 agility, -1. Set of mana cursed accessories, 2 items mana, plus 200 stamina -2. The seller was still smiling and greeting. So you are looking for the cursed mana ring and bracelet. 2 types of accessories, right? Juyeon smiled and nodded in confirmation. That is right. He put the box away and secretly calculated. The set of items will add 400 mana, so my total mana will be 1510. Just thinking about having to spend a lot of money made him very troubled. Even if my stats decrease a little, focusing completely on magic will be safer. Remembering something, Juyeon's face became serious. Now that I think about it, how much does buying armor cost? A smug smile spread across his lips and he quickly asked, by the way, what is the estimated price for the armor set, from level D to level C? The female employee's face was very innocent as she announced, it is 400 million won. She looked at him with very anticipating eyes. Do you want to buy armor too? Juyeon gently held the 2 items and walked forward and announced, I will only take accessories. Although he had secretly thought, Bargaining for a house to fight is a bit too much. The salesperson in the back seemed flustered. Thank you for your support. The time had advanced to the tall building. Ju-hyun brought enough equipment and stood in front of this space portal. Is this the entrance? He looked at the other directions with some contemplation and pondered. Glasses are too cumbersome, so I used the remaining money to buy a personal camera instead. But the salesperson kept flattering him. Thank you for shopping today. Ju-hyun asked himself. Why do I keep feeling cheated? I should have bought this from the beginning. He quickly pulled out his phone to check more carefully. Let me see the community's evaluation before entering. Different comments about this place were displayed. The attack power is too terrible compared to the level of the monster battlefield. A high-level user that I know was completely wiped out and had to return. Ice freedom. Preliminary assessment of Canal Sky Island. Melee users, stay away. It is called Sky Island for a reason. Half of the monsters are in the air. Even ranged attackers have difficulty because tankers can't attract flying monsters. Perhaps because it is suspended in the sky, the oxygen density is so low that I was out of breath after only a short run. These comments made Ju-hyun unable to laugh. Judging by the reaction, it is written as a D-level battlefield, not an F-level. Even so, he was determined to walk straight towards this space portal. The failures and runaways, probably exaggerated negatively. It can't be that bad, right? As soon as he stepped in, it seemed that he had been transported to another space. Ju-hyun opened his eyes again, and a beautiful scene appeared before his eyes. A very happy smile quickly appeared on Ju-hyun's lips. It is really amazing. The tiny spirits under his feet quickly caught his attention. The monsters are not attacking right away. I want to sit down and have lunch, maybe find a decent spot later. Right at this moment, a scream from behind caught Ju-hyun's attention. The poor man had been picked up into the sky by a falcon monster. He could only scream in despair, "Help me!" His face clearly revealed helplessness. Someone, please, help me. The man was still trying to say something more. Help! Suddenly the monster dropped him from high above. This scene made Ju-hyun silent for a moment. In the air at this moment, he was surrounded by monsters with different wings. He tried to calculate. Full retreat. All I can rely on is the fireball. These monsters kept looking around for targets. Let us try getting closer and see. I will turn it into a roasted bird. Right at this moment, all the monsters rushed in one direction, catching Ju-hyun's attention. Where are all of them going? It turned out that Sang-wook had appeared at this place. Using his shield to support, Ju-hyun immediately realized those people are under Sang-wook's support. These monsters could not do anything. Even the protective layer bounced back compared to these bird monsters. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Sang-wook slowly lowered his shield. It was Hyeji's turn to take action. She slowly brought the staff forward. Fire explosion. All of these monsters were burned by her in an instant. Ju-hyun witnessed this all on the side. He had to admire. Amazing damage! Hyeji stepped out and sighed with relief. He secretly thought, I guess they were strong users, but I did not expect it to be this much. On this side, she was still constantly complaining. Not as hard as I imagined, Sang-wook walked, and gently reminded, okay, please do not neglect your defense and get injured like last time. Hearing the conversation of the two, Ju-hyun nodded and thought, anyway, I only copied the fireball. Should I copy that skill too? Right at this moment, a creature slowly appeared behind his back. Hyeji was still walking and saying, honestly, if there was a support mage behind at that time, I would not have been injured so badly, right? Realizing something, her face immediately became blank. The more I think about it, the more I regret it. If I had recruited a support mage at that time, hunting would have been much easier. On this side, Ju-hyun, who had a strange creature clinging to his leg, was very scared and screamed, get away, don't climb on my leg! Seeing both people looking at him at the same time, his face became embarrassed. All three of them made eye contact. Time seemed to freeze at this place. Hyeji smiled and waved to greet Ju-hyun. Isn't this a pleasant surprise? You seem a bit busy. Thinking of himself being so embarrassed made Ju-hyun not know how to react. Damn it. After a period of time, the poor little creature had been pulled off his leg. Sang-wook looked at him with a suspicious gaze, thinking that he was just a normal person, nothing more and nothing less. Ju-hyun understood his thoughts and could only say, thank you, thank you. He sighed and quickly dusted off his shoes. These are expensive shoes. Sang-wook had also secretly thought, indeed, it is the healer I met at the park. He confusedly turned his head to look at Hyeji. Surely Hyeji is not trying too hard to join the group. Looking at her happy face made him somewhat hesitant to think, she will. Hyeji smiled and stepped from behind him and greeted. Healer, oh my, I met Ju-hyun here again. She was so happy and excited that she tightly held his arm. At this point, it feels like fate is telling us to join the group. He helplessly closed his eyes, not knowing how to explain. Today I only plan to hunt. He forced a smile and asked, can you please take your hand off me? Hyeji still did not care, and excitedly held his arm tightly. Today I will definitely bring you along. Seeing this awkward situation, it seemed that he had secretly agreed. There is no other choice. I should copy light restoration for the last time. At this time he slowly spoke. Okay then. In his head he had secretly calculated. I need to separate a bit to copy a skill, so Ju-hyun went in another direction and announced to both people, I will be right back, just need to go to the bathroom a bit. The two of them were surprised to look at the meadow right in front of them. Here, he was startled and realized that he had said a bit too much. If I want to copy a skill, I need to touch that person. I can't say that directly. There was no other way. Ju-hyun could only stammer and explain. This is really an emergency bathroom situation. Although he had secretly thought in his heart, it seems like I am starting to ruin everything. After some time, the feet of a giant bird monster tightly gripped a large rock. All these monsters simultaneously held stones and rushed straight towards the three people. The look of them was very ferocious, as if wanting to eat the three people alive all at once. Fortunately, Sang-wook stood out in time to protect both people. Seeing this situation, Ju-hyun bit his teeth and confusedly asked himself, clearly, I will be roasted if I get close. Now, it is being sorrowful. Right at this moment, a group of angry rhinos rushed towards the three people. Ju-hyun was slightly embarrassed, not knowing how to deal with these people. In a crucial moment, Yeji had promptly rushed straight forward. She gently used the staff and did not forget to wink at him, Wall of Fire. True to its name, a wall of fire quickly appeared, burning everything in this place. The birds flying in the sky were also burned by her using the fire dance skill, and the stubborn rhinos were gently burned in the head with the fire lance skill. Everything happened in a flash. Yeji's power was truly amazing. She laughed with pleasure and announced to everyone, "It is clean now." Sang-wook next to her unhappily reminded, "I told you not to rush forward." She laughed and replied, "Why, we caught it, so it is okay." Ju-hyun stood on the side, not knowing what else to say. "There is no place for me to perform at all," he constantly praised. "That is amazing. Do S-rank users usually have so many skills?" Although he had secretly thought, if S-rank is like that, how many skills will EX rank have? Hearing this, Hyeji nodded in confirmation. Of course. But her eyes became very strange and gave him a signal. Most of those skills are learned by buying skill books. Hearing this, Ju-hyun understood something. It is all thanks to money. While all three were taking a break, a two-headed crocodile suddenly surfaced. Sang-wook and Hyeji reacted very quickly. They quickly turned around to resist. Ju-hyun gently reached forward and ordered, "Fireball." The flames continued to engulf it. The scene before them made both people startled and turned their heads around. Realizing that something was wrong, Ju-hyun's face became blank. Normally it would be like this, but this size? It turned out that the fireball just now had completely swallowed the crocodile in front of him. The more Ju-hyun thought about it, the more confused he felt. What? Why is the fireball so big? Right at this moment, Yeji gradually approached him. "Ju-hyun, be honest. Is your magic power higher than mine? Are you really a healer?" He hurriedly shook his head and explained to her, "Oh my, this is normal." Although in his head he had secretly thought, because of that random unique trait, the skill activated much larger than I imagined. The system notification appeared. Strengthen. Register the mana consumption skill plus 100%. Increase the additional damage of the skill by 20%. This made him very troubled. The mana consumption rate is higher than the additional damage, so treatment is worse than the disease. But Ju-hyun suddenly expressed some very difficult words to understand. Even though healers are considered nobles, defensive skills are essential to level up. This made Hyeji very curious. "Then at least tell me, how much mana do you have?" Of course, this Ju-hyun could not explain. "I have quite a bit of mana." The amount of mana he possessed was 1408 out of 1510. This scene made Sang-wook on the side very uncomfortable. Ju-hyun was still secretly calculating. There is no harm in having more mana, but I can still use it 13 more times. Anyway, I am a healer now, Yu Ju-hyun, not a mage, so I need to be careful. He quickly noticed the eyes of the people around looking at him. Look at those eyes, so sharp. There are other users around. I need to use my skills more carefully. At this time, the small demons had become very pitiful, looking at the crowd with pleading eyes. The low-level people kept killing these tiny monsters. A man unhappily asked, "How long do I have to continue this nonsense?" The teammate right next unhappily reminded, "Hey, do not neglect your defense, and let those flying monsters lose." It seemed that he did not care much about these things. "I am keeping an eye on it, damn it. Coming all the way to Sky Island just to defeat these weaklings. The self-esteem of a user like me is dying." Hearing this, the teammate pointed to the giant monsters and suggested, "Really? Then go fight a bigger one and die." The system had also displayed a notification. The number of creatures killed on Sky Island has met the conditions to summon the final boss. The man unhappily sighed. "Let us quickly take it down. Then you support me, it is my turn." Finally, a dangerous character had appeared at this place. The Lord of Sky Island has awakened. Noticing something was wrong, the man fearfully looked up ahead. "Hey, there is something over there." Everyone quickly looked up at the sky and discussed together. "What is it? Not many, just one." "What is that?" After observing the Lord of Sky Island more carefully, their faces immediately became blank. An angel, looking at the scene before him, made Ju-hyun freeze. The system displayed a notification. S-rank Sky Sword summoned Sky Swords. For each dead creature on Sky Island, damage increased by 1% for each Sky Sword summoned. If possessing the unique trait Sky Island, the number of Sky Swords summoned increased by 100%. If possessing the unique trait Sky Island, curse effect added to the Sky Sword, requires mana 60, consumes mana none. The scene before him made Ju-hyun freeze in an instant. This is... At the same time, the Lord of Sky Island had summoned a rain of swords. It was a wide area attack. Sang-wook hurriedly used his shield to resist this rain of swords. His shield was very wide and could block any attack. But the others around were not so lucky. After eating an attack from the Lord of Sky Island, they painfully screamed in despair. My leg. My leg. Because this attack was too strong, Sangwook also collapsed. Hyeji hurriedly asked, Are you okay? He gritted his teeth and tried to withstand his pain. Blocking the falling swords made me get a debuff. Blood, attack power, defense, all of my stats have decreased. His voice gradually weakened. It seems that it lasts for 10 minutes. Ju-hyun reached out towards him and quickly used the light restoration skill. Let me heal you first. Noticing that the situation was gradually becoming serious made him more and more troubled. The Lord of Sky Island was still standing there, looking with a superior gaze. The system displayed a notification. Haenel level 59, unique trait, Sky Island. S rank Sky Sword skill. Increase average speed. World is coming. Stats strength 20. A forced smile spread across Ju-hyun's face. He slowly asked, Should we? Although a bit cowardly, he still turned around and asked his teammates, Run away right now. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. Subquest, Sky Island Haenel. Eliminate Haenel, the Lord of Sky Island and the Earth Invader, and destroy the special battlefield. A special reward will be given when defeating the special battlefield boss with unique power. Reward 5000 SP Haenel's skills. On this side, new news was constantly being updated on social media pages. Among them, a prominent article had the content the boss at Haenel Sky Island revealed itself right at noon yesterday. According to initial analysis, its appearance conditions are related to the number of ordinary monsters killed in the area. Like other bosses, as soon as it appeared, it launched a wide area attack, causing catastrophic casualties. The horrifying images were recorded from a player who was live streaming at that time. Currently, the streamer's condition has not been confirmed. Comments constantly exploded in this video. Someone named their dog Haenel. That jerk wildly slashed swords, then disappeared like a nightmare. I heard the number of casualties exceeded 1,000 already. Not Haenel Sky Island, but Haenel Cemetery is more like it. Is anyone alive after that rain of swords? I am one of the survivors. Honestly, do not even think about taking it down. I heard it just reappeared. The video was posted live with different accounts. A voice rang out. Over here, it appeared in this direction. All the players were surprised when they saw the Lord of Sky Island had appeared. That is Haenel? They still did not know that the danger was coming. Haenel, where is it? He slowly brought his hand to the bottom. His wings were now covered in black blood to a strange degree. The scene took place once again. All the people present were very scared. What is going on? Is it starting to throw swords again? I can't dodge it. It is just rain. Suddenly, a woman unexpectedly lowered her sword and complained. Wait, why is this sword so heavy? Not only her, all the people present had become very strained. Damn it, another debuff again? Their faces had become very confused when they realized the two small creatures on the ground. What is this? Is there a problem? These two creatures immediately changed, strangely. Something is not normal. Finally, both small creatures had molted into giant monsters. Before the players could react, they directly rushed into the players. A very bloody scene appeared in this place. Screams kept ringing out. Ju-hyun, after watching this video, stood frozen in surprise. He tried to calm himself down, and then pondered. It also has the ability to strengthen ordinary monsters. In that situation, running away is probably the wisest decision. The more he thought about it, the more thoughtful he became, and calculated, if this was a game with extra lives, then I would take a risk, but this is reality. With this pile of debuffs, I need to increase my physical stats too. Right at this moment, the phone rang, making Ju-hyun jump in shock and confused. Startled me. Realizing that the caller was Hyeji, made him even more confused. Hyeji, when did I save your number? He quickly answered the phone. Her voice rang out from the other end of the line. Ju-hyun, this is Kim Hyeji. She smiled and asked, Did you go back to Sky Island Haenel after the previous party? He shook his head and explained, Not yet. After looking at the videos being posted, he slowly recounted his decision. I am also planning to visit that place again. I am having trouble and still do not understand the attack pattern of that boss. The more he talked, the more troubled he felt. I heard, like in Japan, monsters from Sky Island Haenel have now begun to land in Seoul. Hyeji also nodded and said, This is a limited time battle. Remembering something important, she kept asking him, And by the way, a large-scale raid team has been formed to take down Haenel. Do you want to join? This proposal made him freeze in place for a moment. Time very quickly switched to a few days later at the D-Rank Swamp area, Seoul Grand Park. Players wearing different equipment were standing and gathering at that place. Looking at the scene before them made them constantly discuss. That person is a rank, I saw him on UserTube. The people gathered here seem to be B rank or higher. Seeing this scene made all of them unable to hold back and discuss. Why are all the B rank or higher people gathering? In D rank I heard this is a meeting of the Haenel raid team. The more they thought about it, the more confused they felt. For them, D rank is just a light warm-up. How strong do you have to be qualified to join such an elite group? I am really jealous. Ju-hyun could only tremble secretly on the side. A forced smile spread across his lips, not knowing what else to say. Should I really be here? Looking at the clothes he was wearing made Ju-hyun somewhat worried. I even deliberately changed my clothes from when I was a mage. I probably won't be recognized, right? Only the cloak is still kept. Right at this moment, Hyeji quickly waved and called out, Juhyun, over here, over here. Seeing Sangwook and Hyeji appear made him somewhat happy. Hyeji, finally there are acquaintances. The more Juhyun thought about it, the more worried he felt. The criteria to get in here is to be from B rank or higher. Is it okay for F rank like me to be here? Although he had secretly thought I registered under the name of F rank healer to hide my identity. It seemed that she laughed and did not care about these things. Oh my god, what kind of F rank healer can use C rank restoration skills? This battle requires someone to remove debuffs, so we recruited unlimitedly, do not worry. Remembering something, she quickly turned her head to search around. But, where's the captain? A man wearing a suit of iron armor slowly stepped forward. As soon as this man appeared, everyone was silent in an instant. Seeing this, Hyeji excitedly announced, There, he is here. Juhyun also widened his eyes and witnessed, oh my god, it is them? He could not believe the man with a serious expression right in front of him. The captain of the Hainel elimination operation, the top warrior from the #1 guild, Daehan, the SS rank warrior, Lee Hae-sung. After observing the situation before him for a period of time, he sighed and announced to everyone, Before officially starting the Hainel cleanup meeting, I think it is necessary to check the abilities of each member. Then he turned around and did not forget to announce to everyone, Start warming up first. This made Hyeji on the side very excited and announced, Great, then, let me take care of the old debt from last time. The words just now of him made Juhyun unhappily pay attention to him, ordering so abruptly but no one said a word, just the style. Looking at Hae-sung's back, he became very admired. So cool. Inside the secret realm, the monsters constantly rushed forward. With just one punch from Hae-sung, he could easily blow away these monsters. Juhyun witnessed this all on the side. Unbelievable. His face had become very stunned. So cool. Even so, he was still trying to remind himself, No, wake up. With these stats and holding a sword, I will only die sooner. Juhyun was secretly thinking of a lot of different things. Base stats are too low. I have survived until now completely thanks to the elemental ring, so that is magic plus 30, mana plus 500, mana recovery plus 1%. I know clearly the path of magic is the safest choice. But looking at the battle right in front of him, Juhyun hesitated. Why? He did not have experience with swordsmanship, but something felt off. Holding a sword felt strangely familiar. Realizing what he still had to do, he quickly began healing the injured. No, not yet. I have to put that dream aside until I raise my physical stats enough. At the same time, he subtly glanced at Hyeji on the side. Close combat is too dangerous right now. It is better to attack from a distance, using magic. This made him confused, and he wondered, is that really so? On the other side, Hae-sung was still carrying out a massacre against the female monster in front of him. Sensing something was wrong, his eyes widened in astonishment. The scene there gradually became chaotic. A new power was quickly revealed. Juhyun was still standing there blankly, deep in thought. With my current skills, keeping them hidden is such a waste. While everyone else was focused on fighting each other, he was still standing there, pondering. On the system screen, a notification appeared. Bloodstained battle, SS rank. Bloodlust after defeating a monster. Absorbs the target's stats. The effect disappears after 5 minutes. After the battle ends, if you possess a combat-related special ability of S rank or higher, you will absorb additional stats after absorbing the blood of 10 monsters. If strength is greater than or equal to 50, magic power will increase by 10% of the strength stat. If stamina is greater than or equal to 50, agility will increase by 10% of the stamina stat. At the same time, Hae-sung stood quietly on the side, thinking to himself, found it, a broken skill that can instantly increase physical fitness. With just a few basic punches, Hae-sung had completely taken down the monsters in front of him. But it seemed like something strange was happening beneath the deep blue lake. At that moment, a gigantic foot finally appeared in that place. It was the field boss from the large park in Seoul, officially revealed. The Poison Lizard King. The scene before their eyes instantly filled everyone with fear. The Poison Lizard King. Hae-sung was now ready in position. Without hesitation, he immediately charged straight towards the Poison Lizard King. The system had also analyzed his technique Limit Break. Increases attack power by 1 stage for 60 seconds. If you possess a combat ability of S rank or higher, all stats increase by 5. Mana consumption, 580. Magic power requirement, 20. Hae-sung's foot stomped heavily on the ground. He used his sword to directly strike a blow towards the Poison Lizard King. Everything happened too fast, too dangerously. This system continuously displayed notifications. Absorbing the soul of field boss, Poison Lizard King C rank, HP plus 1. Jade Beauty skill B has been added to the boss skill list. Sangwook, seeing this scene, exclaimed in surprise. So I almost cleaned it up like this, Hyeji. Surprised, added, I almost took it down before you know. Hearing this, he turned his face away uncomfortably. Yeah, almost took it down, huh? Remembering something, Juhyun asked Hiri in surprise, what, you can get rewards even without hunting? Seeing him still standing there blankly, she smiled and explained, normally, you do not get anything if you do not contribute to the raid. But Juyan removed debuffs for the entire team throughout the battle, so it counts as a contribution. This made Juyan extremely surprised. He had wondered how support healers leveled up. But I have to admit, this job is easy. At the same time, Suyeon slowly walked towards everyone. Realizing that time was running out, he immediately spoke concisely. I will give a brief final briefing and divide the groups before distributing the rewards. The following words seemed to pass through Juhyun's ears. Normally, mages would gather together and attack together, but it is not yet clear whether the defense link of the debuffed monsters is physical resistance or magic resistance. His face became extremely blank after hearing these words. The division of teams and deployment will depend on the type of ranged damage, and whether it is magic or physical. Suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes. Catalyst B enhances effects on enemies that are poisoned. If poisoned 3 or more times, it will transform into deadly poison. Mana consumption, 800. Magic power requirement, 40. Juhyun pondered and secretly calculated. The boss was killed instantly. I did not even get to examine its skills closely. But this seems useful. A smile of eager anticipation spread across his lips. But now's not the time to worry about that stuff. As soon as he thought this, the system continuously displayed new notifications. Limit break. Increases attack power by 1 stage for 60 seconds. Only for combat systems. If you possess a special ability of S rank or higher, all stats increase by 5. Mana consumption, 580. Magic power requirement, 20. Blood Frenzy SS. Bloodlust after defeating monsters. Absorbs the target's stats. The effect disappears 5 minutes after the end of the battle. If you possess a combat ability of S rank or higher, you will absorb additional stats for every 10 monsters defeated. If strength is greater than or equal to 50, then magic power increases by 10% of strength. If stamina is greater than or equal to 50, then agility increases by 10% of stamina. Juyeon became extremely happy that Santa Claus is still handing out SS rank skills. Remembering something, Haesung turned to look at everyone. What about support healers? The corners of Juhyun's mouth turned up in eager anticipation. Right? He saw that and was startled. What is with that face? But he did not care, and happily realized his bright future was coming. Now, I have collected everything I need. I just want to go home quickly. A few days had passed. It was the day of the Hainel raid in D1. Juyeon lay wearily on the bed. Oh my god, I am so tired. Remembering something, he quickly gave the command, open status window. Although he had been thinking silently, I have been wondering when I would collect enough. Now I almost have it all. On the system screen, his available SP was already 4000. This made him extremely happy. Looks like I will collect enough before smashing Hainel's head in. It was a difficult time for Juyeon. He continuously received different notifications. Daily mission. Eliminate 30 crustacean monsters. Reward, 500 SP. Daily mission. Collect 33 horned ox horns. Reward, 500 SP. Daily mission. Eliminate 30 earth-type monsters. Reward, 500 SP. Daily mission. Eliminate 30 monsters with fire-type skills. Reward, 500 SP. Many times, Juyeon asked himself, why do only E-rank missions keep appearing? I do not even have time to rest. But continuously receiving B-rank missions like this is a rare stroke of luck. Without thinking much, Juyeon immediately jumped up and decided, alright. He reached out and confirmed the EX copy skill upgrade. Heaven has helped me, then let us upgrade the prototype. The system's notifications continuously changed. Time to use 4000 SP. EX copy skill, subskill 1 upgraded. Prototype level 2 to level 3, from 0, 0, 0. Each day, recovery copy count, 2 to 3 times. Costs 4000 SP out of 15,000 SP to upgrade further. It seemed that Juhyun's body was gradually changing. Initially, I planned to buff attack power with blinding authority and alteration resistance, then unleash explosive damage. Suddenly, an image of Haesung appeared in his head. But because that red-suited Santa gave me blood frenzy, 3 copies are not enough anymore. It seemed that Haesung had also realized something was wrong. Everything was within Juhyun's calculations. If I combine blood frenzy, blinding authority, alteration resistance, and another damage skill, it will definitely create a resonance effect far beyond initial expectations. Thinking this, he wearily sat up in frustration. I wish I could say 4 skills. That would be great. Without thinking much, he immediately decided, there is no other way. Now I can only use 3 skills. He read the notifications on the screen. EX, copy skill. Copy skill. The copied skills will be deleted at 000 each day. Skill list. Blinding authority SS. Fireball E. Empty. Currently copying. Alteration resistance. Juhyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright. This time, he chose to face the giant monsters. A strange smile spread across his face, as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. Time to test the damage buff's effectiveness. Once again, the comments on the forum immediately exploded. Does anyone remember Psychopass, the one who used Fireball to one-shot everything on the F battlefield? Yeah, I heard he appeared in Gapyeong. My friends there says the scene is completely destroyed, totally. At the same time, Juyeon's video had been uploaded to UserTube. Footage. Mountain serpent at the Gapyong battlefield, destroyed by small attacks. The surrounding area was filled with lively discussions. Wait, that is the boss of this area, right? I am not ready to face it. Looks like it is focusing its aggro on someone else. The giant mutant snake quickly chased after Juyan. It widened its mouth, intending to devour him and make him a delicious meal. Juxian laughed and turned around, quickly using his flame to engulf the monster. An extremely fierce battle scene unfolded, leaving everyone stunned and discussing. The fireball is heading this way. Wait, that person could be... Looking at Juhyun's terrifying face made everyone shudder. He is coming here. He only knew to run forward as fast as he could, wanting to escape everything. Oh my god, what is that speed? What kind of agility stat do you need to achieve that? Is he a mage? At the same time, the snake monster had rushed to this place, leaving them no time for further discussion. Crazy, dodge quickly. A large explosion occurred in that place. The scene became extremely chaotic. Juhyun slowly calmed down and looked at the scene before his eyes. Realizing that the monster was still chasing him, he had no choice but to run as fast as he could backwards. The battle between the two was once again evenly matched. It seemed that neither was willing to yield. His scolding continued to resound. That is enough. Just die already. The people present were also surprised and discussed. Together, there is a madman taking down a map boss with only tick damage. Seriously. At that moment, a luxury supercar suddenly stopped. Opening the car door, Suyong quickly announced, battlefield inspection schedule completed. She looked at Muhammad, who was still sitting inside the car. You have 1 hour and 4 minutes of free time until the next schedule. He was still focused on watching his phone. Psychopath has taken down the mountain serpent. A smile of satisfaction spread across his lips. Feeling a little confused, Suyong asked in surprise, "Are you worried about psychopaths?" He smiled smugly and continued to observe everything on the phone screen. Of course, he is the one I gave that precious ring to. Feeling a bit confused, she sighed and said, "You sound very sure that person is Yu Juhyun." Muhammad then slowly stepped outside the car. Interesting. I gave him the elemental ring not long ago. All of his actions were observed by him. That equipment does not increase agility or stamina stats, but he dodges all attacks with small movements, almost as if he has years of combat experience. Juyan had encountered many difficulties while fighting the monster. Remembering something, Muhammad asked in surprise, "By the way, how are the Raider Guild's activities going now?" Suyan hurriedly reported. As expected, they are starting to appear near special battlefields. After thinking for a short time, he quickly gave the order. Both Psychopaths and Raider must be closely monitored. With that much attention focused on him, trouble will come sooner or later. Muhammad then leisurely walked into his large mansion. Hopefully those guys won't cause trouble for my friend. At the same time, the mysterious person was also watching everything through a computer screen. On it was the Battle of Juyan, with the mountain serpent being replayed. A smile of satisfaction spread across his lips, seemingly finding it somewhat interesting. Psychopaths. The phone screen was now filled with news and videos about Juyan, mountain serpent in Gapyong, completely destroyed by small attacks. Looking at the news about himself on the phone made Juyan extremely angry. Are these guys crazy? Unable to endure it anymore, he continued to loudly scold. I am the one who did all the work. Why are they the ones making money? Is my image rights a joke? And they did not even get a shot of my face. Remembering something, Juyan seriously realized something. Wait, if that is the case, would not it be better if I uploaded the videos myself? Realizing things were gradually getting better, he hurriedly put the phone in his pocket. This time I definitely have to verify the channel, upload the bodycam videos too. The more he thought about the bright future ahead, the happier he became. The title is Level 10 Mage Soloing E-Rank Battlefield Boss, Mountain Serpent. If I upload the Hynel raid video, views will definitely explode. I should create a separate account to avoid being discovered as Psychopaths. What if I get 1 million subs and receive a gold play button? Should I make a video verifying my identity? As he walked, Juhan racked his brain and wondered, in this pitch black night, how am I going to find the materials? Suddenly, the system's notification rang out. Daily mission. Collect 10 essences in the special area. Eliminate 20 monsters in the special area. Survive there for more than 60 minutes. Reward. Mission buff. Random item box. Noticing that the mission had changed a bit, made Juhyun sigh wearily. I thought there were only E and F rank missions. If I had seen the mission earlier, I would not have had to come out at night. He wearily lay on the bed and complained, I can't believe I slept all day just because I killed a snake. It is too much. He unconsciously took steps forward while complaining, if possible, I want to complete everything before the skill resets at midnight. At that moment, a small blue orb caught his attention. Looking closely at the orb, his face became extremely confused. What is this? As soon as Juhyun picked up the orb, the system suddenly displayed a notification. This is a special area essence, 10 out of 1. He seemed to have realized something. So it does not drop from monsters? That means it is scattered on the battlefield. I have to run around this vast area, searching every nook and cranny. Just thinking about this damn mission made Juhyun want to swear. Really? The more he thought, the more annoyed he became. If it was not a B-rank mission, I would have given up long ago. As he was not paying attention, a monster seized the opportunity to sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, in the crucial moment, Juhyun slowly turned around. And so, The bird missed and flew in a different direction. He easily dodged it. Juhyun's face showed a hint of calmness as he watched it attack him. Realizing that something was wrong, his face immediately became bewildered. The more he thought, the more unbelievable he felt. Oh my god, whew, what was that? Did I just dodge it? Noticing that the monster was still stuck with its beak in the tree root, Juhyun worriedly thought, my body reacted before my brain could even think. Is this the effect of using both light authority and alteration resistance at the same time? Realizing that time was running out, he slowly raised his hand into the air. That is for later. I need to find the materials now. Juhyun immediately announced, fireball. A large explosion occurred in that place. This attracted the surprise and discussion of other players. There are still quite a few night hunters, but they did not pay much attention to these things. What about Hanel? Another teammate quickly spoke up. The advanced team said they spotted it in the northwest. They continuously defeated the monsters, while slowly moving forward. Just thinking about us taking it down first, and seeing that bastard Lee Hai-sung go empty-handed, makes me happy. Another person wearing a mask asked, what if someone else jumps into the battle? The leader showed no fear, and even smiled evilly. What else? He smugly put on the mask and declared, kill them all. On this side, the system had displayed a notification. Monsters eliminated 20 out of 20. Juhyun wearily stood up and stretched, finished eliminating monsters. He gently picked up the essences from the ground. Luckily, the essences are easier to see than I thought. Looks like I will be able to collect enough before midnight. At this time, his essence count was 9 out of 10. This made him extremely expectant. I finished the 1-hour survival part a while ago. Now I just need to collect one more, and I am done. Suddenly a loud noise appeared behind him. Realizing that something was wrong, Juhyun blankly turned his head to see the situation. It turned out that Heinel had appeared there at some point. Fierce battles had broken out right before his eyes. The more he thought, the more confused he became and scratched his head. The guild's operation is tomorrow morning, though. On this side, the masked guild was still relentlessly attacking Heinel with bows and arrows. Juhyun then realized the seriousness of the issue. Crap, those guys are stealing the boss. Focus on attacking its wings. Seeing this situation, he did not know what to do next. What should I do? At this rate, the boss will be stolen. It is too late to call everyone now. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he remembered something. But wait, think about it carefully. The system's notification hit him in the head. Attempt to conquer Special Battlefield F rank. Mission B. Heinel, the Island of the Heavens. Eliminate Heinel, the master of the heavenly island of Kainel. Eliminate Heinel, the invader of Earth. Destroy the special zone. Juhyun stood there, startled, as he realized an important fact. Thinking about it carefully, both the main and submissions only say to conquer it. The mission does not say that I have to fight with anyone or contribute a certain amount. He even asked himself, does it have to be me who finishes it off? A happy smile appeared on his lips. Well, I will just watch. The opportunity has come. Arrows had continuously wounded Heinel's wings. The masked people were still frantically attacking. Seeing Heinel's wings seriously injured made them all extremely happy, and they rushed forward in unison with their swords. Heinel has fallen. The opportunity has come. Take it down. It seemed that Heinel was not easy to take down. He was preparing to find an opportunity to counterattack. This scene made Juhyun suddenly realize something. Oh no! The system displayed a notification. If Kainel's HP drops below 50% and it can't fly, one of its wings will be corrupted, adding the condemnation effect to all of Kainel's attacks. He also guessed something. That is the third stage. It was now time for Kainel to prepare to counterattack. He continuously attacked the people with his swords, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Dust continuously flew and obscured everything, making it impossible for Juhyun to observe anything. Look at that dust over there. While he was still focused on observing, Juhyun suddenly discovered an essence on the ground. What? Unable to sit still any longer, he quickly stepped forward, intending to pick up the essence. This mission is really easy money. But it seemed that Heinel on the other side had noticed something was wrong. He continuously used flying swords in the air to attack in one direction. A loud noise exploded. The ground shattered into dust. Juhyun also startled and crouched down. When he looked up, he saw a group of people flying strangely in the air. Holding the essence in his hand, his face became extremely confused. Hey, why are you here? On this side, the people fell hard to the ground and cried out in pain. Damn it, that really hurt. They continuously asked about each other. Are you okay? I am okay. Alright, first, check if anyone's separated from the group, then regroup quickly. Fortunately, in the crucial moment, Juhyun had managed to transform into someone else and lay still on the ground. Hey, the masked man asked uncomfortably. Who are you? Seeing him slowly sit up, they continuously sighed and scolded. What is wrong with this guy? Wake up. Juhyun was still thinking about what was happening before his eyes. Don't tell me, they do not know mages. If they lose a mage, it is over. While he was still frozen, they quickly turned and left. Calm down. Juhyun looked at the mask in his hand. What the hell is going on? At the same time, alarms continued to sound. What are you doing? Standing there, get back here now. He hurriedly nodded in understanding. Yes. Seeing that there was no other way, he slowly put on the mask. Now that it has come to this. Now. Juhyun hurriedly followed behind the group. Everyone, let us go together. He thought to himself, as long as I am not discovered, it will be fine, right? I do not know who you are, but thank you. While Ju-hyun was still happy, the system continuously displayed a series of notifications. Special Area Essence, 10 out of 10. Daily mission completed. Random item has been stored in the temporary inventory. Mission buff effect B has been activated. On this side, the leader and Hainel were still fighting fiercely. But it seemed that his strength had completely overwhelmed the blonde leader. Seeing Ju-hyun appear there, they were very surprised and asked, where did those fireballs come from? They were not here before. This time, they continuously discussed together. Someone's enduring hell, right in the middle of the battlefield. Being a dealer who only knows how to attack from a distance and leech is a terrible feeling. Ju-hyun worriedly thought, I am screwed. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Mission buff, valid for 24 hours. All stats +5. Express received +10%. Mana +300. Mana regeneration +10%. My skill power is too strong now. He quickly reached his hand forward. If I do not use it, I will be suspected. But if I do, I will stand out. If I use it, I will be noticed. At this time, Ju-hyun did not know what to do next. If I was not in the middle of a fight, I would have been caught 100%. And so he just stood there, looking at the people fighting in front of him, honestly, continuously punching this super tough punching bag with these current stats. A smile of excitement spread across his lips. So much fun. Hainel was still fiercely fighting with the masked people. Ju-hyun secretly calculated, well, I will just blend into the group, collect all the rewards, and run. Just when he thought things were gradually getting easier, the system suddenly displayed a notification. If Kainel's HP does not drop by at least 10% during the fight, the summon command will be activated, summoning monsters from the heavenly island of Hainel. When the summon is activated, the enhanced obedience effect will be applied to the monsters of the heavenly island. At the same time, the large combat noises quickly caught the attention of the surrounding monsters. They all turned their heads in one direction and ran quickly. This scene made everyone present extremely stunned. What is going on? Is there a mission? Even on this side, the masked people were very confused. The raid schedule announced beforehand was not for this time. The blonde leader had become very uncomfortable. Looks like everyone around is starting to notice. At that moment, another person quickly stepped forward and asked, what are you doing here? The leader did not say much, and immediately used his sword to slash at his body. The more the blonde leader thought, the more angry he felt. If Lee Hae-sung finds out, it will be a big problem. He quickly turned around and ordered, take care of those outsiders. And so the masked people continued to fight, making everyone around very scared. What is wrong with everyone? Screams echoed. Help! A bloody scene occurred right before their eyes. From then until now, Ju-hyun stood there stunned, unable to believe the truth. Not only are they stealing the boss, they are even killing other players. These guys are crazy. I did not expect them to be so crazy. I have to get out of here now. At the same time, another masked person was attacking a player. Fortunately, in the crucial moment, a man managed to block it in time. Hae-sung and his close brothers had arrived in time. Realizing Hae-sung's uncomfortable face made Ju-hyun realize his life was coming to an end. I am really screwed. The blonde guy, seeing him, was not only not afraid, but instead sneered. This kind of ragtag group can't be called a combat team. His voice became very contemptuous. What kind of lowly people are these, daring to barge into a raid and act like this? Hae-sung did not care much and directly walked forward with his sword. Not only did you steal the boss, but you also killed innocent people. He was trying to remain calm with these people. You won't be wronged if you die here. He then directly held his sword and charged towards the masked people. Die. At the same time, another masked person quickly pushed Ju-hyun aside and scolded, get out of here, you bastard! Kill them all! This place had become very chaotic. Wipe them all out. Ju-hyun stood still for a moment. What should I do? Where should I hide now? But it seemed that it was too late. Hainel and the monsters continued to participate in the fighting in this place. Damn it, Hainel's attacking again. The scene was now very chaotic, with each side attacking each other. If we lose the final blow, it is like cooking porridge for dogs. Eliminate the combat team's fake healer first. Ju-hyun wearily looked at the scene. It is really chaotic. The innocent people who are unrelated are still continuously begging, I am not from the raid group, help. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, making Ju-hyun unable to move at all. Damn it, we have to take down Hainel soon to stabilize this situation. The attack firepower is scattered, so the damage is too weak. Ju-hyun immediately glanced at Hae-sung's angry face there. There has to be a more effective way. His previous actions had made him very angry, and he continuously attacked. Ju-hyun was frozen by the scene before his eyes for a moment. Sang-wook and Hyeji were still continuously resisting the monster's fire spear. Just as Hyeji was not paying attention, a man slowly approached with a knife. He raised the knife towards her to attack. Die. Seeing that the situation was not good, she blankly turned her head around in a daze. Fortunately, in the crucial moment, Ju-hyun had managed to step out and protect her in time. Sang-wook, seeing this, worriedly turned his head around and asked, are you okay? What happened? She shook her head and recounted, that hooded mage. The more she thought, the more confused she felt. He attacked his own teammate to save me. Of course, Sang-wook, hearing this, felt that this was too unreasonable. Impossible? Time continued to pass. Ju Hyun continuously dodged the attacks of the people. We have to try to hold on. He reminded himself, just a little longer. He only wanted to leave quickly, away from the fierce battle before his eyes. Just a little longer. It was finally 000. Ju Hyun wearily looked at the phone screen. I understand. He continued to turn his head and realized Hae-sung was still continuously attacking. Copy skill. Ju Shiyin had completely copied the SS rank Blood Frenzy skill. All stats would be increased by 20%. Without hesitation, he slowly moved his hand forward. First, he would use his fireball technique to create a flame that engulfed all the monsters around his body. Even though he was wearing a mask, his eyes became very determined. At the same time, the system had displayed a notification. Defeated 20 monsters. Skill effect plus 2%. Hae-sung, seeing this, was startled and surprised. He continuously used his abilities to eliminate the monsters around this place, if they continue to appear like this. Notifications appeared more and more often. Defeated 20 monsters. Skill effect plus 2%. Defeated 20 monsters. Skill effect plus 2%. The notifications appeared continuously. Ju Hyun did not bother paying attention to these things, and secretly calculated Blood Frenzy. Skill continuously increases stats by 2% each time a monster is defeated, even more broken than alteration resistance, which only increases a fixed value. Finally, a large explosion occurred, and everything gradually became quieter. Heinel was still standing there, looking at the situation right before his eyes. Seeing the monster Heinel kneeling on the ground made everyone very tired. Did we take it down? Ju Hyun stood on the side, seemingly realizing that something was wrong. Damn it. Heinel, of course, was not easily defeated like that. His eyes were very cold as he looked forward. The scepter in his hand was slowly summoned, making him a little helpless. The final stage. Without hesitation, he slowly held the scepter high. A major change immediately appeared in this place. Sangwook and Hyeji hurriedly created a protective layer to avoid it. A dazzling golden light appeared. Everyone stood there looking at the ground that was continuously shattering. Ju Hyun was still trying to resist these attacks. The more he thought, the angrier he felt, and thought, damn it, if we can't hold on, we are really screwed. Suddenly, in the crucial moment, Sangwook appeared from somewhere and protected him. The mask gradually shattered. Ju Hyun could not believe the truth before his eyes. He seriously turned his head around and declared, "You owe me one." Time seemed to stand still. The scene here had become very chaotic to the point of being tragic. Haenel was still standing there, watching everything he had caused. Realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly looked up at Sangwook. Realizing that the opportunity had come, Ju Hyun raised his hand into the air, preparing to use his ability to attack. His mask had shattered, revealing his handsome face as usual. He had directly chosen to face Haenel right before his eyes without hesitation. Not wanting to waste time, Ju Hyun pushed the fireball straight towards where he was standing. He was still standing there, waiting to see what would happen. Earthquakes continuously appeared in this place, making it very difficult for Hae-sung and everyone else. Wait, what about Haenel? Haenel had been beaten so badly that he was kneeling on the ground. The moment everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. Jewels quickly appeared around his body. The scene before his eyes made Ju Hyun a little startled and confused. Damn it, is not he the system boss? Remembering something important, Hae-sung slowly walked forward with his sword. He raised the sword high. His face had become very hateful towards the masked people. If you do not want to die, get out of the way, let me save him. The blonde leader also angrily cursed. What a pain. He blankly asked, everyone recognizes that our mage is the MVP, right? In his head, he had secretly looked towards Ju Hyun and calculated, we have to finish that kid off early and take back the system boss. At that moment, the system's notification was displayed, main mission completed. In 10 seconds, you will be transferred to the tutorial area to choose rewards. Ju Hyun, after reading this notification from the system, immediately became dazed. He still could not believe what was happening. Wait, since when did I have damage output on the level of a DPS? The more he thought, the more he felt that something was wrong. That guy is unfamiliar, but he gives off a strangely familiar feeling. Ju Hyun suddenly jumped down in front of everyone. This action of his made Hae-sung very uncomfortable and scolded. So arrogant. He still did not care, and tightly held the chain in his hand. Everyone can see, clearly, right? I caught Haenel. The more the blonde leader thought, the more uncomfortable he felt and thought, damn it, this is ridiculous, that kid. It seemed that he had guessed something. When he looked at Ju Hyun's face, he is psychopath. Ju Hyun still did not understand what the hell was going on, and happily said to everyone, thanks for waiting for me. Realizing that both co-conspirators were rushing towards him, he realizes something was wrong. Wait a minute. Hae-sung's sword angrily slammed down on the ground below. He angrily thought, damn it, I can't feel the sword hitting the target. The more Hae-sung thought, the more uncomfortable he felt. What is that damn kid playing at? The blonde leader suddenly spoke up. We have been set up. He still did not understand what he was trying to say. What? He uncomfortably said. What do you think? Right now, both me and everyone here have been tricked by him. Hearing these words made Ju Hyun clench his teeth uncomfortably. I have been tricked by the system, unbelievable. It seemed that he had been taken to a completely different space. Was I really played? While he was still thinking, system notifications continuously appeared. Main mission completed. Plus 10,000 SP. 1 detailed ability upgrade. Random skill gift box master. Tutorial mission completed. Plus 4,000 SP. Activated the 4th sub-characteristic of the special ability. Absorbed the soul of special boss Heinel. All stats, plus 1. Boss skill descendant has been received. Juhyun froze for a moment. All of these lines are reward notifications. Just when he still did not understand what was going on, a small hand slowly appeared. A girl with white hair and blue eyes smiled and stepped forward. Hello, brave one. She continued to step in front of him and explained, I am Ego, your tutorial assistant. He, hearing this, was dazed. Tutorial assistant. Ego nodded in confirmation and explained this in more detail. Yes, because you have completed all the main missions, I was summoned to assist you in the tutorial. The more he listened, the more dazed and confused Juhyun became. What is going on? I have never heard of this before. I have not seen anyone talking about it online either. Maybe it is a special event only for EX abilities. She continued to propose. Shall I start with the rewards? He nodded in understanding. Sure, thank you. Without thinking much, Ego slowly moved her fingers forward. The system suddenly displayed a notification for detailed ability upgrades. A series of scenes occurred, making Juhyun very confused. This upgrade is like a second job evolution. He asked in surprise. Direct job evolution. His face immediately became distorted and ugly. That is right. You will add detailed attributes to the skills you already have. You can choose to upgrade an ability you possess, and upgrade a detailed ability. He continuously read the notifications displayed before his eyes. EX skill proficiency, passive acquisition level 3, ability blessing level 2, daily mission level 2, EX skill copy, prototype level 3, efficiency level 1, boss collection. Which one do you like? Thinking about having to choose, Juhyun became very pained. Upgrading passive income will help increase the SP received from my attacks, so it will be more beneficial in the long run. Even so, his eyes sadly glanced forward. But right now, I am too weak. He knew that he needed to improve his strength. If this raid had happened before midnight, and the skills had not been reset, then I definitely would not have been able to catch Heinel. And he had drawn an important conclusion, so increasing the number of available skills is the right move right now. Juhyun immediately decided, I choose the prototype of the copy skill. The system continuously displayed notifications. Using detailed ability upgrades, prototype level 3 has been upgraded. Prototype level 3 has been received. Prototype level 3 recovers 3 copies every 0, 0, 0. Prototype level 4 recovers 2 copies at 0, 0, 0 and 12, 0, 0. When using a copy skill, there is a chance to recover an additional copy and upgrade the copied skill by 1 level. This made Juhyun very happy. It is a little regrettable to reduce it to 2 copies at a time, but if I am lucky, I might get up to 4 copies each day. His face had become full of anticipation. Wait, if luck is on my side, who knows? I might copy up to 8 copies. Ego then asked, do you want to check the other rewards? He nodded in agreement without hesitation. Of course. She explained about a sword in front of them. This is an item received from the daily trial, a random C-rank item. Information about the sword was displayed before his eyes. Fire burst sword, sword weapon, attack power C, plus 7 strength, plus 3 magic power, enhances fire attribute magic power, plus 7% skill power. Juhyun secretly thought, for some reason I received this sword again. I still can't escape being forced to play the fire system. Not wanting to waste time, he slowly opened the box and examined it. This is the Master Skill gift box, received from the main mission. The system then issued a new notification. Mission reward level C, plus 3 levels. Defeat area boss 2 times. Eliminate 100 monsters. Use 5,000 SP. Reward, 10,000 SP skills. 3D rank intelligence potions. Suddenly, Juhyun felt curious. That is the 4th sub-characteristic of the special ability. Green is the highest level 1. The copied skill randomly receives an additional F rank option. He thought about this information, adding an effect line to the copy skill, not bad. A smile of excitement spread across his face as he brought the necklace forward. But what I am really looking forward to at this time. Juhyun's eyes were full of hope. This is it. The system had also analyzed this necklace. Heinel's cursed necklace, SS, chain jewelry, plus 33 ability, plus Hyeji mana. Plus, when equipped with plus 33 magic power, this equipment increases all stats by plus 5. Because he was too moved, Juhyun hurriedly brought his hand to cover his nose. This stat buff is really crazy. His eyes lit up as he turned around and asked, if the system boss is so strong, then what about the boss's skill? Before Ego could answer, the system had issued an analysis. Descendant. When HP drops below 10%, the fallen angel Heinel will descend. All stats increase by 50% based on magic power. Stats. All attacks include the effect of degradation after descending. Fully restores HP and MP. Effect duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 30 days. Suddenly, he secretly thought, Heinel, you are just a decaying stream of light. He immediately asked himself, is this the final stage skill that I saw that day? Juhyun's face became very unbelievable. It is lucky that I used all my DPS in the blood battle phase to take him down. This also made him hesitate. and think, but if Heinel the fallen angel activates after descending, how can I resist it? Thinking this, he wearily brought his hand to hug his head. Anyway, this skill is like a backup plan, a 30-day cooldown, so I have to use it carefully. Without thinking much, Juyan started working immediately. Alright, now my SP has exceeded 2,000. Among them were different notifications, such as using 15,000 SP. Upgrading the EX copy skill sub-characteristic, prototype level 4, recovering 3 copies at 0, 0, 0, and 12, 0, 0. When using copy skills, there is a chance to recover an additional copy and upgrade the copied skill by 1 level. This made him very happy. As expected, I will start with the prototype to ensure safety, the rest I will deal with later. Continuous different notifications appeared, using 800 SP, using 2000 SP, using 3000 SP. Upgrading EX copy skill, sub-characteristic 2. Upgrading the second sub-characteristic of the special ability. Upgrading the third sub-characteristic of the special ability, efficiency level 2. Reducing the mana consumption of copied skills by 20%. Finally, Juyan understood an important fact. Invest in efficiency to optimize energy better. Ego, who was right next to him, continuously cheered with joy. Finally, the system also displayed a new notification. Ability Blessing level 2. The copy skill receives an additional random E-rank special ability. He happily assumed that he was very smart. Add characteristics to increase skill sustainability. Next was a notification about daily missions. Each day at 000, receive a mission from level E or higher. Just reading this information made him unbelievably stunned. Even growth depends on daily missions. Ego, who was right next to him, continuously encouraged, "Brave one, you are really amazing." After a period of processing rewards, Juyan wearily lay down on the ground. Finally finished. So there is nothing else here, right? The girl next to him laughed, shook her head and announced, "No. Until now it has only been receiving rewards." This statement made Juyan very confused. She continued to approach and announced, "From now on is the real tutorial reward." This time she stared at Juyan, before her. "Do you remember the last sentence in the main mission, brave one?" His face immediately became dazed. The last sentence of the main mission, he secretly recalled everything. That is, try to conquer the special area to protect Earth and humanity. Protect Earth and humanity. Wait, what does that mean? Ego's face became very certain, and nodded in confirmation. "That is right, your world." Her next sentence made Juhyun freeze in an instant. "Is about to be destroyed by invaders from another world." Meanwhile, on another side, the reporter continuously reported, after the boss was defeated, the heavenly island Hainel also vanished. The people of that area finally regained their clear blue sky. It seemed that things were gradually getting much better. The portal connecting to the heavenly realm has closed. But now, spatial distortion is occurring again. We cannot rule out the possibility that this area will transform once again. Standing before the media, Hai Sung announced to everyone, and although the video may have been spread online, the truth is that we suffered serious losses due to a group of people brazenly fighting for the boss. His face became extremely uncomfortable. Even so, the Hainel mission was still successfully completed. Immediately after completion, that group of strangers disappeared without a trace. This made the reporters very curious. What was the reward from the special boss this time? Hai Sung slowly announced, "First, I confirmed that all stats were increased." The next words from the reporter made him extremely angry. "Were any items withdrawn?" He uncomfortably turned and left. "That is all." The television quickly turned off. "Send that recording to Silly off TV." Hyeji sat quietly in her chair, wearily sighing. At that moment, Sangwook stepped outside and sighed, complaining, "If that guy falls into Lee Hai-sung's hands, he is definitely screwed." She did not care, and continued to make phone calls. "I can't get through no matter how many times I call. It always goes to voicemail." This made Sangwook somewhat surprised. "You are still calling? What if you guessed wrong?" It seemed that she had anticipated something. Who knows? Hyeji was continuously searching through her phone book and operating. Assuming the cloak he wore was normal mage equipment, and his main skill is fireball, then the situation is different. She continuously looked at her phone screen, trying to call Juyan. Hainel, that guy is truly a boss-level psychopath. After seeing him pick up the phone, her face became extremely happy. Wait, it connected. His voice rang out. Hyeji happily greeted. "Hello, Juhyun. I will get straight to the point. You are the mysterious mage in the Hainel battle, right?" He was still trying to pretend he did not know anything about this. "What are you talking about? Out of nowhere, I have not even been to the raid area yet." Hyeji, of course, did not bother listening to these words. "I saw that your mage equipment is exactly the same as Juhyun, so I decided to ask, but at that time you disappeared before I could approach you." After a period of silence, Juhyun continued to explain, "I have not even gotten close to the hunting area." But it seemed that Hyeji was very stubborn. "You're Juhyun, are not you?" On the other end of the line, his voice was somewhat worried. "Anyway, it is not me. I am really sorry for being invited, but not being able to participate in the raid. Sorry." He wanted to end this conversation as quickly as possible. "And I am taking a shower. It is not convenient to pick up the phone. If you can't get through, then let us just stop here." Hyeji, hearing this, laughed. "So you are planning to play it like that, huh?" Juhyun on this side had become very worried looking at the phone screen. Well, she probably won't call back. The more he thought, the more worried he felt and thought, who would sit here calling continuously every minute like this? On my side, I keep hearing strange things. He remembered the words that Ego had told him in the mysterious space. Remember, your world is about to be invaded by creatures from other dimensional spaces. Seeing his worried expression, she kept comforting him. But do not worry, because you hold a special power. According to her, the power he was holding was a skill master. Juhyun still did not understand what was going on when Ego seriously continued the story. This power is a form of reality recreating ability, originally only bestowed upon the gods, a sacred gift chosen specifically for you. These incomprehensible words made him even more curious and speechless. Why do I have such power? Don't tell me I am also some kind of demigod. Just thinking about this made him very suspicious. But clearly I live just like a normal person, go to the military, listen to my superiors, it is nothing like it. Realizing that time was running out, Juhyun reminded himself, I do not think too much. Ego also knew that he was the person who could change this earth. You have done many great things. Her voice was somewhat strange as she announced, and received a worthy reward. Now there's only one last thing. Juhyun stood there, wondering. Your choice? She nodded, and continued to explain in more detail to him. The power you are holding is not yet the complete form of a god's fragment. A hero is someone who bears the responsibility of carrying power to save the world. He was still focused on listening when she gently reached a hand towards him, and that power can either sleep peacefully or awaken, gently reaching forward, depending on your choice. Saying this, Ego's face became serious, making Juhyun also pay attention. You will choose to live peacefully and enjoy the little power you have, or will you stand up and choose to save this world, bearing all the power that has been given? He did not know how to decide when she gently comforted him. Don't worry, saving the world is not a mandatory obligation for heroes. Her words kept echoing in Juhyun's head. It is just one of many choices you have. He sighed somewhat wearily. Honestly, for a lazy bum like me who used to freeload all day and not do anything properly, talking about saving the world sounds too far-fetched. Today was too tiring, making Juhyun only want to rest immediately. Forget it. After taking a shower, I will have a combo of fried chicken and beer, then have a refreshing sleep. On this side, Yeji happily looked at the tablet in her hand. Wonderful. It seemed that she had drawn a diagram and analyzed it very carefully, based on my genius intuition and super analytical mind. In short, Yu Juhyun definitely has signs of high-level mental illness. Just thinking about this made her very thoughtful, but unfortunately there is no concrete evidence. No matter how I think about it, I still have to meet him directly. At that moment, Sang-wook stepped forward and asked in surprise, why are you so obsessed with him? This statement made her silent for a moment. Yeji used her pen to circle the words level S and explained, even rankers can die at any time in the zone battlefield. Saying this, she sighed wearily. If I am going to risk my life, then I want to become the best in that area. And to do that, I need a mental monster like him on the team. Seeing that she was so stubborn, Sang-wook could only sigh helplessly. He approached and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. If you want to become the best, then do not be so reckless all the time. But it seemed that she was so stubborn that she did not listen to these words. Anyway, based on all the information collected so far, I can make some guesses. That guy disappeared without a trace after causing a commotion on the Sky Island. The chances are high that he hates being noticed. His level is probably not over 40, so he will choose a D-level field with few people. Because he deliberately avoids familiar patrol areas, he will almost certainly not choose a battlefield in Seoul. He seems to need money. And judging from his grandmother's appearance, she does not seem like someone with a private car, so he probably travels by public transport or walks. If I narrow down the range according to those factors, I guess it was a waste that Hyeji's skill level was not used to be a detective. Juhyun is about to appear at the D-level spider's nest near the metropolitan area. A series of these words made Sang-wook dazed. You are joking. There is no way it is that easy to guess. The time had moved to the next morning. Sang-wook's face became very dazed. Juhyun forced a smile and hurriedly explained to Hyeji, I am not here for hunting. I am just here to sell healing items. This made him on one side also suspicious. Really? You really came? Hyeji was now completely sure that her predictions were correct. Come on, I know everything. Stop acting. Be honest. Juhyun was still trying to explain, I am just a normal healer, that is all. Hearing this, she laughed excitedly. You are planning to play it to the end, huh? He did not know what else to say to her anger. Why are you acting like that towards me? Even Sang-wook, standing on one side, was speechless, thinking, how pathetic, a citizen being spun around like a top by a kid. With no other choice, he slowly reached out his hand and sighed. After thinking for a short time, Sang-wook immediately decided. 500. I will pay you 500 an hour. Come with me. Juhyun, hearing these words, secretly thought, forget it. It is a waste of time begging and preventing Hyeji from changing her mind. It is no use. He was still about to say something. No, But Sang-wook did not give him a chance to say any words. Didn't we agree that I would pay off all the debts? These words made him freeze in an instant. Seeing that there was no other way, he just sighed. In the end, Juhyun still decided to go with these two people. Alright, I will go. Actually, I do not even understand what light is. But you pay 500, so I will go. Yeji became very excited. Alright, then let us go straight to the battlefield. He, hearing this, shook his head. Wait, before we go, she turned her head around in surprise. What now? As usual, Juhyun hurriedly suggested. Then I need to go to the bathroom for a bit. These words left Hyeji speechless. Not knowing what to say, Sangwook on one side even thought that he had irritable bowel syndrome. Are you really going to confirm even that matter? The more Juhyun thought, the more embarrassed he felt. Damn it, this time they are definitely going to label me as a toilet pervert. Hyeji smiled and held tightly to the scepter in her hand. Be honest, tell me, the mage who disappeared after helping with the Hainel raid, and Psychopaths. It seemed that she had completely guessed everything. It is all you, right, Juhyun? Juhyun at this time forced a smile, not knowing how to explain. What did you just say? I did not hear clearly. Seeing that he was so persistent, she became even more angry. You are really persistent. Before their eyes, the three people had arrived at the D-level battlefield, the Spider's Nest. Hyeji happily chatted as they walked. If you really are Juhyun, I want to repay you for helping me back then. I also work in this industry, so I promise to keep it a secret. He was trying to keep himself calm. No matter what happens, judging by the way you talk, that fraudulent mage is definitely Psychopaths. The time returned to the past. Sangwook had whispered into Juhyun's ear. Light, we agreed that we would repay her, remember, he helplessly thought. Now it is too clear there is no other way. Juhyun could only helplessly instruct Hyeji, don't tell this to anyone else. Hearing this, her face became very stunned. Really, no wonder you seem to be able to use more magic than me. He somewhat flusteredly explained. It is all thanks to the bonus from the equipment. Equipment is the deciding factor. She, hearing this, also nodded and let it go. That is true, but if you are a mage, what skill book do you use to buff or heal? Sangwook at this time was scouting ahead. Sensing that something was wrong, he hurriedly gestured to the two people. This is a fairly high-level D-level battlefield. Many monsters. Not tired. Hyeji angrily replied, I am tired too. This finally freed Juhyun. Great job, brother, you have done your part. Without hesitation, he quickly used the fire sword skill, magic power +3, then decided, alright, then I will receive 500 now. I will clear the way. These words made Hyeji very dazed. So you even use a magic sword? I did not know that. He hurriedly shook his head. No, it is because I could not buy a staff, so I am using this temporarily. Although in his head Juhyun had his own thoughts. Anyway, with the current magic power stat, it is still better than nothing. He slowly brought his sword forward, and decided, then by the way, let us try posting a bit to see how much it can be used. Looking at this action of his, Hyeji became very curious. Not using fire but using ice? He secretly thought about this. The biggest advantage of the skill master is that you can use all kinds of skills. Then he decided, let us try Ice Spear. The system displayed a notification before his eyes. Ice Spear summons an ice spear that can attack within a 20-meter radius. MP needed, 10. Mana consumption, 70. Juhyun quickly used his skill combination. It allows you to combine many types of skills together. Add poison to it. The system sent a notification. Poison poisons the target, requires active channeling. Effect duration, 180 seconds. MP needed, 30. Mana consumption, 80. Everything happened too fast, too dangerously. Juhyun continuously used his sword to strike straight forward. Hearing the strange noises, the poison spiders also slowly crawled out, using Ice Spear to transmit poison to poison the monsters. Sensing that something was wrong, he quickly clenched his fist. After seeing everything around this place, he continued to use the catalyst. The system displayed an analysis. Catalyst increases the effect on targets that are poisoned. If it accumulates 3 times or more, it will transform into deadly poison. Mana consumption, 800. MP needed, 40. Looking at the scene of the poison spiders before his eyes, Juhyun secretly calculated carefully. Activate it with the boss skill catalyst. Ice magic is not bad at all, but if it is revealed outside, I am screwed, so temporarily, I will use Fireball for a while. This made Hyeji on the other side very curious. Aren't you a fire mage? He, hearing this, secretly thought. Lately, the Fireball feels weaker than other spells. She on one side was still staring at him. Just who exactly are you? The scene quickly changed to a restaurant inside the city. Hyeji enthusiastically held up her glass of beer and chatted. 27. Wait, he is a friend. What chatting? All three quickly clinked glasses after a long period of exploring the dungeon together. Cheers, cheers. Only Juhyun sat quietly here, looking ahead with a very bored face. I was planning to end the parallel run and go straight home. The scene at that time appeared. The poison spider had been completely eliminated. The system displayed a congratulatory notification, absorbing the soul of the field boss, Spider Queen. This made Juhyun very pleased. Wonderful, take down the boss in one shot. He was still planning to think about something more. After checking the skills, I am planning to go home, when suddenly, Hyeji shouted from behind. It turned out that both of them had received a system notification. Due to insufficient contribution, it is not possible to receive the soul of the Spider Queen. Hyeji's face immediately became bored. I did not receive the soul. The more she thought, the more uncomfortable she felt and said, even though I received 500 and only contributed a small part and in the end, I was the one who got the soul. She was trying to suppress her anger inside her heart. So I should treat you to a drink, right? Juhyun, hearing this, awkwardly nodded in agreement. That is right, eat meat too, meat. In his heart, he was a little worried. That is right, I am hunting with a team, and I forgot. Returning to reality, Juhyun drank a large glass of beer. Well, let us just drink a few glasses comfortably now. At that moment, Hyeji slammed the beer glass down on the table. Juhyun, looking at her face, it seemed that she was a little drunk. I have a suggestion that will transform you from bone to flesh. He, hearing this, was very curious. We used to be friends, and then I was her brother. Now it is complicated, huh? While Juhyun did not know what to say, Hyeji continued. Outside the battlefield, danger does not only come from monsters. It seemed that there were many different dangers, including PvP, between players, like back at Heinel. She gently held the beer glass in her hand and said, of course, some people say that when you become strong, everything will be fine, but she picked up the bottle and poured him a glass. When hunting bosses, no one hunts bosses alone. Her next sentence made Juhyun sweat all over his face. Even if they are people instead of monsters, the situation is the same. Hyeji smiled and withdrew the bottle, gently saying incomprehensible words. There is no joke here. Hunting alone is dangerously awful. She leaned down to rummage through her bag, as if searching for something. Dealing with a high-level field without a tank or a proper plan, and also worrying about selling items, it is a headache. She immediately pulled out a piece of paper and brought it before his face. Therefore, on this paper is a cooperation agreement, called Party A for short, and Yu Juhyun, called Party B for short, officially signing a management contract, according to the following terms. Table of Contents. Article 1, Purpose of the Contract. Article 2, Schedule. Article 3, Scope. Article 4, Terms. Article 5, Payment. Before he could understand what the hell was going on, she gently brought it before his face. I will take care of that part, you just need to focus on hunting comfortably. The more Juhyun thought, the more suspicious he felt. Are you really signing a contract with me? She smiled and nodded. Certainly, of course. And she also knew that this place was full of different dangers. There are few trustworthy people in this industry, and you are strong, and you are keeping secrets from me. These words made Juhyun freeze in an instant, not knowing how to explain. Hyeji still did not care about the attitude on his face. Monsters die and leave behind items, and people die and leave behind names. If you can't become number one yourself, then at least climb to the top with someone. Sang-wook had been sitting quietly, listening to the conversation between the two people. I hate playing a supporting role more than death. Saying this, she stood up and brought the contract before Juhyun, and her face became very confident as she pointed to herself. If you sign the contract, you will be given an office tel exclusively for users, and living next to it will be the most beautiful woman in the world. Sang-wook, seeing this, was speechless, thinking, it takes a lot of effort to get that. After a period of thought, Juhyun calmly replied, I think you also understand that I do not need to say it, but the most beautiful woman in the world. Hyeji became very smug. That is me. Time seemed to stop. Both people immediately became silent for a moment. At this time, Juhyun sighed and picked up the file in his hand. These conditions, they are too good, I can't refuse. Hyeji, seeing this, happily smiled brightly. All right, let us sign the contract. While she was still happily dancing around, Sang-wook continuously reminded, sit down and eat. It is embarrassing to stand like that. The story was also gradually being told. The battlefield schedule will prioritize Party A's requests. I will take care of everything for you except for hunting, including daily life. Juhyun quickly signed the paper and decided, done. Sang-wook gave him a powerful black card and announced, now use this card to buy the necessary things. I will manage all the money you earn from the battlefield. He did not forget to remind him, if you need anything else explained, just tell me any time. Juhyun took the flowery card and looked around this place. This is crazy. He was sitting inside a very large mansion. The more Juhyun thought, the happier he felt. This explanation? It is too clear, wonderful. Juhyun was now able to confidently integrate with Sang-wook and Hyeji and explore every battlefield. This contract is really great. Hunting with a solid support is truly heaven. Hyeji in the back was always secretly helping him. And furthermore, although before I kept avoiding it because of the situation, but honestly speaking, her level of beauty also made his heart flutter. Hyeji is really beautiful. Unknowingly, Juhyun had clenched his fist at some point. Such a beauty voluntarily becomes my manager. He immediately used the catalyst technique to attack the monsters, because I know that. I no longer have any envy for Muhammad Al. Things were becoming better and better. Since having this skill, everything has gone smoothly. Continuous notifications appeared. Copy Combat Blood SS. Combat Blood SS level has increased. Copy Combat Blood EX. Juhyun stared at the phone screen in a daze. Realizing the gift that the system had given him made him laugh so much that he could not close his mouth. What? Skill upgrade. Successful. Now I do not have to look at Lee Hai-sung's face anymore. Remembering something, he quickly sat down on the bed and muttered to himself, time to test it again with Ice Spear. Juhyun suddenly became careless when he thought of Hyeji's words. You are really strong. This made him thoughtful and hesitated, saying to himself, if I combine Fireball with Combat Blood EX, my damage will exceed the threshold. Could that be why? Zhu Xian hurriedly ran to find Heiji and called out, "Hey, Kim Heiji?" She was startled and turned her head to look at him with a surprised expression. What is going on? His face became very excited, and he declared, "Prepare to enter the battlefield." Zhu Yan was holding a video, with sounds playing. "Today, I will give you a proper bus ride. I can use it, but I still do not know how to use it correctly. Fireball tutorial." Hyeji and Sangwook were ready for the next adventure. Sensing that something was wrong, Sangwook finally spoke up and asked, "Are you serious about just the three of us daring to enter the C-rank area?" Her face became very confident, and she replied, "Yes, so what? We also want to try it out once." This still made him somewhat worried, but the C-rank area is recommended for levels 31 to 40. At the same time, Zhu Yan had arrived and laughed. "It is okay, bro." He, hearing this, worriedly thought, "I am most worried about you? That is just the system's recommendation." Afraid that Zhu Yan did not understand the importance of the issue, Sangwook continuously explained. Depending on the team composition and coordination, the actual required level can vary greatly, but he was still very calm, as if he had prepared beforehand. "It is not a problem." Right before the two people, Zhu Yan confidently declared, "I have a plan. I will clear all the express for everyone. With Blood Frenzy EX, nothing is impossible." Time passed, and the scene had changed to the C-rank area, Unak Mountain Natural Recreation Area, a region famous for moving plant monsters. Because this place used to be a resort, there are many mutated trees, so you have to bring at least 2 people with Area of Effect AoE abilities. The corners of Zhu Yan's mouth became very confident, as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. But today is different. Without hesitation, he quickly used the fireball technique to attack the plants. Seeing Zhu Yan's attack also made both people dazed. For tree monsters, you just use fire, and it is done. The system suddenly displayed a new notification: Fireball, unique characteristic, enhancement, plus 10% skill effect. He thought smugly, "Even my characteristics are celebrating today's hunt." Now Zhu Yan seemed to have turned into a different person, completely confident in his current power. "I will only copy the buff from Blood Frenzy to monitor the rate of stat increase. In case of emergencies, I have also copied an additional backup skill. Plus I also need to see if I can copy Blood Frenzy EX with the body cam." When the monsters attacked, he was still very confident in using the burst technique to attack continuously. Everything went according to his calculations, and it ended stylishly with a brilliant finishing move. And it even proxed. "Now I can copy up to number skills." This made Sangwook pay attention. Even Yeji, witnessing this on one side, had become very bored. Zhu Yan's face wore a very smug smile. "Currently, I am invincible," he burst out, laughing with satisfaction. "Die," I said, "die," although he thought secretly, honestly, "Today, I am too cool." Sangwook and Hyeji on one side at this time secretly thought, so that is why people call him Psychopaths. As time passed, Zhu Yan had also become more proficient in using the fireball technique. All of this was being witnessed by the mysterious person wearing sunglasses in the back. Every action of Zhu Yan was being replayed on the screen, along with his voice. Target location confirmed. Skill and appearance match. On this side, the mysterious person slowly threw the knife into the air inside. He came this quickly, with just a little push. The knife quickly pierced into the photo of Zhu Yan stuck on the wall. He completely no longer knows what fear is. The blonde guy uncomfortably forced a smile on his face. If he is looking for death himself, then I should help him fulfill his wish. On this side, Zhu Yan still did not know what was happening to him, and continuously used the fireball technique to attack the monsters. In just a short period of time, the corpses of the monsters had been piled into a heap right before his face. He happily sat down to pick up the jewels, scattered all over the ground. My level is increasing really quickly, and so he had jumped from level 15 to level 17. Noticing a strange item behind the burnt fragments, he surprisingly reached his hand forward. "What is this?" Sangwook enthusiastically pulled up the thing that he had just noticed. "Is it an item?" But as soon as he saw the pure white skeleton, Zhu Yan was startled and confused. His shouting immediately rang out, making Sangwook and Hyeji on one side quickly pay attention. They hurriedly turned their heads to investigate. Zhu Yan fearfully retreated backwards. "There is a corpse. I thought there was no one here, so I was careless. Did I accidentally hit someone?" She quickly approached to assess the situation and announced, "Calm down. People can't be burned into a clean skeleton just by fire, unless they turn into ashes completely. Then maybe..." She secretly observed the skeleton right before her. "There is no way anyone would enter this battlefield without armor or weapons. Looks like they were PK'd and all their stuff was stolen." Saying this, Hyeji quickly stood up and reminded, "We should report this to the team handling it." Zhu Yan, seeing this, looked at her with surprised eyes. "You are too calm." It seemed that she did not care much about these things. Killing people outside the battlefield happens more often than you think. Sometimes you can't even distinguish it from cult activities, so it is hard to track down. Hearing this, he became silent for a moment. At this time, he slowly asked, "Have you ever almost been PK'd?" She laughed and nodded in confirmation. "Of course." Hyeji also slowly recounted her story. "It was even by someone on my own team." These words made Zhu Yan freeze in an instant. She laughed, treating this as a funny story. While we were hunting monsters, they suddenly attacked from behind. And so, what was supposed to happen happened. Hunting monsters is easy to distinguish friend from foe, because the monsters are always the enemy. But people are different. You never know when they will turn their backs and take everything away from you. Hyeji's face faintly showed a gentle smile, and she said, and actually, she smugly pointed to her current face. I am quite pretty, right? Juhyun, hearing this, did not know what to say. What is this? While he was still feeling confused, she continued. Turns out that when they attacked me back then, it was not just for the stuff. The scene back then appeared. Sang-wook had also stepped up to protect her. That was the first time I killed someone. Sang-wook, hearing this story, just remained silent and thoughtful. Noticing that the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, Hyeji laughed and clapped her hands, not forgetting to add, but honestly, those guys were like running in to ask for death, so the feeling afterwards was not as heavy as I thought. Saying this, she immediately sighed. Anyway, you have to be careful. This battlefield is full of real lunatics. Hyeji's face became very serious as she pointed to Sang-wook. If there is any danger, it is okay to hide behind my brother for a bit, okay? Ju-hyun, hearing this, smugly thought, I can't just randomly brag that my average physical stats are over 35, but he still smiled and replied, really, even if Hynel appeared now, I am not sure I would die. The system displayed the stats, strength 27, agility 29, endurance 32, magic 34. Hyeji, hearing this, felt that he was somewhat confident. All right, I will give you points for confidence. He softly replied, I am serious, when suddenly a bomb came flying from somewhere. This made Ju-hyun feel very confused. A large commotion immediately appeared around this place, making all three freeze. At this time, the surrounding area was covered by large tree monsters. It is a monster spawn. Sang-wook hurriedly stepped forward to block in front of the two people and gestured, you guys just stand behind me? Even so, Ju-hyun stubbornly refused to listen to these words. He charged straight forward to the surprise of both people. Wait, yo Ju-hyun. He did not forget to add, I can handle this much alone. After seeing that Ju-hyun had fallen into the trap, the mysterious person slowly drew the arrow. Careful target, the arrow flew and pierced straight into Ju-hyun's body, catching him off guard. Both people fearfully shouted, Ju-hyun, but it was unknown whether this arrow had been bought from Shubi or not, because when it hit him, it was pushed away to another place. A smug smile spread across his face as he looked at the arrow lying still on the ground. So it was an ambush. They are really idiots. Did they think one arrow would be enough to take me down? Do they know how much my physical stats are? Talking about his physical stats made Ju-hyun very confident. A series of system notifications appeared. Stun effect not applied, slow effect valid for 3 minutes, pain effect valid for 3 minutes. At the same time, Ju-hyun had also knelt down on the ground below. In a very painful state, he held his body and continuously called out. The mysterious person, seeing Ju-hyun like this, smiled smugly. It is hunting time. Hyeji hurriedly ran towards Ju-hyun, continuously shouting, Ju-hyun. He still lay there without any movement. Her voice gradually became desperate. You, Ju-hyun. The tree monster also slowly charged forward to attack. Her eyes reacted very quickly. She coldly glanced at them. Before they could touch a single hair, she had completely incinerated them with her flame, fire spear. Because they were trees, they caught fire, and were burned in the blink of an eye. However, it had to be said that the number was countless. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yeji's face became serious. Damn it, I have to decide now. She quickly made a suggestion. Appa, clear the way. Sang-wook held Ju-hyun in his arms and reminded, follow me. He struggled to clear the way, so that both people could escape. In the back, Yeji continuously used her fire abilities to burn everything around. While the three were still continuously running away, another bomb was thrown nearby, catching Sang-wook's attention. It seemed that he had also realized the purpose of the person behind this. Damn it! Yeji immediately shouted and used the fire burst technique. Large flames continuously burned and swallowed everything in this place. The black-haired blonde guy smiled very evilly and asked, where are you planning to run? He had led his subordinates to appear in this place. Want to run away without resisting at all. Looking at the strange man in front, Sang-wook was very uncomfortable. Who are you? He did not say much, and directly pointed at Ju-hyun's body. The one with the debt to pay with that trash. Leave him behind, and I can spare your lives. Yeji did not say much, and directly used the fire spear technique to attack the blonde guy. He was not weak either, and continuously used his sword to block these attacks. She was a little startled, and realized that something was wrong. That way of moving? It seemed that Yeji had guessed the true identity of the blonde guy. You were also at the Hanel raid, right? He, hearing this, laughed, and gently brought his hand to cover his mouth. You look quite pretty, but you do not understand anything. There was no other way. The attitude on his face had completely changed. You have to die too. Before the three people could react, the blonde guy had coldly ordered his subordinates, detonate. The smoke bombs continuously exploded, catching Hyeji off guard. At the same time, the tree monsters were also gradually approaching, charging towards this place. Realizing that the situation was much more serious, made Hyeji and Sang-wook very angry. We can't just keep using pheromone bombs. Hold on against the monsters that are continuously swarming like a storm. Try to hold on for a bit. Sangwook had become very difficult as he had to block with his shield and protect Juyan safely. On this side, Hyeji was also trying to use her fire to burn everything in this place. Juyan was still sleeping soundly, unaware of what the hell was going on. It hurts so much. Hyeji's back was still trying to resist these giant tree monsters. Juyan lay there, seemingly feeling the changes in his body. My body is moving. According to my will, I feel like my skin is burning. Sangwook at this time was also in danger, as he was continuously being attacked by the monsters. Juyan tried his best to slowly open his eyes and look forward. How did everything turn out like this? Am I going to die like this? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a bloody scene appeared before his eyes, making him freeze for a moment. Sangwook and Hyeji had used all their strength to eliminate the monsters before their eyes. A series of scenes occurred, making him freeze, unable to believe it. What is this? Why? Hyeji's words echoed in his head. When in danger, hide behind my brother. He could only helplessly blame himself. Damn it. Juyan angrily gritted his teeth until they trembled. Seeing that his movements seemed strange, Hyeji surprisingly turned her head around and reacted. Juhyun, you woke up. Can you stand up? Her voice continuously rang out, Juhyun. He slowly picked up the phone and announced to the two people, I know this is a bit shameless, but his eyes had become very uncomfortable as he glanced forward. I have something to ask of you two. Both people were still silently listening to what he was saying. Please keep what is about to happen a secret. At the same time, the blonde guy and his subordinates also slowly stepped into this place. She is still holding on even though she has to carry that burden. A strange smile spread across his face. As a reward, I will send you off without pain. Hyeji, hearing this, was so uncomfortable that she gritted her teeth. Get lost. This time, he shifted his attention to Juhyun, who was standing there panting. I was wondering how long you would lie there before getting up, finally standing up, huh? The corners of the blonde guy's mouth formed a very evil smile, and he mocked, looking at that still numb face. It must hurt a lot. He did not deny it, and nodded in confirmation. It hurts like hell. These words made him even more smug, and he burst out laughing. You are already moaning with just this much. I will shave all the flesh off your body, until only your skeleton remains. Suddenly, Juyan slowly pointed up at the sky. His actions made the blonde guy feel very confused, but he still created a protective layer for himself. Idiot, we are prepared to block your fireball. He, hearing this, very calmly asked, Are you sure that is a fireball? Golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, along with eerie circles. Realizing that something was wrong, the blonde guy was so bewildered that his mouth dropped open, and his face turned pale. Wait, this... Juyan had now turned into a different person. He was preparing to use Muhammad's technique. It is not a fireball. It seemed that he had guessed something. Could it be that the mage obtained Muhammad's ring? He lowered a finger towards them and declared, Meteor shower. Waiting for it, giant fireballs suddenly fell from the sky. Seeing that the situation was not good, the blonde guy hurriedly turned and ran quickly to the back. That maniac! His team would not survive this blow either. The more he thought, the more confused he felt. Is he really planning to die together with us? The blonde guy loudly cursed. You bastard! In a crucial moment, Juyan suddenly read strange incantations. It turned out that he had used the blood frenzy technique. The scene became more and more fierce. The magic circles were becoming brighter and brighter, and the meteor shower had also fallen heavily to the ground. After a period of time, the hazy dust gradually dissipated, and the ground had created countless large holes. These holes made the ground tragically shattered. The scene just now made Sangwook and Hyeji, who witnessed it, freeze in place. After using too much energy, it seemed that Juhyun's body was about to be unable to bear it anymore. He wearily lay down on the ground below and continuously called out, We survived. Just thinking about what he had done earlier made Juyan shudder. If I did not have teleportation, I would have been in big trouble. Returning to the time before, Juhyun, sitting on the bed, had become very thoughtful and asked himself, What should I install now? First, it is past midnight, so I have 4 skill slots. Then he continued to look at the system screen before his eyes. I have copied Fireball and burst into Blood Frenzy. There is 1 empty slot. What should I do? Suddenly, he noticed a video posted on YouTube. I just tried shooting an arrow at a bald guy and teleported away. My teleportation is really broken. Juyan's eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. It is not that I lack confidence when hunting, but just in case, people should at least have some insurance. And so the information about the teleportation skill was displayed. Unique characteristic, marking, marks a target. When casting the skill, you will move along with the marked target. Magic power requirement 30, mana consumption 100. Looking at the information of this skill made Juyan very happy. Crazy, this is really mass teleportation. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification about the teleportation technique. He happily jumped around inside the room and cheered. There is even a bonus slot. Today is my lucky day. Returning to reality, Juyan wearily lay down on the ground. I will explain the details later. Hyeji sighed and slowly pulled out her phone. Well, now that things have turned out like this, her face became very excited and she declared, Let us go pick up the stuff that those bald guys dropped. And so the 3 people enthusiastically picked up the loot. At the same time, the other players present here had become very confused. What the hell is this? Strange cracks appeared on the ground, making everyone startled. What is this, crazy? Look at that big hole. Did Muhammad Al pass by here? Just thinking about his future fate made Juhyun tearfully helpless. I kept my life, but now it is only a matter of time. Before I am discovered, it is over, I am doomed. While he was still most despairing, the system continuously displayed new notifications. Reached level 20. Unique characteristic. Subcharacteristic. Has been unlocked. Subcharacteristic. Activate skill inventory. Time gradually shifted to the evening. Hearing the story Juhyun told made Hyeji freeze in a daze. Skillmaster. He nodded in confirmation in a certain way. Not forgetting to add, is a hex class that can copy and use all skills. Hearing this, it seemed that she had become very surprised. No wonder you can use both healing, attack, and buff at the same time. Remembering something, Hyeji surprisingly pointed at her face. Even my skills. He sighed and nodded in confirmation. Possibly. This time, she stubbornly pointed to Sangwook. Even my brother's skills. Juhyun nodded in confirmation. Possibly, but without equipment, being a tanker would be a bit... Her eyes immediately lit up visibly when she looked at him. Sounds illogical, so how many skills can you copy? Jushian hurriedly gestured to her. The details are secret, okay? After a period of silent thought, Sangwook finally spoke up. Anyway, let us get down to business. Do you know anything about the group that attacked us? He then slowly remembered everything when he met those guys. I think they are the guys from the Hanel raid. Hyeji, who was right next to him, turned her head around and said, I guessed where they came from. Sangwook, hearing this, was very curious. Where? It seemed that she had found out something. The Raider Guild. Inside the large room, Hyeji's voice continuously rang out. You have probably heard the rumor that they specialize in collecting boss items, right? Juhyun nodded in confirmation. I did meet them. Her face became very serious as she explained. Back then, they offered to recruit us if we agreed to share boss item. They said they would give us boss items, that is the Raider Guild. This made Juhyun feel confused. So what does that have to do with the PK group? She thought for a moment and slowly recounted. Among the items obtained from the group that attacked this time, there are quite a few boss level items. All of this allowed Hyeji to draw a conclusion. The drop rate for boss items is very low, so it is difficult for more than one group to collect so many. They are an organization with branches all over the world, and until now we still do not know who the leader is. Saying this, she also kindly reminded Juhyun, now you have made an enemy of such an organization, so you have to be careful. His face immediately became scared. Today was too long, so Juhyun lay quietly on the bed and pondered. Just thinking about the things he had done made him unable to sleep. Actually, I have caused too much trouble, and my identity is about to be revealed. I have to get stronger before that happens. I have to look forward to skill upgrades. Unable to wait any longer, Juhyun quickly gave the order, open status panel. The SP he currently possessed was 30,000, which made him very happy. I have accumulated quite a bit of SP, thanks to doing daily missions. Jushiyan closed his eyes tightly, unsure what to use these points on. In case something unexpected happens in the future, and I can't do missions regularly, SP still needs to be supplied steadily. And so he decided to use 5,000 SP. The system displayed a notification, unique characteristic, subcharacteristic CDE upgrade. Passive acquisition level 4. Receives 1,000 SP every 24 hours at 000. Juhyun wearily sat up and sighed, complaining to the system. I wish SP would increase just by lying down. Remembering something, his face became very expectant, and he decided, and with the remaining points, I will reward the skill that contributed the most in this incident. The system continuously displayed new notifications. Using 25,000 SP, unique characteristic. Subcharacteristic 2. Upgrade. You increase characteristic level 3. Randomly grants 2 unique characteristics. D. To a copied skill. Can choose one of the 2 to apply. Juhyun happily said to himself, congratulations, it has reached level 3. Today was too full of happy events, making Juhyun comfortably lie down on the bed. Even the E-level characteristics have increased the effect quite a bit, so D-level must be broken, right? Remembering something, he quickly said, sub-characteristic window, although he secretly thought in his head, and now for the main highlight. The system's notifications continuously appeared. Unique characteristic, sub-characteristic skill slot level 1. Use a copy skill to store a skill. Stored skill retains the granted characteristic and blue over green effects until replaced. When storing a new skill, consumes a copy and cannot be recovered by recovery. Reading this, Juhyun sighed with a headache. If I had this a little earlier, I could have permanently stored Blood Frenzy EX. The more Juhyun thought, the more he felt sorry for his fate. Copying through video only copies the skill. With the original grade, the grade does not increase. Looking at the ceiling before his eyes, his voice was somewhat happy. I already know which skill to store. Looking at his current hands, Juhyun quickly decided. Alteration resistance. The system continuously displayed new notifications. Using 1 copy skill. Storing alteration resistance. De-amplification effect applied. Adding an F-level option. Juhyun laughed smugly and reached his hand towards the system screen to examine it. Once stored, you can use it infinitely from the inventory, so let us decide on that. He currently had many necessary skills, such as alteration resistance, light authority, or blood frenzy. Ju Hyun confidently placed his hand on his chest, believing that everything would be better in the future. I will continue to spin randomly until these skills are upgraded, thanks to copying, and take a few days off to relax. Of course, the truth was like a bucket of cold water being dumped on him. That is what I thought at the time. Mohammed looked at the three people and greeted. It is a pleasure to meet you, my friend. It is our first time meeting in person. Right. Ju Hyun forced a smile. Why is he here? Returning to the time before, Ju Hyun was preparing to go to sleep, when Hyeji pointed to the back and gestured, just when I decided to retreat. His face became very uncomfortable as he looked outside. There is a visitor. It was none other than Mohammed, startling him. And out of all people, Muhammad Al came to find me again. After a period of silence, he finally smiled and said, You have caused quite a bit of trouble this time. The rumor that the mage in the Hynel battle, and that maniac are you, has been quashed. Do not worry. These words made Ju Hyun very touched. Really, I feel... Before he could finish his sentence, Hyeji interrupted. Thanks, but what is the real purpose of your coming here? His face became very calm as he explained, No need to be too vigilant. I just want to hear what my friend is thinking. She became even more contemptuous at these words. What to think? After a period of silence, Muhammad slowly spoke up. The ones who attacked you are people from a global organization, Raider? Seeing that he seemed to have guessed something, Hyeji was somewhat serious. You know, huh? He was still calm as if nothing had happened. Coincidentally, I am also facing the Raider Guild. Thanks to that, I have obtained some very interesting intelligence. His face gradually became serious and announced a shocking news. They are currently secretly gathering at the Ganjiam ski resort to find a secret treasure left behind by the Raider Guild leader. This information made all three freeze in place. Sensing that something was wrong, Hyeji uncomfortably questioned. Why are you telling me such important information? Can't you take action yourself? He laughed and shook his head, saying his thoughts, Sorry for not being able to help directly, but any actions beyond these small conversations will attract too much attention. Realizing that time was running out, Suyan reminded, It is time for the next schedule. You should go now. Seeing that there was no other way, Muhammad wearily sighed and slowly stood up. Really, why do peaceful moments always end so quickly? Next time, I hope we can sit and chat more comfortably. Before leaving, he did not forget to look at Ju Hyun. As for what you will do with this information, it is up to you. A sincere smile spread across his lips, and he reminded, Whether it is wiping out the enemy together or protecting your own safety, I look forward to hearing the answer from you. The scene changed to another place. All the strange people had gathered there. In the middle of the mysterious space, a pair of hands slowly appeared. Xiaoling stepped outside with a very excited face. She had pulled out a corpse of a huge creature. Seeing that she had appeared, the subordinates hurriedly bowed and greeted, Welcome, Ms. Xiaoling. Feeling somewhat curious, she slowly snapped her fingers forward and gestured. Immediately afterwards, this man was knocked backwards, painfully. You are wrong. Xiaoling looked at the subordinates, bowing before her. The previous president is dead, so now I am the head of the Raider Guild, right? The scene here was the special area, the Tower of Destruction. Xiaoling stood there smugly and said to everyone, So from now on, call me master. She was the president of the Raider Guild, Lin Xiaoling. Feeling somewhat bland, she threw the corpse of the giant monster down to the ground and left. The monster's behavior patterns have been analyzed up to the 20th floor. Conduct an analysis of the materials obtained from them. Remembering something important, Xiaoling turned her head around and asked her subordinate, How's the situation with suppressing the old man's faction? The subordinate hurriedly bowed and reported, 98% of the people who followed the previous generation have been eliminated. The remaining remnants will also be dealt with in the near future. Hearing this, her face became very satisfied, and she nodded in praise. Good, the old man's treasure, hidden in Korea, is probably still intact. Saying this, Xiaoling quickly left this place. Recover it, according to the plan. The people immediately nodded in understanding. Yes, madam. At the same time, Xiaoling walked forward and smiled evilly on her face. The era of making money like monkeys, those without abilities, is over. Now is the era of those with superpowers. Whoever conquers the special area and wins the boss item will hold power, and that throne is mine. Yu Yun had also arrived in a new land. He happily praised, This is the first time I have been to a ski resort. The scenery before his eyes made him very surprised. The scenery is too beautiful, right? The system displayed an analysis of this place. Ganjiam Resort Ski Slope. Yeji felt disappointed. Too bad we can't play, because there are monsters. The characteristics of this place are very strange. Snow never melts all year round. Movement is difficult, due to blizzards and frozen roads. So few people visit this place. At this time, Hyeji also smiled and enthusiastically suggested, Then let us deal with it quickly, and come back to play later, okay? Sangwook's face looked ugly and worried as he said, I do not think it is good for just the three of us to come here. Returning to the time before, inside the room, Hyeji asked, Do you think we should target the Raider Guild first? She sat quietly there, and continued to say her analysis. The boss item they dropped. I sold it under my name, when dealing with the spoils of war. This information made Sangwook freeze for a moment. What? But Hyeji seemed very calm. It is almost certain that I will be targeted too. But this made her feel that things were gradually becoming more interesting. Now, I and Ju Hyun share the same fate. Seeing his devil-may-care younger sister making such a stupid decision made Sang-wook speechless. I was negligent. I thought everything would be resolved smoothly. Returning to reality, Hye continuously comforted. Come on, what are you worried about? It is okay, Appa. We are 3 veterans who have been through life and death together. Sang-wook's face immediately became dazed. 3 people, even Ju-hyun was stunned. She is counting me. She laughed and nodded in response. You have passed the boss raid and survived the attack from the PK group, so you are out of the noob label. Ju-hyun, seeing this, sighed wearily. That is my fate. Hyeji happily walked step by step forward. If you want to enter the area, follow the direction that can be seen from this side of the cable car. At that moment, several men quickly gave the order, hey, stop there. Their faces looked at the 3 people with great discomfort. This battlefield is under the control of the Enjoy Guild, so get out of here if you do not want to die. This information made Hyeji very surprised and asked, are you guys from the user association? The more she thought, the more angry she felt and cursed. Based on what are you controlling an open battlefield? Sensing that something was wrong, Hyeji's face became very serious. The man had already prepared to hold his sword and pointed at her to threaten, what user association? This place is under the control of our guild. These words made Ju-hyun almost unable to bear it anymore. It seemed that he had returned to his old self. Maybe I am not a hero yet, but if I want to protect something, should not I take action myself? The man was still continuously mocking Hyeji. If you are feeling annoyed, why do not you come here and give me a hug? Anyway, you are pretty. I will especially coax you. Sang-wook on one side was also about to become unbearable. You bastard. Ju-hyun suddenly had some movement. Strange, that guy, he is pointing his sword at me. Without hesitation, he dominantly took steps forward. If I had the power to break that sword. Seeing Ju-hyun step forward and prepare to take action, made the people around this place immediately pay attention. Wait, that is Fireball, isn't it? It is him. Damn it, 2 cloaks and a tanker? It is Psychopaths. Ju-hyun was gradually losing all patience. There is no reason to stand still. He coldly looked at the group of people and asked, control is only for those with power, right? His face became very uncomfortable, and he pointed forward. Do you want me to show you what it feels like to be truly controlled? Seeing this situation, the 2 gatekeepers were a little scared and unconsciously retreated. But our guild came first. This position. Before these 2 people could finish their sentences, the flames had engulfed the surrounding area, as if burning everything. This made one of them fearfully run away. That guy really threw it. That crazy bastard. Ju-hyun's eyes seemed to want to swallow these 2 people alive. If you appear before me one more time, I will kill you. They immediately nodded in understanding. Yes. Hyeji on one side, witnessing this scene, felt very confused. Why is Ju-hyun so different today? Realizing his actions just now, she continuously praised Ju-hyo. That pressure was really crazy. Ju-hyun, hearing this, forced a smile and turned his head around. Really, I was a bit overwhelming, huh? This made her feel confused, and he is back to his usual dorky self. Ju-hyun recalled his actions just now, and thought to himself, strange. This is the first time I threatened someone. Maybe threatening is my true talent. Afterwards, the next battles appeared. The scene became very chaotic. They are coming from the right again. Catch them. Kill them all. The bloody scene appeared, making people continuously remind each other, no one's stealing contribution points. It is really refreshing. We should have controlled this area sooner. Suddenly, a flame burst out in this place, catching all their attention. This time, all of them hurriedly leaned to one side and fearfully asked, what the hell? Who is it? Jack slowly stepped into this place and coldly announced, who do you think? Just someone who came here to hunt monsters. This made the group very angry and continuously criticized. Didn't you hear outside that this area is controlled by our Enjoy Guild? Even someone like you can't eat it. The corners of his mouth suddenly formed a very strange smile. Seeing that he was so weird, the man still continuously reminded, all right, get lost. There are plenty of level 40 people here. Got it. Don't waste your strength. There are plenty of other battlefields to go to. Jack kept walking forward step by step. He slowly took off his hat and declared, let us see who is the one who has to leave in the end. As soon as he revealed his face, a group of people suddenly rushed out from somewhere. And so a massacre appeared. The people of the guild could only continuously beg, you crazy bastards, no, get out of the way. Jack looked at this scene and sighed, complaining, too much trash. The subordinate hurriedly explained, sorry for not investigating more carefully sooner. It seems that a guild named Enjoy has started to control the area. Hearing this situation, he slowly reached his hand forward and ordered, divide into 2 groups, find and eliminate, so as not to be hindered. His face became very judgmental as he looked around this place. It seemed that Jack had noticed a snowy mountain in the distance. The highest and deepest place in the area, that is where we need to go. We have to find the counterfeit bracelet, hurry. On this side, Ju-hyun and Hyeji were walking and chatting happily. Sang-wook in the back reminded, we have temporarily entered inside, but now is the time to start thinking about the next step. His face became very serious and he reminded, there are definitely many people like us in the Raider Guild, and we need to take action first. So he quickly suggested an idea. First, how do we distinguish between the Enjoy and Raider people? After thinking for a short period of time, Ju-hyun quickly spoke up. They said the goal is to hunt for treasure, right? Then that means they do not care about the experience points from monsters. Sangwook, hearing this, was curious. And then, his face had become very smug. What I mean is, on this side the players were still continuously searching around. Listening to some sound, the man slowly turned his head around. A group of monsters walked forward towards this place, catching their attention. What is it? Before they could react, the monsters quickly charged forward. It is a monster wave. Juyan, observing this situation from above, laughed in surprise. The scene is really spectacular. It is truly majestic. The corners of his mouth formed a smug smile with the plan he had set out. That pheromone bomb skill you guys used last time, how does it feel to be used in reverse now? This made Sangwook on one side very bewildered. But we are not sure those are the raider people. Juyan seriously explained to him, if they see a group of monsters and they do not run, then there are two possibilities. Just as he had expected, Jack's group was not scared and stood still in this place. 1. They are really grinding EXP. On this side, Jack ordered a subordinate. What is the order? Juhyun's voice also rang out. 2. There is something so important that they are willing to take the hit. Hyeji, hearing this, also quickly added her idea. Judging by the skills they are using, each person has exceeded the recommended level of this battlefield. Sangwook on one side also gradually understood. So they are here, even though they are not getting any express, then there must be a very important reason. As I guessed, their target is not monsters. Juyan turned around and continued to gesture to the two people. Follow me. His face became very excited, and he threw out another bomb. I can't go empty-handed here. I will give you a little more service. Seeing him turn into a different person made Hyeji also freeze in surprise. What is this? He was not like this before. It feels like he has become a different person. At the same time, on this side, the group of people were still continuously discussing with each other. Where is the location on the map? The woman quickly ran forward and said, this way. A group of people had quickly run into the large cave. Everything was within Juyan's calculations. Jackpot, Hyeji surprisingly asked. What now? He formed a very evil smile. I have something for times like this. Realizing that something was wrong, he secretly thought more carefully. But it is strange. I am about to ambush the people who killed me before. But why am I so calm? Seeing Juhyun standing there blankly, Hyeji hurriedly called out, Juhyun? He quickly turned his head around and explained, it is nothing. I am just thinking for a bit. He was even reminding himself, now's not the time to be distracted. On this side, the Raider Guild group was still continuously discussing with each other very happily. Who would have thought that monsters would spawn like this? Voluntarily going to scout and hiding here was a wise decision. That is, right from the beginning, that number of people was too many just to carry one item. They did not know that Juyan on the outside had secretly targeted them. No wonder the monsters were attracted. At that moment, an arrow flew, startling the woman and making her react. The man right next to her also could not escape the tragic fate. Because he was too angry, he uncomfortably questioned loudly, who is it? The poison spread through the body, making the man tremble his hands and unable to resist. What? I clearly dodged it. At the same time, information about the weakening bow was displayed. If the target's HP is less than or equal to 30%, stun for 1 minute. If agility is less than or equal to 30 seconds, slow for 3 minutes. If strength is less than or equal to 30 seconds, pain for 3 minutes. 101's face formed a very smug smile at what he had done. Turns out your HP and strength are both over 30. I was planning to let you taste those debuffs. Realizing that time was running out, he immediately let the matter pass. Forget it, good. The man's body was being drained tragically. Then I will hit you until your HP is almost empty. The man was still continuously begging, stop. On this side, another person was still going deep into the cave. Scout team, report the situation. He quickly pulled the walkie-talkie out of his body and reported. Noticing that there was no signal, made the man slightly surprised. We have lost contact with the gatekeeper group. This time they immediately became serious and said, it seems that someone attacked them. Hurry up. 8 people hurriedly ran to the outside. We have to protect the treasure at all costs. Information about the magic resistance shield appeared. Shield armor protection. Plus, after going outside, the scene before their eyes startled them in surprise. Before the group could react, this is, Hyeji had stepped out in time and shouted with a weapon, Fireburst. Fireballs continuously appeared in this place, making the group continuously block with shields. Her face was somewhat surprised as she asked, look at this. Not wanting to waste time, Hyeji quickly used the lightning strike technique to strike straight towards the group. The man responsible for tanking and resisting had become very painful and screamed. Seeing this situation, the mage in the back hurriedly reached out his hand to help. The tanker is eliminated, take down the mages before the paralysis effect runs out. The group immediately ran towards Juyan and attacked, which made him somewhat self-conscious. Did you think we are weak without a tanker? He quickly used his light authority technique. Even his body gradually floated into the air after he combined it with limit break. A series of different system notifications were issued. Random buff applied, magic plus 10, HP plus 5, attack plus 10, critical damage increased, penetration. Along with that was an attack rank plus 1, the time was only counting down 59 seconds. The mage on the other team, seeing this, laughed and mocked. Still using fireball, so stupid. Before this shield, what can an E-rank skill do? As soon as he finished speaking, Juhyun had directly used the fireball to burn everything. Everything was beyond the mage's expectations. They were just losers who fell backward. The more he thought, the more confused and angry he felt, wondering, what? Why is it so strong? It is nothing like 95% damage reduction. A smug smile spread across his lips, and he reached out his hand. Thank you. I will make good use of this treasure. He even decisively clenched his palm. Burst! Everything seemed to shatter into pieces in an instant. On this side, Jack sensed that something was wrong. He said uncomfortably, after finishing the job, regroup at the mountain peak. A loud explosion rang out, making him startled and confused. That explosion, it can't be. Realizing that the situation was not good, Jack hurriedly shouted and gestured to his subordinates. Stop the entire operation. Everyone move to the top. Quickly. On this side, the three of them, Juhyun, were still collecting items. The pile of valuable items that he picked up made him very happy. How can everyone have a boss item? Hyeji stood on one side and sighed. It is all fine, but I am having a headache, because the number of items to be processed is increasing. I want to avoid letting them know our location. At this time, Sang-wook looked at her with very expectant eyes. Even if we use the black market, there is a limit. This attitude of his made Hyeji seem to have realized something. She sighed and announced, you do not need to sell it. You can use it. Saying this, she continued to walk towards Juhyun and offered the item. This is your share. Looking at the bracelet in her hand made him very surprised. This is... The system displayed information about the SS rank Mimic bracelet, special accessory that does not count towards the wearable. Accessory limit. Mimics a wearing accessory, copies 50% of the mimicked item's effects. Julian's eyes immediately widened. I can really receive this. She laughed and quickly winked at him, gesturing. It is not that we have many items worth mimicking. It is best to give it to the person who already has the SS rank item. Her next words made Juyeon so touched that he stood still. He is the ace of the team. He hurriedly bowed deeply with emotion. Thank you so much. She was not Kim Hyeji but God Hyeji now. Sang-wook on one side continuously reminded the two people. If you have finished distributing the items, we have to leave this place before the second team comes. Both of them nodded in understanding. All right. Before leaving, Juhyun suddenly noticed something. It turned out that the man lying still on the ground had a strange camera on his neck. This made him quickly pay attention. There is a mini camera attached to his body. Let us break all of this, to be sure. At the same time, the scene switched to this side. Xiaoling angrily slammed the item forward. A very uncomfortable smile spread across her face as she threw her anger into her heart. What did you just say? I think I misheard something. The subordinate hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged. I apologize for causing you worry. His face became very scared, but he still reported, the mimic bracelet has been stolen. The more Xiaoling thought, the more hateful she felt. We sent combat units capable of taking down the battlefield boss, and you let them lose it. The subordinate hurriedly knelt on the ground and continued to recount. The monster defense group is still alive, but the vanguard sent to retrieve the treasure has been completely wiped out. He even did not forget to recount the scene at that time. Analyzing the cameras from the survivors, it shows that they used pheromone bombs to lure the monsters there. Hearing this, Xiaoling became very uncomfortable and asked, what about the cameras of the eliminated group? The subordinate trembled and hurriedly reported, all of them were destroyed. She was trying to force herself to remain calm. Boss item. This time, she slowly sat down on the chair below. That is right, of course it could not be retrieved. In Xiaoling's head, there was a separate calculation. Using skills and items to disperse forces, even taking off the camera to prevent others from analyzing the battle. A formidable skill. It seemed that Xiaoling had guessed who the culprit was. You said there was an explosion. Then the culprit is definitely, psychopaths, it is definitely that bastard. She uncomfortably pressed her head down on the subordinate. Don't make a mistake again. Analyze that guy carefully for me. The look in her eyes at this time was as if she wanted to eat him alive. Next time, in addition to the bracelet, we have to bring back his head too. On this side, Hyeji slowly said to the two people, I have thought carefully, I will keep the boss items for a while and not sell them yet. This made Juhyun slightly surprised. But we can upgrade all of those armors. She seriously explained to him. In order to avoid being tracked down, please understand. Hyeji's face even excitedly added, I deliberately let them know my name, to avoid dragging you into trouble. But other than that, it is a lot of trouble. Sang-wook, who was right next to her, felt a terrible headache. Damn it, so that is your intention. She continued to hold her tablet and browse information to observe. But it does not mean I am giving up hunting, do not worry. Remembering something, she surprisingly turned her head to look at him. You are at level 20 now, right? Juhyun nodded in confirmation. Explaining a bit about the appropriate levels for the battlefield, from level S being 61 to 70, level A from 51 to 60, level B from 41 to 50, level C from 31 to 40, level D from 21 to 30. Then Hyeji smiled and said, as you know, the appropriate levels for the battlefield are divided into increments of 10. So the question is, what is the level limit of the F-level battlefield for you to receive the reward? Juhyun quickly said his guess. Exactly, it is 20. She nodded and continued to ask the question. So how many bosses have you taken down in the F-level battlefield? Juhyun reached his hand forward and secretly calculated, then said, let us see. Calculated in order of level, level D, Spider Queen, Lizard King, level E, Mountain Serpent, level F, Black Bear, Mud Crab, One-Eyed, Digging Mole and Caneo is not counted because that is a special battlefield, so. His face had become very serious as he calculated. We are still missing one S-level boss. Listening to this, Hyeji also slowly closed the notebook in her hand. Once you exceed the reward level, you can't go back, so let us quickly collect the boss souls. All three sat there secretly calculating. So your upgrade plan, from now on, is Gwangju Yugwem Zone, Mudaeung Mountain Rock, Gwangjung Old Mine Containing Water, Gwangjung Natural Ecological Park. She quickly gestured. Let us raid bosses in areas that are not well known to avoid attracting too much attention. Thinking of something, Hyeji smiled and suggested, now that it has come to this, let us take all the E-level zones while we are at it. The scene switched to another side. Fierce battles were continuously taking place in this place. The monsters could only roar painfully. This is the Sinduri Sand Dune battlefield. Giant, savage monsters appeared. It began with the Sand Dune Giant battlefield boss. Juhyun stood there and used his power to prepare to face it. The system displayed a notification, absorbing the soul in the Sand Dune Giant battlefield, HP +1. After solving it, he happily spoke up. It is really comfortable. Hyeji surprisingly looked up at him and asked, how many minutes did it take? He looked at the phone in his hand and smiled, announcing, exactly 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Hearing this, she happily ran over and hugged his neck. Congratulations! You have achieved your goal. Let us have a celebration party, because we have collected enough E-level souls. The smile on Juhyun's face gradually became forced. Come on, no need for a party. In his head, he secretly thought, this mimic bracelet is really useful. The more he thought, the happier he visibly became. Hyeji probably used the mimic bracelet to copy the elemental ring, but the system displayed new notifications. Copied Hynel's cursed bracelet, SS, bracelet accessory, special accessory that does not count towards the wearable accessory. Juhyun's face gradually became expectant. Don't tell me it increases attributes. The system continued to display notifications. Attribute increase effect, 5 all attributes, with 1 divided by 2. Item possessed. 2.5 all attributes, with 1 divided by 2 item possessed. He gently kissed this bracelet. Applied to each item individually, I can't believe that all my attributes have increased a total of 15 times. The more he thought about the future, the more Juhyun fantasized. If I continue to get stronger like this, I might even surpass Muhammad Al. Juhyun enthusiastically ran quickly forward. There are monsters on the other side. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. At this time, he only happily thought, I wonder when a mission with a huge SP reward will appear. All of his actions were observed by Ego. Realizing that the opportunity had come, she slowly reached her hand forward as if giving an order. 2 system notification boxes appeared, startling and surprising him. On it was clearly written, the requirements of the system, main mission 2, conquer a special E-level battlefield, eliminate the invaders who have established a new hell settlement on Earth, and wipe out the hell disaster zone. Disaster zones infect and corrode everything around them, just by existing. Conquer this special battlefield for the peace of Earth. Reward, 999 SP. Detailed characteristic upgrade option, random detailed skill, characteristic upgrade. Juhyun, after reading these notifications, was also startled. As usual, what great timing. Feeling somewhat curious, Hyeji approached and asked, what is it? Did you unlock a new skill? He smiled and happily explained. Almost like that. I received a mission that helps increase stats if completed. This surprised her. A mission, truly EX. It has everything. A very sly smile spread across his lips. The SP reward is almost 1 million. It is definitely different from the main mission. He continuously swiped the phone screen to view the news. Where did that E-level special battlefield appear? His fingers continuously swiped on the phone screen. It flew away 3 hours ago, and the weather there is... Juhyun's face completely changed. -40°C. At this time, Hyeji surprisingly and hurriedly glanced at him. We have to quickly clean up this special battlefield. The more she thought, the more speechless she felt. Do you realize that you just finished clearing all the E-level battlefield bosses? Juhyun sighed and scratched his head in response. I know that mission was really over the top. She seriously stepped closer and did not forget to remind. You have gotten a lot stronger now, but you still do not have enough experience leading a raid team. It seemed that Hyeji had researched very clearly about these issues, and when that special battlefield is located overseas, it won't be easy to access without a recognized identity. Her face then became thoughtful and decided only a few individuals are allowed to enter, not even entire groups. Unknowingly, she thought of Hai Sung's uncomfortable face. Before Juhyun's bewilderment, she sighed and decided, let us put that aside for now. Hyeji's face was cheerful again, as if nothing had happened. Anyway, it is time to step into stage 2 of the power-up process. Juhyun, hearing this, was curious. Stage 2. Her eyes were very certain as she continued to say what she was thinking. Instead of combining all kinds of skills, You usually just buff up the damage dealer who eliminates opponents with Fireball. Juhyun was also startled, thinking, how does she know that? She continued to ask, why not try increasing the number of S rank or higher skills that you can copy? Juhyun had thought of these things beforehand and wearily announced, high-level players usually guard their skills carefully. I do not have the time to browse UserTube. These words made her very contemptuous. Other than people who like to attract attention like Muhammad Al, most of them like to keep it to themselves. Juhyun, hearing this, was also speechless. That is really evil. Thinking of this, Hyeji unknowingly recalled his previous scene. Juhyun, do not tell me you have never heard of a buff seller. He shook his head with innocence. Buff seller? She nodded in confirmation, not forgetting to add, like how there used to be people selling healing services, now there are also people making money by selling buffs. Thinking of this, she felt a headache and sighed. The problem is that I have never heard of anyone selling buffs that reach S rank or higher. Juhyun became very thoughtful and pondered. Buff. Suddenly, a mysterious person appeared in his head. Just call me if you need anything. Thinking of this, he suddenly woke up, catching both people's attention. While both people were still not understanding what was going on, Juhyun continued to bring his phone forward. I know someone who can help. On this side, Ego smiled and announced, Sir, the hero has accepted the second main mission. The god above, hearing this, nodded and slowly spoke. His memory will soon return. It is a step closer to saving Earth. She silently listened to the words that the god said. But your eyes are good at looking elsewhere, are not they? Ego's voice was somewhat choked up as if she was moved. I want to see that hero one more time, the one who once saved my world. The god, hearing this, laughed. You are still watching him, are not you? Her voice was still somewhat sad. But a person is only complete when they have their memories. The more she spoke, the sadder Ego became and continuously asked, now that that hero no longer holds memories of himself in the past, will he still be the person I once knew? After a period of silence, the god finally slowly spoke up. My true form is still focused on maintaining the balance between dimensions, including Equat, Taiquat. The one talking to you right now is just a clone. The question that the god raised, so who am I, or am I no longer me? Ego hurriedly explained, but you are still a god in my eyes. The god, hearing this, nodded and said, then that person is still a hero. Hearing this, she slowly lowered her head and looked down. Will that hero make the same choices as before? The god sighed and replied, that cannot be forced. She was still quietly listening to the words that the god was saying. Everything must be due to his will and choice. That is the oath I made with the world that I created. The image of Juhyun along with Sangwook and Hyeji appeared through the reflecting orb. He is the hero you have always longed for. Go meet him. Whether you help him or not, that choice is entirely up to you. Juhyun's eyes gradually became decisive as he called someone. After hearing the words of the supreme god, Ego silently pondered for a moment. She slowly stepped forward. The god's voice rang out. Everything is your decision. Finally, she had returned to her form as Hyoju. Her voice completely changed. Hello, Mr. Jushian. Long time no see. On this side, Juhyun and his teammates were waiting there. The more Hyeji thought, the more confused she felt and asked. You came all the way to Seoul Park without being charged a travel fee. Normally you have to pay a fee of 800, which is already suspicious. A smug smile spread across his face and he declared, I am loved that much. Sangwook, hearing this, coldly spoke up. That is really suspicious. He did not know what else to say to him. Hey, you. At this moment, Hyoju appeared and hooked her arm with his appa. Seeing Juhyun's familiar face had made her very happy. You made me wait too long before coming out to greet me. Seeing the closeness of the two people made Hyeji on one side very uncomfortable. On this side, Juhyun was still awkwardly scratching his head in response. I am really busy, you know? She winked at him and gestured. I was starting to forget your face. Hyeji hurriedly stepped in and interrupted the conversation. Hello, I have heard a lot about you from Juhyun. You are an SS rank buffer, right? Although she was smiling on the outside, in her heart, Hyoju had become very uncomfortable. So you are Mr. Jaehyun's friend. Hyeji also did not want to lose, and quickly retorted, maybe, even more special than that. Juhyun, seeing that the situation was not good, hurriedly stood up to explain. Just think of her as my manager for now. She hurriedly reached out and slapped him. Sangwook also stepped forward and quickly went straight to the main topic. As I said, I need a strength-enhancing buff. Hyoju, hearing this, laughed in surprise. Exactly, what is the price range? He immediately pushed Juhyun forward. Please discuss that with our sponsor. Looking at the faces of both people made him not know what to say. Damn it, I should have calculated this more carefully. He hesitantly said, well, time passed slowly. Juhyun continued to say nonsense. It has to be SS rank. Have a strong and immediate effect, like using it once, and having a series of effects come with it. Like a promotional combo in a supermarket, you understand? A light breeze blew. Juhyun's voice also gradually became smaller. Something, just anything really great, is fine. After understanding his intentions, Hyoju slowly reached her hand forward. Then, she quickly showed her abilities to all three people. Why not try this? That is the SS rank Heavenly Melody. The blessing that angels once sang to preserve the sky. Grants powerful divine effects. All attributes plus magic power plus 10%. Additional damage plus magic power plus 5%. Magic power is greater than or equal to 100. Defense plus 1 stage. Magic power is greater than or equal to 100. Attack plus 1 stage. The unique SS level buff characteristic extends the effect duration by 200%. Effect increases by 50%. If magic power is greater than or equal to 150. Magic power requirement 90. Mana consumption 1500. Ju Hyun had also sensed the change before Hyoju's abilities. IF is flow. Blessing for agile people. Increases the effect of all skills by 20%. Doubles the duration of the buff. Reduces mana consumption for all skills by 10%. After showing her abilities, Hyoju's face became very smug. Returning to the time before, she had become very bewildered. There are other buffs that are better for defense. Ju Hyun stood there, listening to what she said. I am sure this kind is suitable. He formed a very smug smile and replied, overwhelming attack is always the best defense. Returning to reality, a bright smile spread across Ju Hyun's face. Thank you, this is too perfect. The news reported on the user library. I officially withdraw my support for Psychopaths. Starting today, different comments continuously appeared. This guy is going crazy again. Do you remember the Enjoy Guild that was recently wiped out? Those were the guys trying to take over the battlefield. Huh, I remember. Psychopaths crushed them to punish the guilds that were monopolizing this content. That makes sense. The battlefields are now devastated. Before they were locked tight. Isn't it that he just accidentally wandered into a sparsely populated area? Do you think someone on Psychopath's level would just accidentally... The video was even recorded and uploaded, along with the title. He is cleaning up and taking over the battlefields, then domesticating them. Look, here's the scene of him wiping out an entire guild in Baenji-masen a few days ago. Comments continuously appeared. Honestly, it looks like he is just happily destroying things. Psychopaths. I once trusted you. Psychopaths, he is truly a brilliant soul at this point. Just let him into the National Assembly. The story was gradually being told. Faced with that situation, the state has put forward a special solution. Ju Hyun thoughtfully looked at the system screen and sighed. Let us just wait for the battlefield boss to appear. Hyeji sat on one side and quickly voiced her thoughts. In special battlefield zones, even ordinary monsters will invade after a certain period. You guys think that just waiting will make the boss appear for sure? Sang-wook also sat on one side and secretly observed his current shield. The continuous failure to break through the battlefield zone still sounds reasonable. He slammed his fist down on the ground below. Anyway, his face became very certain as he declared, I also object to raiding a special battlefield zone without adequate preparation. No matter how important the mission is, you only have one life. Ju Hyun, hearing this, was very disappointed. Then when should I complete this mission? At that moment, the system continuously displayed notifications. Blood Frenzy SS has been copied. Blood Frenzy SS has been copied. Hyeji seriously turned her head and explained to him. If you only knew how to prioritize safety, you would not have become a player in the first place. Looking at his actions made her very curious. Ju Hyun, what are you doing? He calmly explained. I am trying to roll for that copy skill just now, but it has not been upgraded yet. The system continuously issued notifications. Blood Frenzy SS has been copied. Enraptured by the blood of the monsters that have been defeated, temporarily absorbs their characteristics. The effect disappears 5 minutes after the end of the battle. If you possess a combat characteristic of S rank or higher, absorbing the blood of 10 monsters will add a characteristic. If strength is from 50 or higher, when activating Blood Frenzy, magic power increases by 10% of strength. If stamina is from 50 or higher, when activating Blood Frenzy, team agility increases by 10% of stamina. Remaining copy count, none. Looking at the notification this time, completely changed Ju Hyun's mood. Damn it, this garbage game. Suddenly, the next notifications caught his attention. Blood Frenzy SS has been upgraded. Blood Frenzy EX has been copied. On this side, Sang-wook was still continuously offering suggestions. If we are really planning to participate, then at least the key people need to increase their stats. At that moment, Ju Hyun burst out laughing with delight and declared, Blood Frenzy EX dropped. Now I do not have to look at Haesung's face anymore. These words made both people freeze in an instant. I think someone said something similar before. Hyeji quickly pulled out her phone to assess the situation. Forget it anyway. We are foreigners. We can't enter the domestic battlefields. Her face became very happy after hearing the phone call, making both people curious. Hyeji burst out laughing and smugly smiled. Really? Of course. Yes, I will text Ju Hyun. After hanging up the phone, her attitude became very scary. Haesung from the Korean Guild just called urgently. An unexpected joy that she could not believe. The E-level special battlefield, the Hell Disaster Zone, has opened its doors to foreigners. Raid prioritizing mages is recruiting members. This information startled both people in surprise. The more Ju Hyun thought, the more confused he felt and wondered. It says prioritize mages, but they called me a support healer. With no other choice, he reached out and raised the system screen. Notification: Blood Frenzy EX has been stored in the skill inventory, because he had secretly calculated. Now I am also being called. At the same time, the scene switched to another movie theater, where all the crowded players were sitting. Ju Hyun, looking around this place, also had to praise. They booked the entire large theater. Hyeji on one side laughed and nodded. This time it is because the members are all elites. There is no need to check abilities, so there is no meeting beforehand. Hearing this made him very confused and surprised, as he turned his head and asked, "But you did not have any meetings before, so how did they call you?" She, hearing this, angrily scolded, "You think S-rank players are common?" While the two people were still arguing, a familiar voice rang out, "It is a pleasure to meet everyone." Hee-sung stood there and slowly announced, "I am Hae-sung, the raid leader of this hell disaster zone." Everyone silently focused on listening to what he was saying. "The raid will depart in 10 days. We will depart as soon as we finish preparing the supplies." His face had become very certain, as he declared, "Everyone is a top raid member carefully selected from the heavenly faction. Please trust my decision, and show your best skills." This time, everyone in the audience immediately applauded with enthusiasm. "I will conquer the hell disaster with you." Suddenly, Hae-sung's face became very uncomfortable. Before sharing detailed information about the battlefield zone, he stared at Ju-hyun, making him feel somewhat suffocated. But fortunately, he suddenly spoke up. "Let us give a brief introduction of ourselves." These words startled him. Before everyone's gaze, Hae-sung stood upright and declared, "I will start first. I am a level 39 close combat damage dealer. I possess the SS rank unique characteristic, Critical Strike." The other people also slowly raised their hands to introduce themselves. "I am Kim Ryang-soo, a level 3 buffer." This scene made Ju-hyun wonder, "What the hell? This is a newly opened class. Why are they making us introduce ourselves?" Noticing Hae-sung's gaze made him also shudder. Is it just me, or does his gaze keep sticking to me? The man in front was still continuously saying very cheesy words. "I am a fan of team carrying Mang of Hae-sung in the Kano battle. I really want to cooperate with the best raid captain once." Ju-hyun, seeing this, also had to think in surprise. The person in front is confessing to him, "Please, pay attention a little." Sang-wook also stood up and loudly announced, "I am Kim Sang-wook, an S-rank tanker. I rank." Ju-hyun did not know what else to say in this situation. And, no matter how you look at it, this introduction session, in the blink of an eye, it was Hyeji's turn. She slowly stood up and placed her hand on her chest. "I am Lee Hyeji, an S-rank fire mage. The unique characteristic is Apocalypse Flame." It was Ju-hyun's turn. He felt the eyes of these people, as if they wanted to eat him alive. "I just feel like everyone is targeting me." A very confident smile spread across his lips, seemingly not afraid at all. "Then, I will try not to disappoint everyone." Before the judgmental gazes, Ju-hyun slowly stood up and summoned a fireball in his hand. "Hello, I am Yu Ju-hyun. Some of you may know me by the alias Psychopath." His voice continuously rang out. "An SS rank mage. It is a pleasure to meet you." The corners of Hae-sung's mouth formed a very uncomfortable smile. As time passed, Hyeji stood there and chatted. "Want to go eat something?" Ju-hyun wearily replied. "You are just going to order what you like anyway." This made her laugh in surprise. "You are quick." While he was preparing to leave, Hae-sung stepped forward, making Ju-hyun somewhat startled. He finally came. His face became very uncomfortable, and he went straight to the point. "The person who stole the boss item, the masked person on the Heavenly Island that day, was you, right?" Hyeji on the side was still planning to say something more. "That is..." Ju-hyun also was not afraid, and quickly stood there to declare, "I am a mage, the one who contributed the most at that time, but I am not with their side, and I did not steal any items." He did not forget to recount everything that happened that night. "I saw a suspicious person holding Kano, but I could not stop that raid, so I participated to take my share." The more he recounted, the more wronged Ju-hyun's face became. "But they thought I was a member of the same team." Saying this, he sighed sadly and said, "But honestly, calling it stealing, I think the person with the highest contribution deserves to receive the reward." Seeing that Hae-sung was still so uncomfortable, Ju-hyun loudly declared, "If that makes you uncomfortable, I will withdraw from this raid." Because in his head at this time, he had his own thoughts. "Anyway, I think I should make it clear. If I am not okay, then I will find another way." After a period of silence, Hee-sung finally slowly spoke up. "In the battle with Kano, my team lost 2 people. I need to be sure that you are not related to them." Saying this, he uncomfortably passed by. "If not, then I have no opinion on you participating." Ju-hyun uncomfortably thought in the back, "It seems that Hae-sung still does not completely believe me," which is understandable. Hyeji stepped forward from the back and continuously praised, "You Ju-hyun, you were so cool just now." Sang-wook on one side also sighed. "Everything went smoother than I thought." She, hearing this, surprisingly added, "Didn't you want me to stay away from this? Aren't you disappointed that Hae-sung did not prohibit us?" His face became very serious as he recounted. "Actually, I thought Hae-sung would PK Ju-hyun right away, but it is better this way." Realizing that time was running out, Ju-hyun turned to leave. "All right, let us go." Hyeji, hearing this, was curious. "Ju-hyun, what is wrong?" His face was somewhat thoughtful, not knowing where to explain from. "I am just thinking about whether I should hide my identity like this." He silently looked at everyone around this place. "About me being psychopaths, I thought everyone would be so shocked if they knew, but the reaction is strangely normal." He continuously viewed the latest posts. Assessment of the orientation session using God has descended. A comment appeared. "Oh my god, I am going crazy." Psychopaths appeared in the Hell Disaster Raid. He looked at Hae-sung with winking eyes. "My heart was beating so hard that it wanted to burst out." Different comments continuously appeared. "No evidence," "Nonsense," "Goodbye," It is not a tabloid, it is a clone account. The credibility is terribly low, right? I saw him too. Ju Hyun on one side could only helplessly think. It feels like I am attracting attention myself. It is best not to say anything. God, I am so embarrassed. I want to hide. Inside the large room, Xiaoling uncomfortably sat there quietly. She angrily threw the files on the table. Now he is openly showing off. The more she thought, the more uncomfortable she felt, and laughed. Very good. The raiders are also participating this time. Saying this, Xiaoling immediately gave the order to her subordinates. Turn that psychopath into a wronged ghost in the white snow. The file also showed information about the other girls. Investigate carefully every change in the raid teams of the other groups. Xiaoling's voice rang out, accompanied by some scary sounds. We need to clear as many obstacles as possible. In the blink of an eye, the scene switched to a village covered in snow. Ju Hyun, wearing thick parkas, appeared in this place. The cold scene before his eyes made him startled and pay attention. After N hours of flying, plus N hours of bus rides, my first impression of this foreign raid is... He helplessly stood there quietly. It is freezing to death. Ju Hyun slowly asked, can I use a few warming fireballs? Hyeji, hearing this, laughed in surprise. You are joking. He helplessly lowered his head. I am not joking. At the same time, a man slowly walked towards Ju Hyun and began to recount. This place was not this cold originally. It seemed that there was a reason why this place had become like this. Because this area is being affected by a special battlefield zone, this abnormal climate has appeared. Moreover, as the climate pollution spreads, more and more ghost towns like this are appearing. Saying this, the elder quickly bowed before Ju Hyun. You are our last hope. Please eliminate that disaster zone. He was still planning to say something more. That matter then, when suddenly a girl's voice rang out. Don't worry. Suha slowly stepped into this place and said, we are here to answer the call of the Lord, to bring salvation. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she comforted. Please believe us. To introduce a bit about this strange group of people, the Jinli cult, a guild created by players who possess holy attributes. Initially, it was just a small sect for believers to gather, using rudimentary and cheap skills. But then this place had a major change, but quickly became powerful thanks to a single player. Yu Yan blankly looked at the girl, under this angelic and saintly appearance. That person was none other than that miraculous support healer she is said to have S rank or higher, appeared suddenly. The holy maiden, I am Suha. Looking at the woman in front of her made Hiji also surprisingly say, that is the holy maiden of the Jinli sect that people often talk about. Ju Yan's eyes suddenly lit up visibly. Now I remember. He surprisingly looked towards Suha and was still planning to say something more. That sect. In the crucial moment, Hyeji had managed to stop him in time. Seeing that the situation seemed difficult, a believer stepped forward and smiled, bowing and saying, a young lamb who has never witnessed a miracle, the Lord loves even those like you. Unable to bear it anymore, Suha uncomfortably turned around in front of everyone. The believer in the back also smiled and said goodbye. We need to rest, to purify the battlefield, so we will go in first. A cold wind blew, everyone stood there quietly, the surrounding noises rang out. Is everyone down? I am calling roll here. At this time, Hyeji uncomfortably turned her head and continuously hit Ju Hyun. That mouth. He could only helplessly explain, but that is the truth. While the two people were still arguing, Jimin slowly stepped forward and laughed. That is why you are okay. He gently pulled down his mask and continued to say, the Jinli sect luring people and stealing all sorts of things is quite famous. I do not understand why the holy maiden is in a place like that. Haisung uncomfortably stepped forward and asked, and who are you? He reached out his hand to introduce himself. We have not met. I am the raid leader from the Raider Guild. Join my team later. He coldly refused. I am Lee Haisung, the raid leader of the Daehan Guild. He heard this and laughed somewhat mockingly. I heard there was an unfortunate accident in the Canal battle recently. We want to avoid unnecessary conflicts until the boss battle. It is best if each side follows its own strategy. Jimin's eyes became very judgmental as he glanced forward. It seemed that he had noticed Juyeon standing on one side, as long as it does not harm each other. Saying this, Jimin slowly turned and walked in a different direction. The masked people did not forget to glance at Juyeon, as if secretly giving a warning. Looking at the scene before his eyes, Juyeon laughed in surprise. I knew the Raider Guild would participate, but it seems like they will be very troublesome. Hyeji also sighed and said, this is a public area. They would not dare to do anything too extreme. But we still have to be careful. Definitely do not go anywhere alone. Haisung turned his head and reminded everyone once again. There are 3 groups targeting this battlefield zone, so we need to quickly find and eliminate the boss. Now, let us set up camp and start the meeting quickly. Before their eyes, the raid departure day had arrived. Haisung's voice rang out. Check all equipment for the last time before entering. Everyone nodded in understanding. Yes, understood. His face had become very serious as he walked forward. If everyone is ready, he was the first person to step inside the space of this place. Then let us go. After moving to another location, Juyeon's face became dazed. What is this place? The lifeless scene before his eyes made him startled in surprise. So this is the Hell Disaster Zone. A group of strange people in the front made Juyeon and Hyeji surprisingly discuss. What is it? Were there players who entered before? Impossible. Their black feet made everyone quickly pay attention. Unless they entered at the same time. Otherwise, the starting position in the battlefield is randomly assigned. At this moment, a knight appeared before everyone's eyes, startling everyone and making them react. It is an undead. The players' arrows continuously shot straight towards this group of people. The bone knights, hit by the continuous arrows, painfully fell backward. The scene had become very chaotic, and continuous discussions rang out. The bodies of these bastards are as weak as paper, but they put all their stats into attack power weight. Sang-wook gritted his teeth and used his shield to block their attacks. There had been fierce battles during this battle. These bastards won't die. The head, smash their heads. Crazy, they are coming from that direction. After a period of continuous fighting, everyone wearily sat around the fire. Damn it, I almost died. I missed the Heavenly Island so much. Yeji helplessly sat quietly on the ground and continuously complained. I am exhausted. Luckily I brought a lot of mana potions. Her eyes became very judgmental as she slowly glanced forward. Anyway, Hee-sung stood before everyone, maintaining his serious attitude. Everyone, take roll again. She still had to seriously comment. Lee Hai-sung is a given. His skill tends to deal area damage. This time, Yeji looked up at Ju-yun's proud face. Ju-yun, you are glowing now. He happily laughed in response. Of course, I am also benefiting from Blood Frenzy. The system's information was displayed. Blood Frenzy, EX, immersed in the blood of the defeated monster, temporarily absorbs a large amount of their stats. The effect lasts for the duration of the skill's activation. If you possess a unique characteristic of level 1 or higher, the skill effect increases by 2% with every 20 monsters whose blood is absorbed. All stats increase by 20% when Blood Frenzy is activated. Every 50 monsters, you can use Blood Cover EX. Ju-yun did not forget to tell the two people, I have tasted the happiness of EX before, but at that time it was ruined by those raider bastards, so I could not enjoy it. A fantastic scene of Hyoju suddenly appeared through his story, with passive skills like Alteration Resistance, Light Authority. If I combine it with the newly received skills like Heavenly Blessing, and Buff Blessing, because the mage received from the Heavenly Melody is 150, so for every 150 magic points, I will get a stage into attack power. The corners of his mouth formed a very confident smile. And that is not all. I once ignored it because I thought it could not be activated. But Light Authority has a very amazing effect. The information was displayed on the notification bar. When magic power reaches 150 or higher, only buffs from level A or higher can be applied. He helplessly thought that means all the buffs of Light Authority are applied at level A or higher. After listening to the words Ju-hyun had just said, Sang-wook on the side seriously reminded, don't be too confident and bring disaster upon yourself like last time. Ju-hyun, however, was very confident with his decision. Don't be so nervous. Of course, in case I need it, I have also copied teleportation. That thing was very useful before. He was still planning to say something more. As everyone has seen, this time to deal with the undead, instead of using Fireball, when Hee-sung interrupted, please pay attention everyone. His face had become very serious as he announced. As you have experienced, this battlefield zone has almost no safe zones. Most monsters move in groups, so just one battle will cause heavy consumption of weapons and items. His warning words continuously rang out, making Ju-hyun also feel sleepy. Our goal is to eliminate the battlefield boss, not to grind experience points, so we need to minimize the waste of resources. Hai-sung's eyes were full of murderous intent as he declared. Therefore, we will form a scout team to find the battlefield boss. All three of Ju-hyun sat there, listening with excited faces. Is anyone volunteering? Time turned back to 2 days ago. Sang-wook stepped inside the house, continuously complaining. It is so warm, I thought I was about to die on the way here. Yeji quickly sat down on the chair and waved her hand, gesturing to the two people. Come on, now's not the time to rest. We need to discuss your skill settings. She quickly glanced at Ju-hyun and suggested, I have been thinking about your strengths. Let me say it first. Just thinking about Ju-hyun's abilities made Hyeji thoughtfully say, normally, players will be very concerned about the characteristics of the battlefield zone they are hunting in. At low levels, they may simply choose a place with good experience, but as the level increases, and they move to higher level battlefield zones. At the same time, Ju-hyun was still secretly listening to the things that she was saying. At that time, choosing a battlefield zone that is compatible with your skill set will become a matter of survival. Yeji's face then became serious, because the higher you go in the battlefield zone, the more distinct the monsters become. He unconsciously recalled the monsters through her story. You remember the heavenly island of Kano, where all the monsters fly. Hearing this, Ju-hyun thoughtfully nodded. People who only know how to fight in close combat will be helpless. This made Hyeji very certain, and announced, that can be a disadvantage for those who do not have suitable skills, but for some others, it is an advantage. Speaking in professional terms, even if your level is a little lower, Ju-hyun sat and listened, feeling somewhat worried. But if the skills are suitable, you can still become a super strong nemesis. Sang-wook also slowly spoke up. In that case, he turned his head and looked at his serious face. Ju-hyun's special ability is skill swapping, so he can always bring the optimal skill set for any battlefield zone. This made both people look at him with very envious eyes. It is really too OP. Ju-hyun laughed smugly. You are praising me too much. Remembering the main topic, Hyeji continued to recount. The Hell Disaster Zone is a place where undead-type monsters mainly appear. Of course, fire-type skills still work, but they are not skills that restrain them. Ju-yeon, hearing this, praised, "It is really a fantasy world." Sang-wook confusedly asked, "When is not it?" At this time, Ju-yeon also slowly picked up his phone to examine it. If the fantasy world follows the normal formula, he quickly held his phone up in front of both people. "Then I have found a skill." That was the Judgment Spear skill. At the same time, the information that the system analyzed appeared. Judgment Spear, a holy spear, enhanced with divine power, deals an additional 100% damage to targets that meet the conditions. Mana consumption reduced by 50% if divinity is from 50 or higher. When divinity is from 100 or higher, applies a finishing effect to targets that meet the conditions. Finishes immediately if HP is below 10%. When divinity is from 150 or higher, restores 5% mana from targets that meet the conditions. Divinity requirement 44, mana consumption 150. On this side, the bald monsters were continuously rushing quickly forward. Facing them were meteorites, rushing with high speed. Ju-yeon raised his hand high with a very domineering posture and declared, "I am here." The scene had become very chaotic, as the flames completely burned away everything around this place. Seeing the battle unfold in the blink of an eye, made Sang-wook and Hyeji also shudder. This time, she surprisingly looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Really, what is your mana stat?" Ju-yeon gently waved his hand and explained, "Everyone said not to tell your parents your mana stat." She, hearing this, still did not give up, and went to his side to scold, "You are saying that between us." Even though she had said that, Ju-yeon became very decisive. "When I saw that this skill required divinity, I did not know what to do." He secretly realized Sang-wook's eyes looking towards him, but thanks to the unique characteristic, it automatically turned into mana. It is really too broken. After a period of silence, Sang-wook offered a suggestion. "We have been scouting for 2 hours already. It will be difficult to return if we go any further." All three continued to look into the distance and realized, "I do not see any more monsters. We should probably go back." The scene in front made Ju-yeon unexpectedly pay attention. Looking at that scale, it is probably another attacking group, right? His eyes became very expectant. "Maybe it is Jinrikyo." Hyeji in the back inquired, "Are you looking for a suitable skill to copy?" He turned and explained to her, with a very innocent face, "Judgment Spear is not bad, but I still like something more magnificent and cool." After looking more closely at the people in front, all three surprisingly discussed together, "What the hell? That is the Raider Guild, right?" Hyeji, hiding on one side to observe, also had to be surprised. They are a bit annoying, but they are not bad at fighting. In the middle of the fierce battle, shouts continuously rang out. "Wait, the course of the battle is tilting towards us." This time, the monsters continuously attacked the Raider Guild group. "Damn it, block it, block it." The shouts that rang out made Ju-yeon also surprisedly remark, "Unlike us, it seems that there are quite a few casualties this time." Sang-wook on one side, however, seemed very calm. "But the Raider Guild will still win?" All three again continued to stare at the fierce battle in front. The two sides could be said to be evenly matched, neither willing to give in. Sang-wook's voice rang out. "The clearing of the battlefield usually unfolds like this." He turned his head and said to the two people, "Even though it is also a monster wave, the reason our battle is smoother." Thoughts appeared in his head, making him feel even more confused. Is it because of Ju-yeon, however? Sang-wook again continued to turn his head and look in other directions, thinking, "Of course, a strategy that relies on a single person will be very risky." At this moment, Hyeji hurriedly spoke up to remind, "Ju-yeon, look closely." The fierce battle before their eyes had caused countless casualties as the monsters attacked. "That is our attack team, when you are not there." But she still coldly turned and left, not forgetting to remind, "There is nothing left to see, let us go." Suddenly, a hand from the losers lying collapsed on the ground. But then the hand suddenly moved strangely, making Ju-yeon also realize that something was wrong. "Hey, wait, something's very strange." Continuous red warnings from the system were displayed. Disease slave, when killed by a target possessing the Disease Legion skill, will resurrect as a disease slave. After resurrection, will transform into an undead species, if not eliminated in the Hell Disaster Zone. Will recover 100% HP after 600 seconds, completely immune to pain. HP minus 90%, strength 90% increases, according to the amount of HP lost, evolves when eliminating a certain number of targets. On this side, the battle immediately switched to a completely different state. Seeing the scene before their eyes, made all three freeze in disbelief. What the heck is that? After recounting everything, Haesung's face gradually became ugly. "You mean players who die will resurrect as monsters?" Ju-yeon hurriedly nodded in a very certain way. "Yes, even monsters that die will resurrect after a period of time." Hearing the words he just said, Haesung again continued to inquire, "What about the Raider Guild?" Ju-yeon pondered and slowly said in response, "Heavy losses, but after dealing with the corpses to prevent resurrection, we have confirmed that they have withdrawn from the area." His face then became thoughtful and pondered. "So that means we have to burn or smash their heads when we kill them?" He nodded, certainly. "That is right." While the group was still discussing together about how to deal with it, in the distance a group of people slowly stepped forward. Haesung continued to turn his head and look in one direction. "What about the other scout groups?" They hurriedly reported what they knew. There are only mountains in the north. There is a lava area, but with the current equipment, we can't withstand it. After a period of silence, Yi-sung quickly spoke up. For now, let's continue to scout for a few more days. Time had passed to 3 days later. Hai-sung uncomfortably sat quietly in that place. In his head at this time, there were many different thoughts. The scouting range is expanding too much. If we delay any longer, it will be very troublesome. It is time for something to appear. At that moment, the man slowly ran inside. Found it. He happily slowly offered the video that he had recorded. This video was taken from a distance, so the details are not clear, but Hai-sung quickly stared at the inside of the video. This is definitely not a normal monster. In the back, witnessing the entire scene, Ju-hyun surprisingly praised. Looking at that mysterious creature made him even more curious. Is it the boss of the battlefield? In his head, he had secretly thought, among all the SS rank unique characteristics, the skill that brings the highest firepower is Blood Frenzy. But it can't be completely perfect, it also comes with a fatal weakness. When Hai-sung charged forward to attack, Ju-hyun in the back had secretly assisted. I have prepared everything to finish the target. Both people secretly cooperated with each other. In order to accumulate stacks, the possessor of the person with the skill, must personally deliver the finishing blow to the monster to accumulate stacks. Time had turned back to 5 hours before that. Hai-sung stood before everyone and announced, "We have analyzed the monster suspected to be the boss through the footage from the camera attached to his body. It seemed that all the undead were always following behind this boss. It seems that many monsters are obeying the orders of that thing." Hai-sung had also gradually guessed everything. Based on the armor it is wearing, it can be speculated that it has very high defense stats. At this moment, Hyeji slowly reached her hand forward and offered a suggestion. Why do not we let all the ranged DPS concentrate their firepower to smash it to wear down its HP and defense? Sang-wook, hearing this opinion, immediately reacted. I object. We do not have enough tankers to hold back the monsters if we concentrate all the firepower on the boss. At the same time, the other people continuously discussed this issue. Shouldn't we hurry before another raid team comes to take it? Safety is still the top priority. If we die, we might even turn into monsters. After a period of silent thought, Hai-sung decisively spoke up. I will deal with the boss. I will hunt the common monsters to accumulate stacks for about 5 hours. It seemed that he was very certain of the plan he had just set out. After that, we will take turns resting while maintaining stacks, then immediately start raiding the boss outside the battlefield zone. Returning to reality, Hai-sung continuously used his skills to deal with the monsters. From the beginning until now, I have always fought alone on the front lines. His figure had become strangely lonely. It is probably the only survival strategy that suits my unique characteristic. Realizing that something was wrong, Hai-sung was startled and turned his head around. Ju-hyun in the back was still continuously gesturing to him. This made him stunned. This is the first time I have trusted and entrusted my back to someone else. The corners of his mouth formed a smile, as if he felt that this matter was very interesting. Not bad. Hai-sung's cloak fluttered in the wind. Ju-hyun formed a smug smile on his face and declared, "It feels really great. The stack is increasing like a shot." In his head at this time, he had secretly calculated the Judgment Spear has a unique characteristic, armor penetration, so it will penetrate the armor and hit it very surely. I will definitely be the MVP in this boss battle and loot the boss. He secretly looked at the corpses, lying still on the ground. Anyway, no one can see the skill effect. This made him become very certain and reach his hand forward. But I still have to be careful. I can't reveal too clearly that I am using Blood Frenzy. He continuously looked at Hai-sung's back. Li Hai-sung, leave the monsters that are nearby with half HP. Ju-hyun hurriedly shouted and gestured. Captain, there are 3 over there. Please, finish them. Because he knew that. He needed to slowly accumulate stacks. Hai-sung smiled and praised. Very good. You look very good. His attitude completely changed, making Ju-hyun freeze for a moment. Why is he praising me for no reason? The more he thought, the more confused he felt. But how should I say it? That look is so cheesy. Or should I just not help at all now? A group of people again continued to walk on a small road. Discussions continuously rang out. The terrain here is like an ideal fishing spot. They had just passed through this place and looked at the scene below. Based on the scouting data, the boss is estimated to be hiding in the mountain crevice. Hai-sung looked around this place with a very suspicious look. The time-limited mission that we are worried about, it is over. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Raid Captain. He slowly reached his hand forward and announced to everyone. We will proceed according to the strategy that has been decided beforehand. Please take care of the surrounding monsters during that time. We will slowly provoke the weaker ones to re-establish their aggro. Hai-sung's eyes became very decisive as he pointed forward. The boss, they will be pulled here and then eliminated. And so another massacre would continue to appear. The scene before his eyes made Ju-hyun also shudder in surprise. It has appeared now. Sensing that something was wrong, the 3 of them, Ju-hyun, immediately froze for a moment. A change seemed to have appeared in this place. The group hurriedly went into a state of readiness to act. Hai-sung hurriedly shouted and announced to everyone, "It is out, everyone prepare." A smile of excitement immediately spread across the faces of the group. It has finally appeared. The boss rushed quickly forward as if wanting to tear apart this entire group. Seeing it up close made them realize how fierce and crazy it had become. The attitude of this group of people completely changed. They fearfully retreated backwards. Damn it, why is it so big? Hai-sung, realizing that the situation was not good, hurriedly shouted and gestured to everyone. We have to withdraw from this confinement zone immediately. Retreat. As soon as they heard this order, everyone hurriedly ran away. Retreat, retreat. Hai-sung continuously held the sword and slashed straight decisive strikes forward. Sensing that something was wrong, the faces of the people became bewildered as they turned their heads to look back. The boss at this time had slowly sat up and stared at the group of people. As if realizing the intentions of the group, it still stood still without moving. Why is not it chasing us? Its eyes suddenly turned blood red with anger. Not wanting to waste any more time, the boss suddenly raised its head to the sky and roared. These sounds made everyone helplessly cover their ears tightly. This maniac, it is trying to break our eardrums. Seeing that it was still standing there without moving, Hai-sung confusedly said, "What the hell?" At this moment, another person hurriedly pointed in the direction to the left. Over there, a hazy smoke immediately appeared in this place. The bald monsters continuously stepped forward as if they were zombies. Everything was outside the plan, making Hai-sung only helplessly curse, damn it. This time, the people around fearfully retreated backwards. Crazy, rushing into that monster wave. To put it bluntly, we are rushing to our deaths. But even if we go inside, maybe there is only one boss, resting in the middle of that monster wave. Their faces then became very worried. If we enter like this, we will die when we enter, and we will also die when we try to escape. Ju-hyun, after observing the situation, had also realized an important thing. There are two choices. He quickly looked at the boss, who was still sitting there waiting. This fierce battlefield boss. Next, he turned to look in the other direction. The monster self, setting the endless wave. Time was passing more and more urgently. It was also time for Ju-hyun to make a decision. The current battlefield is a long cliff, located between a plain and a stony area. If that is the case. Realizing that something was wrong, Hai-sung startled and turned his head back. Before he could react, Ju-hyun had flown like the wind forward. Realizing his death-seeking action, Hai-sung hurriedly shouted and reminded, "What are you trying to do?" His eyes started in surprise, seemingly realizing something. He is attacking the boss. The boss at this time had been beaten to a tragic state by Ju-hyun's attacks. Is it really effective? Realizing that time was running out, Ju-hyun hurriedly turned his head back and shouted, "If their skin can be broken, then knocking down one of them would be better." Seeing that there was no other way, he hurriedly turned his head and gestured to everyone. Everyone quickly go to the battlefield, boss. With no other choice, the group hurriedly ran towards the boss. Realizing that the bald monsters were approaching, made everyone very scared. We have been caught. In the crucial moment, a large explosion occurred, making those undead explode. Just like that, they fell one by one down below into the abyss. Ju-hyun at this time slowly glanced in another direction. Damn it. He realized that the boss before him was much more difficult to deal with than he thought. A monster formation. Hai-sung held his sword and shouted, gesturing to everyone. The position has changed, but the raid strategy is still the same. Even if the size is larger, it is still just a monster. The techniques are still the same. The group, hearing this, quickly went straight into position. The tank will hold the remaining monsters in the rocky area. Along with that, the people in the back quickly used provocation to respond. The close combat people with high agility will attract the boss's attention. After being teased by a group of people, the boss had become very uncomfortable and frowned. It became more crazy and continuously smashed around randomly. Everyone hurriedly shouted, "Lure the boss to come over." The mages in the back continuously created magic circles. "We are surrounded. Attack it with all our strength." Ju-hyun continuously used the meteor shower technique to attack the monster. Many continuous attacks made the boss unable to resist. Seeing the situation, the corners of Hai-sung's mouth formed a smile of great joy. The attack is effective. His eyes had become very expectant. We just need to continue like this. When the boss attacked, the tankers on one side continuously resisted. If we can just maintain like this. Sensing that something was wrong, Sang-wook hurriedly shouted and gestured. Wait, something's very strange. At this time, the tankers had been pressed close to the bottom of the cliff. When did it get this close? A tanker hurriedly recounted. That bastard pushed us towards the wider part of the cliff. Before he could finish his sentence, the boss had immediately kicked him flying backwards. Seeing that another person had left, everyone immediately became flustered and scared. Damn it, it is pushing over here again, get out of the way. With no other choice, Hai-sung could only hold his sword and rush quickly forward. He tried to use his meager strength to resist this difficult boss. This made everyone around feel worried. "Commander," he uncomfortably turned his head around and announced, "A boss that does not move is just a punching bag. I am using the skill." Ju-hyun raised his hand and summoned his fireball into the air. In the blink of an eye, the fireballs had completely covered the giant monster's body. Along with that was the meteor shower that he created, making it unable to resist. Magical lights continuously appeared around its body. Sensing the pain, the boss continuously screamed in despair. Ju-hyun, witnessing this entire scene, on one side, secretly thought, most of them are revealing their face and neck. Maybe that is the weak point. It is probably really a weak point. He noticed that the boss's footsteps were becoming stronger and stronger, but in the current situation, when we have to hold them back, it seemed that he had gained another fragment of memory. That bastard's left leg is the weak point. Ju-hyun froze and looked at the boss right before his face. That bastard's left leg is the weak point. Without hesitation, he hurriedly used his power to continuously attack the boss's left leg. Hae-sung wearily stood there, panting and looking at the monster before him. Not wanting to waste any more time, he raised his sword high and pointed it forward. Breakthrough limit. Although in his head he had secretly thought his own thoughts, Ju-hyun attacked the leg that no one is paying attention to, try to disrupt its balance. This made him even more uncomfortable, and he clenched his sword. I do not intend to just stand still and take it. His eyes suddenly lit up with a very determined look. Let us show them the S-rank skill that I obtained after leveling up to 35. Before everyone's eyes, Hae-sung devoted all his power to using the one-hit severing strike to attack. The system displayed an analysis of the one-hit severing strike skill. Slices through everything in its path, consumes 50 accumulated blood frenzy, deals additional damage equal to 100% of strength, if you possess a passive characteristic of SS rank for the close combat class. Damage is increased by 20%, if strength is greater than or equal to 100. Receive an additional plus 50 agility or stamina for 10 minutes. Looking at the boss who was still continuously writhing in despair, Hae-sung somewhat anticipated. This time, I will be the MVP. Remembering the safety of everyone, he hurriedly turned his head around and gestured. Its legs can regenerate. His voice continuously rang out. Don't be careless. Continue attacking, Ju-hyun. Realizing the serious gazes of everyone, he slowly turned his head around. The shadow of the giant monster had completely obscured Hae-sung's vision. Without the left leg, the giant monster seemed to still be able to stand still there. Its muscles had become very toned, with full veins bulging. The system suddenly displayed a red warning. Wide area frenzy has been activated. Ignoring weaknesses S has been activated. The monster's legs seemed to have changed. The corners of Ju-hyun's mouth formed a stunned smile that was hard to believe. These special battlefield bosses act just like those transforming robots. At this moment, the monster pulled a weapon of some kind out from its mouth. Even though it no longer had a left leg, its current appearance had become very formidable. Wide area overwhelming strike activates when Carton's armor is completely destroyed. All stats increase by 30. Defense increases by 1 stage. Summons a soul-linked weapon. Attack power increases by 1 stage. After that was the notification that the system issued. Ignoring weaknesses. Ignores damage from enemies that are lower level than the user by 55. Level 54 to level 45 reduces by 20%. Level 44 to 25 reduces by 50%. Level 24 to 15 reduces by 70%. Level 14 and below reduces by 99%. The scene before his eyes made Hae-sung still blank and not understanding what was going on. What the hell? At the same time, the system displayed level 21 negating 70% of Ju-hyun's damage, making him force a smile. So I can only deal 30% of the normal damage now, huh? This is fun. Seeing the boss completely healed made everyone instantly afraid. Was it even hurt at all? There is not even a scratch on it. Damn it. At the same time, Hae-sung, on the side, was secretly calculating. It has a passive damage reduction. With that leg, its mobility has been reduced. If that is the case, taking it down will be much easier. Without thinking much, he immediately shouted to signal everyone. We have to target the other leg. Looking at Ju-hyun's back, standing in front, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected, it seems like Hae-sung has discovered something important. If it were you, Ju-hyun at this moment gathered all his strength and slowly reached out towards the monster. I knew you would think exactly like me. Seeing Ju-hyun's attack just now, everyone immediately realized the attack is effective. Focus fire. Seeing this, he helplessly wondered to himself, as expected, is this really the end? Seeing that it was taking a little too long, the boss slowly raised its weapon high. Without any hesitation, it slammed the weapon down on the ground, causing a massive tremor. The ground relentlessly shattered with its current power. Feeling utterly hopeless, Hae-sung let out a smile that could not be more bitter. They are cornering us into a situation where we can only stand on one leg. They are digging their own graves. Ju-hyun on the side also realized something serious. It is starting. He also realized that the situation was not the same as before. Now this is really phase 2. After breaking the staff, the boss directly stabbed it into its own stomach, making everyone horrified. That is insane. Feeling it was not enough, it continuously threw the remaining weapon forward. The surrounding rocks and stones instantly shattered, causing everyone to scream in fear. The ground is collapsing. The scene became extremely chaotic. The cliff is widening. Be careful, damn it. I told you to be careful. The boss relentlessly destroyed everything around it. At least, we have to stand firm. Yeji, frightened by the scene, kept screaming, Appa, where did all those core workouts go? Try to balance properly. Sangwook replied to her annoyedly. What does that have to do with this? Seeing Ju-hyun still struggling, he slowly reached out his hand towards him. Ju-hyun, this way. Before he could react, Ju-hyun was falling into the abyss. Ju-hyun. After falling for a while, his face was still blank, not yet realizing what was happening. After observing the situation for a while, Juhyun wearily walked in this vast space. Going to the bathroom just to copy skills, I can't keep doing this. What a pathetic situation. He quickly sat down and immediately opened his phone. Alright. Then he continuously copied different skills. Bloodbath, resistance to transformation. Juhyun secretly decided, I will equip Bloodbath and resistance to transformation from before as default. Different skills were immediately prepared by Juhyun. Limit Break, Heavenly Authority, Buff Blessing, Heavenly Skill, Judgment Spear, Swift Movement. After copying for a while, he sighed in relief. Now I am annoyed with copying skills, one by one. He noticed a change on the system screen in front of him, catching his attention. 3 bonus copies activated. His face became extremely excited, and he licked his lips. They are practically rolling out the red carpet for me to go wild. What should I choose? Seeing Juhyun suddenly appear right in front of them, startled and surprised everyone around. It turned out, he had used aerial flight, allowing flight at will, requiring 50 magic, consuming 5 mana per second. Juhyun was still blankly thinking, I wondered when I would get a chance to use this skill. At the same time, Sangwook's voice rang out. That bastard. His face became extremely blank. He is flying. Hyeji looked at him with admiration. Amazing. Juhyun had not even noticed everyone's expressions, and was secretly calculating. Aerial flight is an extremely ineffective skill. It consumes 300 mana per minute. Now that my damage is reduced, it is best to use all the remaining mana to finish off the boss. Seeing Juhyun appear in front of them startled and confused both of them. Suddenly, Hyeji's hands quickly grabbed onto him. Juhyun suddenly pulled forward, and he still did not understand what was happening. Her voice slowly rang out, I feel alive again. Her face became extremely happy as she hugged his neck tightly. Thank you. Seeing the two of them so close made Sangwook very uncomfortable. Hey, hurry up and get down. Juhyun blankly looked at him. Bro, do you want to come up too? Hyeji, hearing this, quickly turned her head and refused. No way, Appa. You are too heavy. You are over the limit. Just thinking about the two of them being close together made Sangwook extremely uncomfortable. You, just wait until this is over. Seeing the situation in front of him, Juhyun nodded and chuckled. Alright. He gently aimed at the boss, still rampaging on the side. Now, we have to. Loud explosions kept happening around him, catching his attention. The boss relentlessly slaughtered everyone, making it very difficult for them. Even Haesung was tired of standing in the middle of the battlefield. Sensing that something was wrong, Hyeji surprisingly spoke up. Your aura is weaker than before, is not it? Juhyun sighed and glanced in another direction, explaining to her, I used one-hit severance. It consumes all the combat stacks. It seemed like the battle just now had made Juhyun very tired. Most of the monsters that I could use to accumulate stacks are on the other side of the cliff now. Hearing these words made Hyeji very surprised. Moreover, in this state, your balance is off, so your attacks won't be accurate either, right? He nodded in confirmation. Remembering something, Juhyun did not forget to add, we need a finishing blow, but it seems like that guy has high magic resistance. She curiously glanced at him. Why do you think that? Hyeji gently pointed at him and asked, you have something stronger, right? Understanding what she meant, Juhyun finally understood. On the other side, Haesung was still tirelessly attacking the boss. Damn it, if this continues, the whole team will be wiped out. Hang in there, Lee Haesung. You are the raid leader. The boss's strength was so great that he gradually lost all his strength. This time, the boss raised its weapon high, preparing to take Haesung's small life. Knowing that he could not resist this attack, his eyes showed a bit of helplessness. Damn it. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Rank S is increasing. Juhyun, carrying Hyeji, stood firmly on the ground. He was as if he had returned to his former self. Even if people say its weak point is its left leg or something, in the end, to take down a monster, continuous system notifications were given out. External input effect, adjust stats to match the user, 1-hit 100 severance. Juhyun gave a very smug smile, as if he had discovered something. As expected, it is the neck. On the other side, the boss was still relentlessly destroying everything around when a slash suddenly appeared in the air. The notification about the one-hit interruption skill was displayed. Severs everything into 2 halves. Consumes 100% of bloodbath stacks. Increases damage by 100% of magic power. If the user has the unique SS rank melee characteristic, deals an additional 40% damage. Before everyone could understand what was happening, the boss's head slowly fell to the ground. Even the head kept rolling around on the ground. The boss's massive body also slowly collapsed to the ground. The scene became very frightening, and thick smoke gradually appeared. After a long battle, this boss was finally completely defeated. A very smug smile appeared at the corner of Juhyun's mouth. For now, I have taken care of it. Realizing something was wrong, Hyeseung's face on the side became very stunned. That was clearly my skill. No, it is much stronger. Juhyun's face showed an awkward smile, not knowing how to explain. Yeah, how am I going to deal with this? Treasures kept appearing next to the monster's corpse, but he could not pay attention to them. I did not expect them to announce the results of the ranking draw at this time. This is crazy. Juhyun stood still, not daring to move. Hyeji, on the other hand, looked around with a very excited expression. Seeing the fear on his face, she quickly spoke up to comfort him. Just follow the plan. That way, everything will be alright. Juyan replied annoyedly. My point is, he is not stupid. How can that reason pass his eyes? Haesung's face became very serious as he spoke. The skill you just used. Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly turned his head and exclaimed, Wind Iron, that is awesome. In his mind, he had his own thoughts. Forget it, just let it be. He was still about to say something more when Juyan continued. Just now, Wind Iron is an SS rank skill. It is incredibly powerful. Seriously. Sang-wook, witnessing this scene, was speechless. Wow, he thinks that is a reasonable excuse. Even so, Haesung did not want to let this go. No matter how you look at it, that skill is... At this moment, a group of people in the back surprisingly spoke up. The soul did not enter. Realizing the situation was bad, he quickly turned around, preparing to finish it off. Don't tell me that it is not dead yet. On this side, Juyan was still standing still, looking at the items in front of him. That is the weapon the boss used. It is easier to use when it is smaller, right? This made him a bit speechless. No, I am sure it is dead. Because Haesung was sure of one thing. Even the weapon that was clearly the boss's item dropped cleanly. The group of people were still constantly asking, You too. My stats have not changed either. This made Juhyun secretly think on the side, they are right, the soul did not enter. Even the Battlefield Conquest quest window has not disappeared. Don't tell me. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Don't tell me. It seemed like everyone realized this was not the real dangerous monster. It is not the battlefield boss. Haesung slowly stepped forward, announcing to everyone, I will share the item status window. On it was a clear analysis of the Barton twin swords. Twin sword weapon, twin swords forged from the souls of the dead, once used by White Captain Barton, attack power +5, strength +20, stamina +10, restores chi and HP after defeating an enemy, lasts for 5 minutes, when rage reaches 20 stacks, can use ground tremor, when chi reaches 40 stacks, can use destruction, reduces all damage taken by 20%. After reading this information, everyone present discussed in surprise. So his name was White Captain Barton. Look at those stats. Why is there an asterisk like that? This is crazy. It is unreasonable. They turned their heads to look at Haesung with curious eyes. What is the raid leader going to do now? At this moment, he slowly stepped forward, making Juhyun very surprised. While he was still unable to react, he held the weapon forward. You are the MVP of this raid, so choose an item. At the same time, the story was retold. In the Lee Haesung raid team, there was a rule. When the battlefield boss is defeated, the MVP who contributed the most gets the priority to buy an item. Looking at the item in his hand made Haesung very expectant. The axe, I want it too, but rules are... rules. He glanced at Juhyun's thoughtful and pondering expression. In this raid, without a doubt, Juhyun is the MVP. After thinking for a while, he immediately asked Haesung, raid leader, do you need this item? If you need it, I will sell you the priority to buy it. These words made him very surprised. Are you serious? Juhyun comfortably turned his head in another direction and said his thoughts. You know, I am an SS rank mage, so I really do not need anything like that, but I can't waste the priority I won. This made him very suspicious, and he asked, what is your offer? Without thinking much, he smiled and reached his hand forward, announcing, unconditional priority to buy an item dropped from the real battlefield boss. His next words made Haesung freeze in place for a moment. Please pay 50% of the item's price. Time seemed to stop in this place. He had completely fallen into his own thoughts. What I have is the opportunity to buy the Barton twin swords with priority. Even if I get it, I still have to pay half the appraisal price. Just that price is easily more than 10 billion won. I still have to pay 50% of the appraisal price for the item from the battlefield. Boss! His face became very thoughtful. But if, at this moment, Haesung suddenly spoke up, you do not even know what will drop. This made him very curious. What if the boss item does not drop? Juhyun sighed and shook his head helplessly. If it does not drop, there is nothing I can do. Isn't this a gamble worth trying? Haesung's face became very thoughtful as he looked at the twin swords in his hand. While everyone was still blankly waiting, he finally nodded in agreement. Okay. He turned his head to look at everyone right in front of him. This contract will be witnessed by everyone here. Yeji also approached Juhyun and asked, are you really okay with giving up the axe? But it seemed like he did not care much about the axe. The breaking sword was already bulky enough. Now adding twin swords would be too much. Forget it. There is still the boss at the top. I can't snatch the item again, so I have to buy insurance. This made her very expectant. Then I will hope a magic staff drops. Found it. Juhyun was surprised to hear that. Not bad, but why? She chuckled and suggested, I will use it in rotation with you. This made him sigh in surprise. We are not that close. She glanced at him. Come on, let us start getting closer from today on, shall we? Seeing her being so playful made Juhyun just have to chuckle. I have sensed an impure selfish desire. I refuse. Continuous notifications rang out. White Captain Barton's resentment has vanished. Phase 1 of the plague has spread into the disaster zone, affected by overlapping poisoning effects. At the same time, on the other side, the Ice Raider group was constantly walking in the freezing snow. One of the masked men sighed and complained, "Damn it, my health keeps dropping. The poison effect is activated once an hour. It is so annoying." Hearing him say that, Jimin in front turned his head annoyedly and reminded, "We can't waste the healing mage's mana like this. We have to quickly find Psychopaths, take him down, and take the boss's treasure." Another person sighed and said, "If we had just killed him at the beginning, it would have been much easier." Jimin did not care much, and continued walking forward. "The order is to eliminate him silently, so we do not need to attract attention." Looking at the scene in front of him startled the subordinate a bit. "Captain, there is an unidentified entity ahead." He quickly turned his head. "What is it?" Looking at the mysterious person holding a scythe, moving forward, made them constantly discuss. Considering the size, it is not a human, just one. The group quickly showed excited smiles. "It seems like a straggler, just one, easy as pie." They constantly gave each other orders. "I am so tired. Deal with it quickly." The Grim Reaper suddenly showed a strange smile. On this side, Suha's group was still relentlessly attacking the giant monster in front of them. At the same time, the poison had also been applied. Seeing the situation, a believer quickly shouted to signal everyone, "The poison recovery time is up. Detoxify everyone." All the people who heard that quickly prayed. Screams kept ringing out, "Mana, I am running out of mana." The voice gradually became shaky. "Someone help." Suddenly, the spider noticed something. It unhesitatingly turned its head and spat webs at these believers. Seeing the situation was bad, Suha quickly rushed forward. Luckily, she managed to use the Bell Exchange skill to block it. The believers were very touched by this. "Holy Maiden." They constantly spoke, as if she had saved them. "Thank you, Holy Maiden." Realizing that something was wrong, the high-ranking believer quickly reminded, "Those who have the debuff, everyone, cast system attack skills." The people who heard that quickly nodded in understanding. Yes. After a long struggle, the spider was finally completely defeated. White Captain Barton's resentment has vanished. Phase 2 of the plague has spread into the disaster zone. Continuous notifications appeared, making Suha freeze in place for a moment. Phase 2 of the plague has spread into the disaster zone, affected by overlapping poisoning effects. At this moment, the mysterious believer slowly stepped behind Suha. "Thank you, Holy Maiden." He showed a very strange smile on his face. "Thanks to you, we were able to win this holy war, but once again, you refused the offer to stay in the rear and chose the front lines alone." Suha was about to explain something more. "If I had not done that, the believers would have..." He suddenly interrupted her. "Holy Maiden." His eyes became very scary and intimidating. "Isn't it thanks to the protection, the grace from God and me, that Lady Suha is safe until now?" Suha could only cower in fear after hearing this believer's intimidation. What would have happened if the Holy Maiden was alone at that time, in that strange space called the battlefield? Could she have safely returned to this world? His fingers were tightly holding her small shoulders. "Please do not forget, the strength of an individual is small and helpless. Even the Holy Maiden is no exception." Her face gradually became scared, not wanting to face this man anymore. "All believers, including you, are just a part of God's plan. The one you must assist, the hero God has sent down, is not the believers." The corner of his mouth showed a very evil smile. "That is right, Kim Cheolman, that is me." After feeling that he had said enough, Cheolman slowly released Suha. "Don't judge on your own anymore." His eyes had become very judgmental as he reminded, "Just follow my decisions, Holy Maiden. Only then will your mother wake up." It turned out she had also been exploited by this man. "As always, just believe my words. Everything happens according to God's will." The scene switched to this side. A puddle of bright red blood was smeared all over the ground. Jimin's footsteps were heavily stained in this puddle of blood. He was still struggling to walk straight forward. Behind him, the Grim Reaper had led a bunch of bizarre people behind him.